aftermath of a plane crash that has taken place. Learjet has crashed into the firmament in Baramati district of Maharashtra, which also happens to be the home turf of the Pawar family. Aboard this Learjet were 6 individuals, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. The visuals that you're seeing are of the aftermath of the wreckage. You can still see the wreckage burning in the fields, in the open fields, after the pilot tried to attempt a forced landing. Why this was done, we don't quite know. Was it a technical issue? Was there any other unrelated factor? We can't confirm as of now. But the fuselage pictures show that there is a tail fin which has survived, but the rest of the fuselage, including the engines, just about every other component of this aircraft has been reduced to ashes. We're also being told that all individuals on board, including Mr. Ajit Pawar, have lost their lives in this very unfortunate, devastating air crash, which has shocked the country, coming as it is on the back of another air crash that shook, in fact, all of us, all Indians across the board, when an Air India flight had crashed right after takeoff in Ahmedabad. And these pictures are bringing back those memories and are, of course, flooding our conscience, because air accidents are rare. And when they do happen, usually there are attendant devastating consequences. And here, unfortunately, there are no survivors. Ajit Pawar has passed away this morning. We're being told that at 9:12 this morning, ATS received information of the crash. The plane took off from Mumbai at about 10 past 8, so about 45 minutes to an hour later, it crashed. And it crashed as it was attempting to land in Baramati. Let me just open this up, because if you've just joined this broadcast, we're being told that the Pawar family is rushing to Baramati. We're showing you pictures from outside the hospital, where, of course, thousands of the Pawar family supporters have congregated to mourn the passing of Ajit Pawar. I also want to bring in Payal, who's reporting on the DGCA aspect of this and the inquiries going forward. And right after, I'll bring in Rohit Chandrakar, senior journalist who knows a lot about Maharashtra and how this is going to perhaps impact not just Maharashtra politics, but national level politics too. Payal, over to you.
Yes, what we do understand, Rahul, from the DGCA is that they're going to be setting up an inquiry as far as that is concerned. And the black box will essentially be holding the key as far as this investigation really goes, to understand what really happened. But what the DGCA has been able to tell us, that right at the start of the runway, there was a crash landing that the aircraft did, and the aircraft immediately burst into flames as well. And that is something which they have really right now. But it is a matter of investigation to find out, because if that happened because of any technicality, or if that happened because of lack of fuel, etc. So nothing is being ruled out as of now. An inquiry certainly will be ordered. But like I said, the black box will certainly hold the key. And the DGCA has already begun to assess, to see what really caused this crash landing at this juncture.
As possible, because, as you know, viewers, first responders would have rescued all of those who needed to be, and of course recovered the body parts, etc., and the remains of those that did not make it. And as of now, I'm not trying to hazard a guess, because miracles do happen, but from all the indications coming from the ground, it does appear that there are no survivors. And those devastating pictures tell you the story, really, of just how improbable the prospect of anyone making it through. But miracles do happen. But these are pictures that are coming from the capital, New Delhi, where a large number of people are now congregating at Ajit Pawar's home in the Union capital, or perhaps residents of the Pawar family, maybe the residents of Supriya Sule. We'll try to get you more updates on that. But those are pictures of those who are coming to obviously extend their condolences to the Pawar family. The Pawar family will be leaving very soon for Baramati to also, of course, conduct the last rites. It is in Baramati that the Pawars founded their political ambitions, and it is in Baramati that one of them has met his end in very, very grievous circumstances. Mr. Chandrakar, put this into perspective for us. A massive blow. I think Gopinath Munde was the last leader to have passed away under untoward circumstances, and he was a mass roots leader. And of course, Mr. Ajit Pawar is no less in influence. And of course, he's the Deputy Chief Minister, current Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Rahul, just to give you a perspective, this is such a big shock for everybody in Maharashtra, especially those connected to politics or those who are following politics, those who get affected by politics. Mainly because uh, Ajit Pawar was seen as a person who's survived in politics all through last 30 years. Remember, Ajit Pawar first got elected in 1991 from the Lok Sabha constituency of Baramati in Pune district, and he served a full term in Lok Sabha as a new entrant, as Maharashtra stalwart Sharad Pawar's nephew. That was his first term, and ever since he has not lost a single election. He moved to the state assembly. He moved from national politics to state politics after his first term in Lok Sabha. And ever since, he has grown and only grown in Maharashtra, except for the period between 1995 and 1999, when BJP and Shiv Sena was in power in Maharashtra, and Ajit Pawar and his party had to sit in the opposition, except for those 5 years. And then later, of course, during Devendra Fadnavis's era, of 2014 to 2019, except for these two terms, Ajit Pawar has been in power throughout. He's been Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister under various UPA regime as well as BJP's NDA regime, and he presented 10 budgets, annual budgets of Maharashtra government in the state assembly as Maharashtra Finance Minister. He used to tell us very proudly that he's perhaps the only one. He's in fact the only finance minister who got to present 10 annual budgets of Maharashtra government in Maharashtra Assembly. On personal front, I can tell you that he was very reticent with media, not really forthcoming, but very accessible to the public and his karyakartas and his activists. Also known to be very conscious about keeping himself physically fit. He was a teetotaler, did not smoke, and always kept telling everybody around him, how it is important to be physically fit. He always started his day very early in the morning and worked till about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night every day, and traveled a lot and was very efficient in his work. There were some controversies in which he was involved. Obviously, many allegations that were leveled by the BJP during election season, especially, but he survived through that. And politically speaking, I can tell you that Ajit Pawar is known to all of us, was I should say, very unfortunately, we have to say, Ajit Pawar was now known to us as a political survivor. You may have a Congress government in Maharashtra, you may have a BJP government in Maharashtra, you may have a Shiv Sena government in Maharashtra, and what you saw was this political survivor was always part of that government throughout in the last 30 years or so, 3 decades. Ajit Pawar was 67 years old, came from political family. I can't call it humble background because his uncle Sharad Pawar was already an established politician and doing very well in Maharashtra politics when Ajit Pawar entered politics as a youngster. So he had that legacy and he built on it. Worked very hard. Of course, there were some controversial things that were talked about him in terms of his involvement in some financial irregularities. Those allegations were also there in his public life, but he survived through all that and was, we were looking at him as, a good performer. Unfortunately, last few months, in the recent municipal polls and in the Nagar Parishad or city council polls that happened before the municipal polls, Ajit Pawar's party did not score too well. His party did reasonably well in the city council polls in Baramati and Pune area, but in the municipal polls, his performance was not too good in Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad, which were his bastions, both the municipal corporations. But he was looking at bouncing back in the upcoming district council, Zilla Parishad polls, which are happening in February, and was building his campaign. And that's exactly for what he was traveling from Mumbai to Baramati this morning. The incident has shocked, people majorly. And I'm sure all politicians, including Maharashtra's top politicians and perhaps some from Delhi, will be now reaching Baramati for the proceedings that we can expect in Baramati, Ajit Pawar's hometown, Rahul.
Of course, he also enjoyed immense, as Rohit is telling us, cross-party support. So this is not a leader who was confined to one particular side of the political fence. He had friends all across. The Pawars, very influential. The Pawars are a family that have shaped Indian politics for very, very long, played the role of even kingmaker in different capacities in the past. So this is a very influential family. Friends across the political segment expect a large number of MPs from Parliament over the next few days to arrive in Mumbai. There are some pictures coming of netas who are breaking down, supporters, friends. There is going to be of course, an outpouring of grief, not just in Maharashtra, but across political lines, because the Pawars very firmly entrenched, and you can see some of those leaders breaking down, trying to get through, making even messages of condolence, offering messages of condolence, but finding it very, very difficult. I want to bring in Captain Vinod, who joins us. Captain Vinod, the plane that crashed, we're being told is a Lear jet. Talk us a little bit about the Lear jet and the capabilities of those who pilot Lear jets. Do you require special licenses, any special training, etc.? Talk us through.
Rahul, couple of things very, very clear. One is Learjet 45 XR is a very popular aeroplane amongst the small 8-seater version. And hardly any crashes at all in this particular class of aeroplane. Bombardier makes it. It cruises at very high altitude, 51,000 feet, and goes up to 3,500, 4,000 kilometers of distance. So Learjet enjoys of being one of the workhorses amongst the the low-end passenger carrying capable aeroplane. And BSR, I believe this aeroplane was being flown by the commander. Very, very senior commander is also in the management or one of the owners of the VSR. So there is no question that low experience was the issue. No issue of weather. I mean, Rahul, I've been looking at even a video or of a crash site. Sometimes the predictions I've given and we have done shows together has been more or less accurate. And in this case, I'm stumped for words, Rahul, because I do not think making any kind of guess is fraught with danger. We will come to maybe some videos will surface and we'll come to why it happened. But the question still remains how it went down. I believe the eyewitnesses are saying that before the crash, they saw a fireball on the aeroplane, which means that there could have been an engine trouble. But again, that is hazarding a guess, which I'm currently not doing so unless we see some video, which I'm sure will surface very, very soon. And we are going to carry this forward during the course of the day. But like DGCA put out, Rahul, nobody survived. And as I can see it, nobody could have survived. And Baramati, I mean, I've been to this place many a times. It is, I wouldn't say a tabletop runway, but it is on a slightly higher elevated zone. So the point at which the aeroplane has crashed is just short of the runway, looks like. On the slopes, maybe another few feet or maybe 10 to 20 meters, it would have been on the runway. So I don't know what went wrong, how they undershot the runway. Could it be engine trouble, Rahul? Very, very difficult to say. Another important thing that is very clearly standing out is safety, that questions that we have been asking for a while is again coming under question. Rahul, I am also looking at the social media. Conspiracy theories a lot are flying around. So even though
Captain, let's just keep that out. I don't really want to get into all of that. That is, social media is the sewer of this country. But the fundamental aspects of this, viewers, is that the plane met with a high impact. There's no doubt about that. You can see the devastation, the charred fuselage, parts of a wing, that are visible at first glance and the tail section. That's all that really survives. There's also an engine that we see that has been completely wrecked. And I want to go across to Arun Dhanta, who's reporting from straight outside the Pawar's residence in Delhi. Arun, what can you tell us? I think you're outside Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence. What's happening there? Has Mr. Sharad Pawar issued a statement? Has he come out? Is he expected to leave for Baramati, or has he left?
Well, see, Rahul, that's right. We are outside the Sharad Pawar's residence here in the national capital, 6th Janpath Road. And in fact, a short while ago, we saw that the entire family has left for Baramati. Of course, it's a very, very difficult and unfortunate, accident that happened there. And we saw flurry of leaders, member of parliaments reaching here at the residence of Sharad Pawar, meeting him, and of course Supriya Sule. There were some family members who were also here at the residence of Sharad Pawar. We saw Nishikant Dubey coming here, offering his griefings to Supriya Sule and the family. Priyanka Chaturvedi was also here. We also saw some of the MPs of NCP arriving here at the residence. But the latest, Rahul, that we can tell you is that the entire family, Supriya Sule and other family members of Ajit Pawar has left for Baramati. As we've been discussing, it's a very, very difficult time for the entire family. Ajit Dada Pawar, as he was known in Baramati, and we all know, of course, there were some issues in the family when he separated from that party. But at this point, we can understand that how difficult is a time for the entire clan, and therefore we are seeing that immediately as the news emerged.
That breakup of the party might have led to, of course, a degree of optical convulsion, but we're told that it didn't really affect the bonds within the family. Let's go straight across to Mr. Gadkari.
उनके मेरे पारिवारिक संबंध रहे, बहुत कर्मठ, अच्छा प्रशासक और विकास की दृष्टि रखने वाले ऐसे वो नेता थे। उनके जाने से बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। उनके परिवार को भी काफ़ी उनके ऊपर भी एक बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान उनको ये जो घटना हुई है इसका दुख सहन करने की ताकत दे। मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से और पार्टी के तरफ से महाराष्ट्र के इस पुराने सहयोगियों को मैं श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। भगवान उनके आत्मा को शांति दे, यही ईश्वर चरणों में प्रार्थना करता हूँ। नमस्कार।
Straight across to Anand Narasimhan, who joins us this morning, 10:30 a.m., looking very, very grim today. The pictures that are coming through from Baramati, Anand, this is very unexpected. We all woke up to this tragedy, devastating pictures from the ground. And I can tell you, viewers, at 10:30, if you're just tuning in before I hand it across to Anand Narasimhan, who joins us, let me just give you a quick overview. What you're seeing are pictures to the right of your screens of a Lear jet that crashed in Baramati, just short of the Baramati airport. It was carrying 6 people aboard, including the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. This crash took place just before 9 o'clock in the morning. ATC was informed shortly after at about 10 past 9. This is what the information we're getting from our BBC sources. Let me go straight across to Milind Deora, who is, of course, the leader of the Shiv Sena. Mr. Deora, you worked and you knew Mr. Ajit Pawar, Dada as he was called, Ajit Dada as he was called, a leader who enjoyed a huge connect across political lines. Your first reactions, your comments?
Well, absolutely. I knew him for many decades. He knew my late father as well. He was part of the United Congress before the NCP split in 1999. And I mean, many things come to mind, but the first reaction is, of course, just the same shock that everyone shares. People in Maharashtra, people in the country, people who knew him, people who knew about his work. My condolences to his family. And I just remember him as somebody who was he was always known from his early days when he first got into politics and into electoral politics, became a minister until today, while he was Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He was known as a very able administrator. He was someone who knew how to get things done very efficiently. That is, in my opinion, certainly going to be a huge loss to the state of Maharashtra. But more than that, the memories that come to mind are really memories of his very accessible, very affable nature. He was someone who was extremely affable at a personal level to people who knew him. Frankly, even in his public speeches, when he was talking to party workers or he was at a public program, he was someone who would, rather than give a speech, a monologue, he was really engaging in a dialogue with the people. So he was a unique politician in that sense, and it certainly is a big loss to the state of Maharashtra, to the people of Maharashtra, and frankly to national politics as well.
Milind, obviously this is one of those events that will have repercussions and influence not just in Maharashtra but beyond.
I'm not sure what it's right now. My mind isn't able to sort of even think about what the political ramifications of this could be. But all I will say is that at a personal level, certainly it's a loss. At a political level, certainly it's a loss. And I really can't say what will come out of this. I just remember his affable nature, frankly. I just remember him being very friendly, being very encouraging, taking matters very seriously, but yet knowing how to shrug off certain things, which I think is important in a tough dog-eat-dog profession like politics. He had that nature where he could, deal with difficult situations in a light-headed way. And sometimes that helps, and that to me was a very unique trait. And most certainly I've seen him working. I've seen him as a minister in the past. I've seen him now as deputy chief minister. In fact, I've seen him in his earlier avatar even as deputy chief minister. If you went to him with a problem, a public issue, his ability to cut through the red tape, to solve it very quickly, to bring different agencies on board, get things done, was very, very remarkable. It was very unique. And so his administrative skills will also be missed.
Yes, thank you very much, Milind. Commiserations to you, condolences, of course. Viewers, you're seeing those pictures in the middle of your screens, devastating impact of that Learjet carrying Mr. Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, completely eviscerated aircraft, and the news shortly after that there were no survivors on board. Ajit Pawar no more. His supporters have gathered outside the Baramati hospital to pay their condolences. The Pawars are rushing to Baramati, which was, of course, the political bastion, really, of the Pawar family. Mr. Ajit Pawar won his first election to parliament from there. And life, as they say, viewers, comes a full circle. And Mr. Pawar breathing his last on the soil of Baramati. Let me go straight across to Anand. Anand, this is a devastating blow, in fact, to the Pawar clan, to the Pawars themselves as a political family, and of course, it will have huge repercussions across the political spectrum.
Yes, Rahul, we've just got news coming through. Thanks for that. And morning to our viewers. Not a very good morning. 9:12 a.m. is when the first time that the crash was reported to the ATC. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now just expressed his condolences. He said Ajit Pawarji was a leader of the people, having a strong grassroots level connect. He was widely respected as a hard-working personality at the forefront of serving the people of Maharashtra. His understanding of administrative matters and passion for empowering the poor and downtrodden were also noteworthy. His untimely demise is very shocking and saddening. Condolences to his family and countless admirers. Om Shanti. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed as his condolence message on the sudden death of Ajit Pawar, son of the soil, truly son of the soil, Ajit Dada Pawar, as his followers lovingly called him, as he was even referred to within the Maharashtra polity. 66-year-old, born on the 22nd of July 1959, Ajit Pawar is seen as someone who was a very, very strong administrator. He was passionate about doing good for the people of Maharashtra, and especially within the state, beyond the elite and beyond the metros. It was in the heartland of Maharashtra that Ajit Pawar actually uh, really persevered and worked hard and enjoyed a huge amount of equity. Irrespective of whether they were in government or in opposition, Ajit Pawar was always popular among the arm Marathi Manus or outside, beyond the realm of the urban areas. But he was also someone who was passionately trying to craft his legacy beyond Sharad Pawar. He was out with a point to prove that he could lead the NCP and he could steer it in a direction where there would be an era of the NCP beyond the legacy or beyond perhaps the shadows of Sharad Pawar himself. Son of the soil is what everybody called him, and in a sad turn of events, tragedy though, but he has breathed his last on his own soil, that is Baramati. He was actually heading to Baramati to address a lot of rallies, public rallies, ahead of the scheduled civic body elections in Baramati. So that was one of the Mahanagar Palikas that did not go to the polls at that point. When all about 28, 29 civic body polls were conducted simultaneously across Maharashtra, Baramati was still left, and he was out there campaigning at the grassroots, proving a point that he will be able to rest and also assert himself as someone who can follow in the footsteps and take the NCP forward. The family feud aside, the civic body elections in Pune, Pimpri Chinchwad has actually brought the family back together, and they tried to combine ranks at the civic body polls. But Ajit Pawar had a point to prove. As a Deputy Chief Minister through the COVID period when he was with Uddhav Thackeray, and also thereafter when he switched and joined the Mahayuti with the BJP and the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar was always an effective administrator, a hard-working politician who allowed his work to speak, and he spoke like the local people. He did not bother about the elitist political pragmatism, etc. But he was somebody who would always connect with the locals, always connect with the people, and always there to listen to them. Now, we've got more news coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sending out his condolences, his tribute, saying he had strong grassroots level connect, and anybody and everybody in Maharashtra who understands the politics of Maharashtra will say that. We got a reaction coming in from G. Kishan Reddy.
देश के लिए, महाराष्ट्र का विकास के लिए साहस से निर्णय लेकर राजनीति में खड़ा हुआ व्यक्ति है और कभी भी किसके सामने झुका नहीं। वो महाराष्ट्र विकास होना चाहिए, महाराष्ट्र के गरीब लोगों को सेवा करना चाहिए, ऐसे निर्णय लेकर वो काम किया है। और अजित पवार के कारण, अजित पवार जी का परिवार का हो, उनका खुद का पार्टी का हो, महाराष्ट्र के लिए भी हो और एनडीए के लिए भी बहुत नुकसान है। मैं उनका परिवार को साहस देने के लिए मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, उनका आत्मा को शांति दे।
G. Kishan Reddy also saying that he was a grassroots level leader, always passionate about the growth of Maharashtra and about the future and doing good for Maharashtra. Ajit Dada Pawar will be missed, sorely missed. The family is rushing. They were all based in Delhi. They're going towards Baramati. Arun Dhanta joins us. So tributes pouring in for someone who was seen as a true son of the soil and someone who was a grassroots leader. The Prime Minister also underlining the same, even as we have pictures of a very emotional Anil Deshmukh there. Arun.
Well, that's right, Anand. Condolences are pouring in on social media. Prime Minister Modi has put out, in fact, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, both Prime Minister and Home Minister have spoken to the family of, late Ajit Pawar. Of course, as you've been speaking about the works that he has done, it's a loss not only for the Maharashtra's politics, but for the nation's politics. He's somebody who has pan-party relationship. He was known as Ajit Dada Pawar, in his area. And in fact, right now, as we speak, Anand, I am outside the Sharad Pawar's residence. In fact, a short while ago, Supriya Sule had left from here. She will, of course, be straight away heading to Baramati. It's a very, very difficult times for the entire family. We saw, of course, there were, issues amongst the family when he came out of the NCP, but still the family relationship was very much intact. In fact, when Supriya Sule left, her face was extremely in deep pain. That's what we could see in those visuals. In fact, we also saw that NCP MPs coming here, and in fact, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Neeraj Shekhar, all of them had come here, met Supriya Sule, and in fact, all of them, when they came out, they didn't speak to media, but they were also very, very in deep anguish. That's something which we can see. And Ajit Dada Pawar, of course, who's known for his unique way of working, the way of, especially he worked for Baramati. I myself had gone to Baramati. I saw there the kind of developments that he has done, and that's the reason why, Anand, it has always reflected in the elections that there was a clear edge to Ajit Pawar in that area. But today, of course, we lost him. Very, very unfortunate day, and the entire family is rushing for Baramati now. From here, Supriya Sule and some family members, and also Sharad Pawar from Mumbai and others will shortly be seen there in Baramati.
Despite their political differences, Arun, and to our viewers, despite their political differences, the family remained close. They did not break away family ties, and they were not adversarial. There was still a certain level of link and also proximity among the family members, and deep amount of respect between Ajit Pawar and also Supriya Sule, despite the tussle that who would be the political legatee of Sharad Pawar. Now we got more news coming through, just taking you through what top DGCA sources are telling CNN News 18. Top DGCA officials on further probe are actually saying that the wreckage distribution will be studied and photographed in detail to find out the direction and speed and impact on the aircraft. Black box retrieval is crucial to try and study the aircraft health and whether the aircraft was fit to fly. Pre-flight maintenance data will be also under scrutiny, and further, the cockpit voice recorder will suggest what the pilots were discussing at the last moment. Any official records of pilot ATC communication will clear what went wrong, and further external factors will also be looked at, like weather, runway positioning, wind, etc. Now, Anvit Srivastava joins us with more details on this story. Yes, Anvit.
RNC, these are the steps in which DGCA will be conducting its final investigation into this crash, and teams, we are being told, are already on their way to the spot to do a detailed study. Also, because the plane has crashed, the wreckage, the kind of distribution it has, because it went up in flames. So it will be very crucial to retrieve the black box from the plane and find out how the aircraft was actually acting up in its last moment. So that is very important, to study the aircraft health, whether it was fit to fly, what was the technical issue, if there was any in this aircraft, because previously NTSB also had flagged issues and had told FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration in the US, to make sure that many of these aircrafts had shown defects in landing gear, particularly, and across models this defects was found. In fact, last February also a jet had crashed in Philadelphia, in which 7 people were killed on board. So these Learjet accidents have been there in the news, and following that, NTSB also had issued a statement and had asked FAA to act on it, and therefore DGCA will also keep those defects in mind, and not just the wreckage distribution, but further other than the retrieval of black box, cockpit voice recorder will also be looked at to find out as to what was the conversation between, not just between the pilots also, but also between the pilot and the ATC, what communication was there, and if there was any defect or any problem on board that was communicated to the ATC, whether it was a mayday call, whether there was any defect was communicated, whether they were seeking any directions to land, if there was any issue on board the plane. Also, it will clear, the external factors will be studied to see that whether runway positioning is what could have led to this crash, whether the altitude that the plane was landing at was not right, or the speed was not right. So all those things will be looked at, and to finally conclude as to what happened. There could be internal and technical factors as well. External factors will also not be ruled out and will also be looked at. So initially, DGCA has said, even though they have confirmed that Ajit Pawar was on that flight, there were 5 people on board, 2 pilots, 2 of his staff, and Ajit Pawar was there, and the flight has crashed and no survivors are there. They've also said that the attempt to land was being made, and it was that time when the accident took place. So keeping this in mind, it cannot be ruled out that NTSB that had issued, raised issues with the landing gear, that could have played in here as well. So DGCA will keep that also in mind while probing the incident. So far the incident has finally come out, and they've confirmed the incident and confirmed the death as well.
Well, we got many reactions coming in. This is a Learjet, one of the workhorses that is is being used as chartered flights by many netas and people all across the world. Very, very trustworthy, flies at very high altitudes and can cover at least 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers in terms of distance. And it is seen as one of the workhorses among the low passenger chartered flights which are taken in, and even for medium to long distances. Now, there are eyewitness reactions that have come in which actually showcase the fact that it was at the approach. Now, if you were to see the pictures, viewers, the pictures very clearly say that just ahead of the approach of the landing strip, that's where the crash has happened. There are eyewitness versions that are coming in. We'll play that out in a bit. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has also reacted. We'll play that out. I think devastated. That is the first reaction that's come in from the entire Pawar family. Just one word, they're all shocked and dismayed and absolute disbelief for anybody, because such is life. We may make a lot of plans, but then when death comes knocking, it can just put all those plans in abeyance and just take a loved one away. From a family perspective, they're all very, very shocked because this has happened in Baramati. He was going to Baramati to try and address a few rallies ahead of campaigning, ahead of the Baramati civic body polls. Baramati is the bastion of the Pawar family, and this is where they have learned their work in terms of political and public life. And for nearly more than 4 decades, Ajit Dada Pawar has been active while working and learning under the shadows and the able guidance of Sharad Pawar. The octogenarian must be shocked today. One can only think what Mr. Sharad Pawar must be going through. He has battled so many adversities politically, personally, and he has fought through them and emerged. But condolences to the Pawar family. And as Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitin Gadkari have already said, everybody is only praying that that they are accorded the strength to deal with such a tragedy as that has transpired. An air crash that has taken away Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, fondly known as Ajit Dada Pawar. Arunima now with us. Arunima, the DGCA is now going to get into the details, but according to an eyewitness version, they're saying that the aircraft, as it descended, it seemed it would crash, and it did crash. It then exploded. There was a massive explosion, and after that we rushed there and saw that the aircraft was on fire. There were 4 or 5 explosions in the aircraft again. More people came here and tried to pull the people out of the aircraft, but since it was a huge fire, people could not help. Ajit Pawar was on board, and this is really painful for us. I can't describe it in words. This is one of the eyewitness version, and the pictures also say the same. It was approaching, it was making an approach to the landing strip. So what went wrong and where is going to be very, very critical, and people will need these answers.
Yesterday, when the plane was about to land, eyewitnesses who are not technically proficient to their naked eye also, the plane seemed unstable. Eyewitnesses say that it looked to us that the plane would crash, and it did crash land. What really went wrong, we do not know. Was this an engine-related issue, any technical failure, or as some sources are indicating, was it anything to do with the conditions in which the plane was landing? All of that will have to be investigated. But the eyewitness account, if there are any videos, none have surfaced so far, but if there are any visual evidence at the time of landing, that could help the investigators as well. And like Anvit said, the normal standard operating procedure will be followed. The black box, the flight data recorder, the engine, the placement of the wings, and the tail end of the plane has survived. So there could be some evidence there as well when technical investigation is carried out. But this is extremely unfortunate. It looks like that the pilot was not in control of the aircraft, and he could not really steer it towards the runway. Right at the start of the runway, the flight crashed, and in minutes it was on fire. Eyewitness account also seems to be suggesting that there were multiple explosions, at least 4 to 5 explosions after the crash landing, giving no chance if there was even anyone injured, anyone who had survived the crash. The fire ensured that there was no chance of them being pulled out of the wreckage.
Yes, and this was the approach for this airstrip, and many people say that there had been repeated requests to try and lengthen the, the length of this entire airstrip and also give it a certain more amount of permanency and a more solid structure than the way it had been currently designed. And these requests had also come from Ajit Pawar himself. We have one of the eyewitness reactions. Let's listen into what this eyewitness had to say.
ये हमने देखा कि एयरप्लेन जब नीचे आया था ऐसा लग रहा था उसका क्रैश हो जाएगा ऐसा हम सोच रहे थे, तभी क्रैश हो गया। हम देखे कि हमें लगा नहीं क्रैश हो गया है, लेकिन एयर ट्रैप पे उतरेगा ऐसा लगा, उतर रहा है, लेकिन क्रैप हुआ और उसके बाद स्फोट हो गया उसका ज़बरदस्त। स्फोट होने के बाद वो हम देखने आए, पहले देखा तो उसको आग लगी थी पूरे प्लेन को, और उसके बाद 4-5 स्फोट हो गया विमान में उसका, और उसके बाद बहुत लोग आ गए और उसने निकालने की कोशिश की, लेकिन बड़ी आग लगी उसके कारण कोई मदद नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन सब आ गए। तब बाद में उसमें अजीत दादा था। ये हमारे लिए बहुत शौक की बात में है कि हमें बता नहीं सकते हम बात में ऐसा, लेकिन हमने देखा है कि पायलट ने भी ट्राई किया होगा कि लैंडिंग करने का, लेकिन लैंडिंग हुआ नहीं है। ये बहुत शौक वाली घटना है।
So the eyewitness there saying that they were watching the aircraft and they could see that there was something wrong. It may crash. The aircraft attempted to land but then crashed just ahead of the airstrip. There were multiple explosions. They tried to rush towards the crash and the debris to try and rescue people. They were aware that Ajit Dada Pawar was part of that in that flight. But they just could not do anything because there were multiple explosions and the extent of the fire was such, the blaze was such because of the crash, that they just could not help and save anybody or rescue anybody. And they're all very, very, very shocked. A lot of shock, angst, despair, dismay among the supporters of Ajit Pawar and also across the political fraternity. The Pawar family has just is en route to Baramati. Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, her husband Sadanand Sule, Mrs. Sharad Pawar, they are all travelling and rushing to Baramati. Parth Pawar, Rohit Pawar, they will all also be making their way. The entire Pawar family will head to Baramati. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, has also expressed condolences. He said, and he's posted on X, the news of the tragic demise of Shri Ajit Pawar in a plane crash is deeply shocking and profoundly distressing. It is an untimely loss of a leader who had a long and promising political career ahead. No words can adequately express the immense grief that the bereaved family must be enduring during this difficult hour. I extend my deepest condolences to the entire Pawar family, his supporters and well-wishers. Having served the people of Maharashtra in various constitutional capacities, Shri Ajit Pawar shall be remembered as a seasoned politician who discharged his responsibilities towards his people with sincerity and astuteness. May his soul rest in peace. Mallikarjun Kharge. Ajit Pawar entered politics and public life in 1980-82 and then was elected to the Lok Sabha as early as 1991. Nearly 4 decades in public life for Ajit Pawar. Lalu Prasad Yadav has also taken to X to post his condolences. बारामती प्लेन हादसे में महाराष्ट्र के डिप्टी सीएम श्री अजीत पवार जी के निधन का अत्यंत दुखद समाचार प्राप्त हुआ। ईश्वर उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे तथा परिजनों और समर्थकों को इस अपूर्णीय क्षति को सहने की क्षमता प्रदान करे। हादसे की उच्च स्तरीय जांच होनी चाहिए। विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि। That's what Lalu Yadav has tweeted and posted. There is also a message that has come across from Ram Mohan Naidu. The Civil Aviation Minister Vinod Tavade has also tweeted. Ram Mohan Naidu coming out and saying, deeply saddened by the tragic passing of Shri Ajit Pawar in the plane crash in Baramati earlier today. My sincere condolences to his family, loved ones and all those affected by this loss. May his contributions to public life be remembered and may the bereaved find strength in this difficult time. There is also a message that has come in from Vinod Tavade of the BJP. बारामती की मिट्टी से उठा एक तूफान आज उसी मिट्टी में शांत हो गया। माननीय अजीत दादा के दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण निधन की खबर से आज पूरा महाराष्ट्र स्तब्ध और शोकमग्न है। मेरे साथ ही हर प्रदेशवासी का इस पर विश्वास कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल है। राजनीति में स्पष्ट और बेबाक जनता के प्रिय और अपने शब्दों पर अडिग रहने वाले जननेता आज हमें छोड़कर चले गए. अलविदा अजीत दादा. This is Vinod Tavde. Viewers, one must understand that Maharashtra politics, despite being fiercely contested, there has always been a certain level of amiability and perhaps how we would say polite behavior among politicians outside of the active political stage. They would be great friends, have a cup of tea, have conversations, and perhaps even discuss politics. So what they would take their plan politically and how they would behave personally, there was always a certain decorum that was maintained. And just like Shri Nitin Gadkari said, there were always great personal equations and relations despite what level or line of politics one would follow. And this was established even by the likes of Sharad Pawar and Balasaheb Thackeray. At that time, they were great friends, they would communicate personally, but politically they were fierce opponents and rivals. And that's why this sentiment is coming across political party lines from Maharashtra leaders, because they all respect, like and know each other personally. Let's go across to Yesha Kotak. Yesha is on her way to Baramati. Baramati must be shocked. This was the bastion, and like Vinod Tavde said, he came from here, from Baramati, and rose to the Maharashtra and national spectrum. And tragedy as it is, he breathed his last at his own soil in Baramati. Eknath Shinde is speaking, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister.
दैवी घटना आज महाराष्ट्रात घडली आहे. खरं म्हणजे असं कुणाच्या स्वप्नातही वाटलं नसेल की अजितदादा एवढ्या लवकर आपल्यातून जातील. ही महाराष्ट्रासाठी अतिशय दुःखद आणि दुर्दैवी घटना अजितदादांच्या जाण्याने झालेली आहे.
Eknath Shinde saying this is a very, very sad and tragic turn of events.
अजितदादा गेले अनेक वर्ष या महाराष्ट्राच्या राजकारणात नेतृत्व करत होते.
For the last many years,
आणि
Ajit Pawar has been at the forefront of Maharashtra politics as a tall leader.
परखड स्पष्ट वक्तेपणा,
candid, straight
आणि
talking,
प्रशासनावर असलेली त्यांची
and a very, very able, hard-working administrator.
प्रत्येक गोष्टीचा त्यांना बारीक अभ्यास करून बोलण्याची सवय होती.
His politics was practiced,
परखड स्पष्ट वक्तेपणा, निर्भीड, रोखठोक बोलणारे
he
असले
was fearless,
तरी
would
सुद्धा
speak his mind,
त्याला चूक म्हणणारे असले तरी सुद्धा
and if he
अतिशय
were
मनाने
and
ते
never
निर्मळ
deterring
होते.
from admitting
त्याचा अनुभव मी
his
स्वतः
mistakes,
घेतलेला आहे. त्यांच्यासोबत
ready to take responsibility for
मंत्रिमंडळात
both
देखील काम
achievements
केलं.
and failures.
मी मुख्यमंत्री असताना त्यांनी उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून देखील काम केलं.
He was deputy
आणि
chief minister when I was chief minister.
जेव्हा मुख्यमंत्री मी असताना मुख्यमंत्री माझी लाडकी बहीण योजना किंबहुना इतरही योजना जेव्हा आम्ही सुरू केल्या तेव्हा आर्थिक जे
And he
काही
backed and supported all the initiatives like Ladki Behan that were undertaken during my tenure as chief minister.
त्यांनी
He ensured funds were available. He ensured that the implementation of these schemes
आणि एकदा
went
करायचं
about as
ठरवलं की
planned.
ते अजितदादा करायचे. करतो, बघतो, पाहतो असे शब्द त्यांच्या डिक्शनरीत नव्हते.
And he was always a person who would say, if it's got to be done, it will be done.
असा स्पष्ट
There were
वक्तेपणा
no ifs, buts and
या
maybes in
महाराष्ट्राने
his
पाहिलेला आहे.
lexicon and his language.
मी असेन, मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्रजी असतील, अजितदादा असतील, आम्ही टीम म्हणून काम केलं.
We worked as a team and we worked
आमच्या
together.
वेळाही कामाच्या वेगवेगळ्या, मी पहाटे उशिरापर्यंत काम करतो. अजितदादा पहाटे लवकर काम सुरू करतात. देवेंद्रजी दिवसभर काम करतात. आणि अजितदादांनी 6-6 वाजता देखील अपॉइंटमेंट दिलेल्या अधिकाऱ्यांनी आणि लोकप्रतिनिधींनी पाहिलेल्या आहेत.
So he was one of the most hard-working leaders I've known. We all worked
आणि वेळेचं भान ठेवणार
round the clock. He has given. There are officials who would confirm this, that he has given appointments as early as 6 a.m. in the morning.
काल परवाच आमची एका कार्यक्रमामध्ये भेट झाली. सरन्यायाधीश आपले भारताचे
I just met him the day before
मुंबईत आले होते
at a function
आणि ते
in
येण्यापूर्वी
Mumbai.
आम्ही तिथंच एका चेंबरमध्ये बसलो होतो आणि त्यावेळेस झालेल्या चर्चा गप्पा गोष्टी
And we were sitting together in the
आधी सकाळी
chamber.
जेव्हा मला त्यांची ही घटना
We had a
कळली,
couple of we had an
समोर
in-depth conversation about work and
त्याच
otherwise.
आठवणी काल परवाच्या येऊ लागल्या. खरं म्हणजे माझ्यापेक्षा ते राजकारणात देखील अनुभवी नेते गेले अनेक वर्षापासूनचा त्यांचा अनुभव
No one would have thought that
वयाने
this would,
देखील
such
माझ्यापेक्षा
would be
ते
the
मोठे
turn of
होते
events in such a short span of
आणि
time. I still
अनुभवाने
remember and I will always remember my last
आणि म्हणून
conversation with
त्यांना
him. We have lost a very, very able administrator too
राज्यातल्या
soon.
अनेक विषयांचा गाढा अभ्यास होता.
And he was
अनेक
aware
विभाग त्यांनी
of some of the
हाताळले
most complex and
त्याचा राज्याला फायदा
even
होत
the
होता.
basic nitty-gritties
मंत्रिमंडळात
of
देखील
affairs relating to
ज्यावेळेस
Maharashtra.
काही विषय यायचे त्यावेळेस आपल्या राज्याची आर्थिक परिस्थिती अशी आहे, आपल्याला सर्वांना काटकसर करावी लागेल अशी अगदी निर्भीडपणे सांगणारे अजितदादा
He is somebody who always spoke his mind, fearless and ready to do what is required in order for the betterment and the progress of Maharashtra.
आणि त्यामुळे त्यांच्या जाण्याने फक्त पवार कुटुंबियांचंच नाही तर संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्राचं न भरून येणारं नुकसान झालेलं आहे.
And it's not just the Pawar family or the NCP or the party, but all of Maharashtra has lost a true son and a good leader.
त्यामुळे राजकारणातले आम्ही तिघजण एक टीम म्हणून काम करत असलो तरी सुद्धा
We've always worked together as a team.
हरपल्याची गेल्याची भावना देखील दुःख देखील माझ्या मनामध्ये आहे.
And it will hurt me because we worked together as one team. He was like an elder brother in that team, and I feel that. I will feel that loss. This loss hurts me, and I express my deepest condolences and offer my Shraddhanjali.
हे दुःख पचवण्याची क्षमता.
We hope that the family has the courage to be able to brave this, to be able to bear this loss and then still move on. Heart will also be going out to amongst a lot of the politicians, to the octogenarian Sharad Pawar, who really, really loved his nephew and saw him as his political legatee. He was torn between his love for Supriya Sule, who he wanted to be placed and secured politically, and somewhere it was decided that Ajit Dada Pawar would be the state face of the NCP, whereas Supriya Sule would ply the politics at a national level. Tehseen Poonawalla is with us this morning. Shocking turn of events. Rajesh Tope is with us. Shaina NC is also with us. Yesha Kutak is joining us live. We'll also have Raj Punj of the Shiv Sena. Daniel Francis is with us. Arun Dhanta is with us. Yesha Kutak, you're on your way to Baramati. People of Baramati are shocked. All those who have posted that video, the horrific video of the crash, all the locals, they are saying this is something which we'll never be able to forget. This is a shocking turn of events. We've lost a big leader, and he was really loved by the people of Baramati.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, more so, last time when we were around at Baramati, we had interviewed Ajit Pawar one-on-one. And it's even more tragic that, we head today to Baramati to cover this very tragic event. In fact, throughout the time, whatever we've experienced at Baramati, people had always credited Ajit Pawar for making Baramati to where it is. Rightly so. In fact, we also heard Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking about this. His day would begin anywhere at 4 o'clock. His lineups would begin at 5 o'clock. And be it each and every small village of Baramati, people would gather, line up to meet him because they were sure that, when they would meet Ajit Dada, they would have a solution to the problem. Whoever would come to him would not be unheard. Was something that was experienced by people at Baramati, and that's where, something that you've also been speaking about, when it came to both the Pawars, be it Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, it was quite evident that Sharad Pawar was the one who bought that place for Baramati, but Ajit Pawar was taking forward that legacy, and which was also something that was evident when it came to both the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha elections. They happened to support Sharad Pawar in the Lok Sabha and Ajit Pawar in the Vidhan Sabha election. For Baramati they always saw that the Pawar family had never separated. They would in fact see both of them coming together. And for the entire Baramati, for people at Baramati, Pawar family was an extension of their own family, the kind of work that was being done. Because even recently when we saw Ajit Pawar was constantly at Baramati for the last couple of weeks. He was constantly in and around Baramati, in Pune, taking a stock of all the elections that took place, the municipal corporation elections that took place, because this was something that was very close to his heart. His work, his vision was something that was quite evident at Baramati, and for an incident like this to take place at Baramati, a place which he grew, which he in fact molded into the kind of industrial hub that it became, is in fact a tragic moment for the people in Baramati to see this so closely.
Right.
As far as incidents are concerned, when the tragic incident took place, he was taken to Baramati Medical College. All of these places have in fact been contributed and developed by the Pawar family themselves.
Well, he was also a straight talker, and he would talk with the locals, like the locals would understand, and oftentimes the media would take that up and really whip it up because it was controversial, and he didn't mind these controversies. He didn't care to react to them because he knew that his connect was at the grassroots, and he connected like the grassroots wished to connect with him. Shaina NC is with us, Tehseen Poonawalla, Raj Punj, and Daniel Francis also with us. Arun Dhanta continues to report on this story. But what a tragic turn of events. Shaina NC, your thoughts? This has left a lot of people absolutely shocked and beyond belief.
Yes, you're right. Shocked is an understatement. Sometimes one falls short on words and what does one say in a situation such as this. Well, Anand, Ajit Pawar and myself, we are neighbors. We have the same boundary wall. So when I went to his room this morning and spoke to his staff, they were saying that he met with public from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then left for Baramati. It also shows you the challenges that leaders such as him has with the finance minister, has with the irrigation minister, has with the deputy chief minister, and a 50-year-long life in public life is not very easy. People only see it from the outside. So I think at this point, one would only want to offer prayers to his family and to his constituents and to his people, for which sometimes, we really don't look at whether it's a Sachin pilot losing his father or a Jyotiraditya Scindia losing his father or a Gopinath Munde recently losing his life or a Vijay Rupani losing his life. And here you have Ajit Pawar also losing his life much earlier than his time. So my prayers and Shraddhanjali to all of them.
You're saying 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. This morning he was working, meeting people, and then he set off to Baramati. As of now, we are given to understand there were 5 people aboard that flight. The reports are saying 6 or 5, but 5 confirmed names we have. Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister, his PSO, Vijay Jadhav, Sumit Kapoor, the pilot, Shambhavi Pathak, another pilot, and flight assistant Pinky Mali. So these are the 5 names that we have, and how shocking it is. A Learjet, a trustworthy a plane that can be depended upon to try and, and it is one of the most preferred planes that netas and people all over the world, businessmen, otherwise travelers, otherwise charter, a dependable aircraft which now eyewitnesses say looked like it was not in control as it was making that approach to the Baramati runway. Tehseen Poonawalla, quite shocking.
At the onset, condolences to the Pawar family. In fact, I met Ajit ji just a few days ago at somebody's residence, and prior to that, I met him at the funeral of Suresh Kalmadi, the erstwhile MP from Pune. And it just makes you realize how fickle life is. 1 second, you're alive and healthy. Like Shaina said, he was meeting his constituents, he was meeting his people, and the next second you know more. So just all the strength to the family. I'm going to finish this and head to Baramati. I just spoke to Parth, his son, and I'm sure, and the whole family seems devastated. I think the people of Baramati, the people of Pune are devastated, and this is a tragic loss for Maharashtra politics, and it is also, a sad reality of how politics and life is so fickle. But most importantly, this aircraft that you spoke about, the company that operates it, this is the second aircraft that is crashed. And I do hope DGCA also wakes up, because what we've seen, Anand, on a larger note in the last year and a half, is a lot of air crashes and chopper crashes. I think DGCA needs to wake up. I think we need to have a better discussion aviation safety, why this is happening. Is maintenance being okay? What is the reasons? And I hope that these reports are transparently put before people, because I think that is important for aviation sector and for our nation.
Point well made, and I think the DGCA has already put out the details. The DGCA very clearly saying that they are going to get to the bottom of it. The cockpit voice recorder, the last conversation that was had with the ATC, all of this will be very carefully, monitored. And that seen, was the aircraft in an operable condition, and did it go through the mandatory flight checks before taking off? All of this is now subject to investigation. We've got a tweet from Rahul Gandhi. He's posted on X. महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री अजीत पवार जी और उनके सह यात्रियों की आज हवाई जहाज दुर्घटना में निधन का समाचार अत्यंत पीड़ादायक है। इस शोक के पल में महाराष्ट्र की जनता के साथ हूं। समस्त पवार परिवार और प्रियजनों को इस दुख की घड़ी में अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। So again, shock coming through, but more within Rajpunj, if I may come to you. Shri Rajesh Tope ji is with us. Rajesh ji, namaste. Very, very shocking news. Dukhat samachar.
Yes, it is an irreparable loss to the state at large, to the party particularly, and to my family as well, because I am attached to Mr. Pawar's family since 2 generations. My father was MP, myself since the age of 25. We are continuously attached to the party and to each other. So he has been a mentor to us. He has always guided us in all ups and downs of my life, and he has taught us lot many things which a leader should have within the leadership. So I think that we have lost a great leader, and this loss cannot be recovered by anyone. There's a big vacuum which will be created by his demise, and it's a very painful, I mean to say, very, very painful situation for all of us in the Maharashtra state, and especially to NCP.
Rajesh ji, I am aware of this, so my deepest condolences also to you and to your family, and it must be quite shocking. But tell us what made Ajit Dada who he is. How did he become so popular among the people of Maharashtra? Political successes, failures aside, he was always popular with the people, with the locals. So, and you've known him for so many years. So, share with us what made him special. What was his unique quality?
Yeah, his unique quality I can mention is, first of all, he was very time punctual. No one in our state was starting the meeting at 7 a.m. in the morning. So that was a very special quality, to start day very early in the morning. His meetings were to be conducted 6 a.m., 7 a.m. So this, I'm not at all flirting, but this is the real truth. So he's a very time punctual person, very bold person. Means whatever he was mentioning, like whatever he used to say, he used to do it. So he used to tell that whatever he say, he mean it. He was to do it, and that was his special. I think. I mean to say, his special quality. Yeah, as a leader.
How would you remember him as a person?
He was a very hard-working person, and whenever we were in ministry, he used to guide us. Basically, I can quote some of the example that when I was on a very hot seat of public health ministry in the time of Corona. So I was public health minister and he was finance minister. So he used to really support a lot, because whatever proposals we were to take to him, because I was on the ground, and so I used to tell him the all facts and he used to understand it properly. He was very sensitive leader, and he used to really help us a lot. So that was the thing what I can mention here, that he used to help and he used to mentor, he used to tell what is good and what is not. So I think all his experiences he used to share to all of our generation, and so
Rajesh
that
Tokaji,
always kept Maharashtra.
Rajesh ji, my condolences again. Thank you for speaking with us even at this time of real sadness and grief. Thank you. We have viewers breaking from this this coverage and cutting straight across to the Lok Sabha. President is addressing the House.
और अगरतला में महिलाओं और बच्चों का अस्पताल बनने से भी बड़ी सुविधा होगी। इस तरह के प्रयासों से पूर्वोत्तर में एक बड़ा हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार हो रहा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, जो मेरी सरकार की प्राथमिकता है, पीएम जनमन योजना, इसी पीएम जनमन योजना आदिवासियों में भी सबसे पिछड़े जनजातियों की 20,000 से ज्यादा गांवों को विकास से जोड़ा जा रहा है। इन गांवों में गरीबों के करीब 2.5 लाख घर इसी योजना के माध्यम से बने हैं। धरती व जनजातियों ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान से भी आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में विकास को अभूतपूर्व गति मिल रही है। इन दोनों योजनाओं पर सरकार 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया से अधिक खर्च कर रही है। पिछले 11 वर्षों में अनुसूचित जाति के लाखों छात्रों को 42,000 करोड़ रुपया से अधिक की पोस्ट मैट्रिक छात्रवृत्ति दी गई है। इससे करीब 5,000 विद्यार्थियों को लाभ हुआ है। 5 करोड़ विद्यार्थियों को लाभ हुआ है। आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में सरकार ने 400 से अधिक एकलव्य आदर्श आवासीय विद्यालय भी खोले हैं। इनमें जनजातीय बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा और बेहतर भविष्य मिल रहा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, कृषि का महत्व समझाते हुए संत तिरुवल्लुवर ने कहा था कि समाज के लोग चाहे जिस भी काम से जुड़े हो, हर व्यक्ति का जीवन एक मेहनती किसान के परिश्रम पर निर्भर होता है। इसलिए मेरी सरकार खुशहाल किसान को विकसित भारत की पहली प्राथमिकता के रूप में देखती है। इसी भावना के साथ सरकार ने पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि जैसे योजना को शुरू किए हैं। अब तो इस योजना से किसानों को 4 लाख करोड़ रुपया से अधिक राशि सीधे उनके खाता में भेजी गई है। मेरी सरकार की सही नीतियों और प्रयासों से आज देश के कृषि उत्पादन तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। वर्ष 2024-25 में खाद्यान्नों और बागवानी की फसलों में रिकॉर्ड उत्पादन हुआ है। सरकार इन फसलों का भी उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए काम कर रही है, जिसमें अभी तक हमारा कृषि क्षेत्र पीछे था।
अजित पवार यांच्यासह काही जणांच्या craft on which he was traveling in has met. So these are the details that. Yesha Kotak also joins us on the broadcast. Yesha, in the other set of visuals, we do see some people who are injured, who are also walking away, while some people have had to be carried out on makeshift stretchers. Details that you've managed to access for our viewers, please.
So far, preliminary details coming out of this very accident. In fact, it was said that there are 4 to 5 people who were present in the helicopter that that Ajit Pawar was traveling in. What's also important to note right now is that the preliminary information coming in wherein it's been mentioned that there were 4 to 5 people who were present in this helicopter. Today, there were a couple of rallies of Ajit Pawar that he was addressing at Baramati. This very incident took place when the helicopter was landing, and in that was where Ajit Pawar was present in it. So far, details about the condition of Ajit Pawar is awaited. In fact, what our sources have indicated is that there are a couple of people who are present inside who have been injured, but so far they have not further gone ahead to clarify the details of the condition of Ajit Pawar. As of now, there are agencies, emergency vehicles which have been rushed to the spot who are taking stock of the situation. In fact.
Yesha, is there any detail or any clarity on how many people possibly were on board that chartered craft? It was a chartered plane, right?
It was a chartered plane. There were 4 to 5 people on board, and Ajit Pawar was traveling along with them. What's also important to note is that along with these 4 to 5 people, Ajit Pawar was dead, and several people have been injured so far. But there's no clarification as to the condition of Ajit Pawar in this.
Okay. And where did the crash exactly happen? You were saying that the aircraft was supposed to land in this area. It does look like a lot of green cover where this crash seemingly is reported to have taken place. As this is only my assessment according to the visuals that we've managed to access, Yesha.
Absolutely. In fact, what has come to court is that this was the landing. Today, Ajit Pawar was expected to take several rallies. This was because of Jilla Parishad elections, for which Ajit Pawar was in Baramati to attend these events. But so far, what we understand from our sources is that the landing of that helicopter was expected to take place at that very location where this accident has taken place. Okay.
Right, Yesha, we are managing to show some more visuals, and this looks rather distressing because we do see fire that is in and around the area where this crash seems to have taken place. So this will get rather concerning because we've yet not managed to ascertain how is Ajit Pawar really doing, because that aircraft on which he was traveling in has crashed while landing in Baramati.
Absolutely. Now, what you've actually spoken about is that rightly so, when this helicopter in fact crash landed at Baramati, you can see fire there. But apart from that, what our sources have indicated, those who've in fact gone to the location, sources from Baramati who had in fact gone to the location have mentioned how this was a landing that was supposed to take place, but so far details as to why this accident took place while landing happened there is something that is yet to be awaited. So yes, what we in fact know so far is that Ajit Pawar has been injured in that accident, but his health condition details are yet awaited. Yes.
Right, absolutely. And if I describe our viewers on what we see in these visuals, we do see police teams who are on the spot. There are certain bystanders who also assembled over there, or probably the entourage of Ajit Pawar who was waiting to welcome him as his aircraft landed in that area in Baramati. Remember, our colleagues are mentioning about how he was supposed to attend certain rallies in Baramati, because of which he had taken off from Mumbai and was about to land in Baramati in this chartered aircraft, which also had a few others, about 4 to 5 people along with Ajit Pawar, who were in that aircraft that met with an accident while it was trying to land in this area. There you can see some people who are injured, but they are able to walk. We are looking at some sort of a hope that we would possibly get to know about the details concerning the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. There are a few people who have been injured, who have had to be carried out in makeshift stretchers also till we see the arrival of more rescue teams. This is the latest that we could really pick through the visuals that we've managed to access. Yesha Kota continues to be with us on the broadcast. Yesha, the fact that the party must be looking forward to ascertaining as many details as possible and as soon as possible, because this is a big development and rather distressing one that one is learning of from Baramati in Maharashtra. These visuals also show some injured people, possibly on ground or maybe at the aircraft. We do not know yet. They also are seen walking. So some people who have been injured, who are still able to walk, some people who have been badly injured and they've had to be carried out of this site of the crash. We do see smoke that's coming out from one section of these visuals that we are putting out. There are other sections where we are also seeing smoke and fire that has erupted because of the impact of the crash. So this is what we have managed to ascertain so far. The plane on which Ajit Pawar was traveling to Baramati from Mumbai was about to land in Baramati is when it met with an accident. It was a chartered aircraft. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Pawar, was on it. This happened this morning, and all of this while the craft attempted to land in Baramati. It was carrying the NCP leader and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar, and locals who witnessed the crash said that the 66-year-old leader has in fact been taken to the hospital, but we will wait for confirmation from our colleagues on this. But so far, this is what we are learning, that Ajit Pawar has been taken to the hospital. The nature of the crash, the extent of the damage and the condition of the NCP chief, all of this is yet to be ascertained. So this is what we are managing to pick from what we are managing to access. Visuals show smoke on one side. The locals who are also there trying to help with taking the injured out from the site of the crash. There's also smoke in one set of visuals and fire in the other that has resulted because of the impact of the crash. But we are learning that some people who have been injured have been managed to be taken to the hospital. And Ajit Pawar too, we are learning that he has been taken to the hospital, but we are still waiting for a confirmation. Craft on which he was traveling in has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have been injured, and this is a plane accident that we are talking about. Ajit Pawar was very much on board that plane. A very, very serious piece of news that we are having to put out for our viewers. Ajit Pawar, who was on board a plane, has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have reportedly been injured because of that accident, as we are still waiting for more updates to trickle in. But this is rather serious. We're talking about a plane accident over here. We do not want to jump to any conclusions at the moment, but this is what we are given to understand. The accident is rather serious. We are still waiting for more details to trickle in. Ajit Pawar was on board that plane that met with an accident, and we're still looking at more details as they emerge. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, his plane is met with an accident during landing. So these are the details that have emerged. This plane was landing in Baramati, and that's when the mishap took place. And several people on board that plane are reported to have been injured. And these are the visuals that we are managing to access. There you can see smoke that is billowing after that accident has taken place. Ajit Pawar was supposed to address a rally in Baramati, we are told. My colleague Prashant is now joining us with all the details. Prashant, ये जो एक्सीडेंट हम जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं, अजीत पवार इस प्लेन में थे, रैली के लिए गए थे बारामती, और जानकारी दीजिए, क्या पता चल पाया है अभी तक?
खासकर महाराष्ट्र के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजीत पवार ये आज एक रैली के लिए बारामती जाने वाले थे। उनके आज सुबह ही वो यात्रा पे थे, तो एनसीपी के नेता अजीत पवार जिस प्लेन में जा रहे थे उसी प्लेन का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आई है। ये बारामती के दौरे पे थे। बारामती में उनका 2-3 आज जिस तरह से जेडपी की इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं उसको लेके रैली थी। जो जानकारी आगे आई है, विमान में और उनके साथ में और कुछ नेता भी साथ थे और सभी मिलके चुनाव रैली के लिए जाने वाले थे। घटना स्थल पर जहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी एजेंसियां पहुंच गई है, और साथ में ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि लगातार वो जैसे रैलीज कर रहे हैं। कल वो बॉम्बे में वो आए थे, बॉम्बे में वो कल कैबिनेट की मीटिंग में उपस्थित थे। उसके बाद में वो आज रैली के लिए बारामती जा रहे थे, तो उसी वक्त ये घटना हुई है। अभी जो स्पष्ट जानकारी आ रही है कि उसमें कुछ लोग गंभीर स्तर पे जख्मी हुए हैं, ऐसी जानकारी मिली, घायल हुए हैं, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आ रही है।
प्रशांत, हम ये विजुअल्स अभी देख पा रहे हैं और these are the visuals that I'd first want to put out for our viewers. This rather looks very distressing. Seems like a charter plane on which Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, was on board. There you see people who have assembled around the crash site, and there you see the smoke that's coming out. Many people who have jumped in for assistance. There are cars, the cavalcade possibly that is also around here. It doesn't look like a space where an aircraft is going to be landing. So we are still waiting for more details about how this accident, this crash really took place. There are several other people along with Ajit Pawar who were on board this aircraft when this crash happened. And there you see smoke coming out. Many people who have gathered over here. And there are other visuals on this side where you see the rescue relief operation possibly that is underway. My colleague Mayuresh is also now with us on the broadcast. Mayuresh, explain to us what exactly has happened and any more details that you've managed to, in fact, access for our viewers.
So we have been given to understand that Ajit Pawar today was supposed to address 4 rallies in Baramati district related to the local body elections, and his flight had taken off from Mumbai. Since yesterday there was a cabinet meeting which he had attended, and he was in Mumbai. While landing, this crash had happened. That's the information which we are getting. We are also getting the primary information that in the flight, Ajit Pawar along, there was a pilot, Ajit Pawar, and there was his bodyguards were present. But we are trying our level best to get more information from the district authorities. But right now, no one is basically answering the calls. But it looks a kind of a severe accident, which the sources and the people who are at the spot are indicating.
Right, absolutely. And we are also managing to source more visuals. Yesha Kotak also joins us on the broadcast. Yesha, in the other set of visuals, we do see some people who are injured, who are also walking away, while some people have had to be carried out on makeshift stretchers. Details that you've managed to access for our viewers, please.
So far, preliminary details coming out of this very accident. In fact, it was said that there are 4 to 5 people who went in the helicopter that Ajit Pawar was traveling in. What's also important to note right now is that the preliminary information coming in wherein it's been mentioned that there were 4 to 5 people who were present in this helicopter today. There were a couple of rallies of Ajit Pawar that he was addressing at Baramati. This very incident took place when the helicopter was landing, and in that was where Ajit Pawar was present in it. So far, details about the condition of Ajit Pawar is awaited. In fact, what our sources have indicated is that there are a couple of people who are present inside who have been injured, but so far they have not further gone ahead to clarify the details of the condition of Ajit Pawar. As of now, there are agencies, emergency vehicles which have been rushed to the spot who are taking stock of the situation. In fact,
Yesha, is there any detail or any clarity on how many people possibly were on board that chartered craft? It was a chartered plane, right?
It was a chartered plane. There were 4 to 5 people on board, and Ajit Pawar was traveling along with them. What's also important to note is that along with these 4 to 5 people, Ajit Pawar was dead, and several people have been injured so far. But there's no clarification as to the condition of Ajit Pawar in this.
And where did the crash exactly happen? You were saying that the aircraft was supposed to land in this area. It does look like a lot of green cover where this crash seemingly is reported to have taken place. As this is only my assessment according to the visuals that we've managed to access, Yesha.
Absolutely. In fact, what has come to court is that this was the landing. Today, Ajit Pawar was expected to take several rallies. This was because of Jilla Parishad elections, for which Ajit Pawar was in Baramati to attend these events. But so far, what we understand from our sources is that the landing of that helicopter was expected to take place at that very location where this accident has taken place. Okay.
Right, Yesha, we are managing to show some more visuals, and this looks rather distressing because we do see fire that is in and around the area where this crash seems to have taken place. So this will get rather concerning because we've yet not managed to ascertain how is Ajit Pawar really doing, because that aircraft on which he was traveling in has crashed while landing in Baramati.
Absolutely. Now, what you've actually spoken about is that rightly so, when this helicopter in fact crash landed at Baramati, you can see fire there. But apart from that, what our sources have indicated, those who've in fact gone to the location, sources from Baramati who had in fact gone to the location have mentioned how this was a landing that was supposed to take place, but so far details as to why this accident took place while the landing happened there is something that is yet to be awaited. So yes, what we in fact know so far is that Ajit Pawar has been injured in that accident, but his health condition details are yet awaited. Yes.
Right, absolutely. And if I describe our viewers on what we see in these visuals, we do see police teams who are on the spot. There are certain bystanders who also assembled over there, or probably the entourage of Ajit Pawar, who was waiting to welcome him as his aircraft landed in that area in Baramati. Remember, our colleagues are mentioning about how he was supposed to attend certain rallies in Baramati, because of which he had taken off from Mumbai and was about to land in Baramati in this chartered aircraft, which also had a few others, about 4 to 5 people, along with Ajit Pawar, who were in that aircraft that met with an accident while it was trying to land in this area. There you can see some people who are injured, but they are able to walk. We are looking at some sort of a hope that we would possibly get to know about the details concerning the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. There are a few people who have been injured, who have had to be carried out in makeshift stretchers also till we see the arrival of more rescue teams. This is the latest that we could really pick through the visuals that we've managed to access. Yesha Kota continues to be with us on the broadcast. Yesha, the fact that the party must be looking forward to ascertaining as many details as possible and as soon as possible, because this is a big development and rather distressing one that one is learning of from Baramati in Maharashtra. These visuals also show some injured people, possibly on ground or maybe at the aircraft. We do not know yet. They also are seen walking. So some people who have been injured, who are still able to walk, some people who have been badly injured and they've had to be carried out of this site of the crash. We do see smoke that's coming out from one section of these visuals that we are putting out. There are other sections where we are also seeing smoke and fire that has erupted because of the impact of the crash. So this is what we have managed to ascertain so far. The plane on which Ajit Pawar was traveling to Baramati from Mumbai was about to land in Baramati is when it met with an accident. There was a chartered aircraft. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Pawar, was on it. This happened this morning, and all of this while the craft attempted to land in Baramati. It was carrying the NCP leader and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar, and locals who witnessed the crash said that the 66-year-old leader has in fact been taken to the hospital, but we will wait for confirmation from our colleagues on this. But so far, this is what we are learning, that Ajit Pawar has been taken to the hospital. The nature of the crash, the extent of the damage and the condition of the NCP chief, all of this is yet to be ascertained. So this is what we are managing to pick from what we are managing to access. Visuals show smoke on one side. The locals who are also there trying to help with taking the injured out from the site of the crash. There's also smoke in one set of visuals and fire in the other that has resulted because of the impact of the crash. But we are learning that some people who have been injured have been managed to be taken to the hospital. And Ajit Pawar too, we are learning that he has been taken to the hospital, but we are still waiting for a confirmation from our colleagues. Craft on which he was traveling in has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have been injured, and this is a plane accident that we are talking about. Ajit Pawar was very much on board that plane. A very, very serious piece of news that we are having to put out for our viewers. Ajit Pawar, who was on board a plane, has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have reportedly been injured because of that accident, as we are still waiting for more updates to trickle in. But this is rather serious. We're talking about a plane accident over here. We do not want to jump to any conclusions at the moment, but this is what we are given to understand. The accident is rather serious. We are still waiting for more details to trickle in. Ajit Pawar was on board that plane that met with an accident, and we're still looking at more details as they emerge. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, his plane is met with an accident during landing. So these are the details that have emerged. This plane was landing in Baramati, and that's when the mishap took place. And several people on board that plane are reported to have been injured. And these are the visuals that we are managing to access. There you can see smoke that is billowing after that accident has taken place. Ajit Pawar was supposed to address a rally in Baramati, we are told. My colleague Prashant is now joining us with all the details. प्रशांत, ये जो एक्सीडेंट हम जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं, अजीत पवार इस प्लेन में थे, रैली के लिए गए थे बारामती, और जानकारी दीजिए क्या पता चल पाया है अभी तक?
खासकर महाराष्ट्र के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजीत पवार ये आज एक रैली के लिए बारामती जाने वाले थे। उनके आज सुबह ही वो यात्रा पे थे, तो एनसीपी के नेता अजीत पवार जिस प्लेन में जा रहे थे उसी प्लेन का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आई है। ये बारामती के दौरे पे थे। बारामती में उनका 2-3 आज जिस तरह से जेडपी की इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं उसको लेके रैली थी। जो जानकारी आगे आई है, विमान में और उनके साथ में और कुछ नेता भी साथ थे और सभी मिलके चुनाव रैली के लिए जाने वाले थे। घटना स्थल पर जहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी एजेंसियां पहुंच गई है, और साथ में ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि लगातार वो जैसे रैलीज कर रहे हैं। कल वो बॉम्बे में वो आए थे, बॉम्बे में वो कल कैबिनेट की मीटिंग में उपस्थित थे। उसके बाद में वो आज रैली के लिए बारामती जा रहे थे, तो उसी वक्त ये घटना हुई है। अभी जो स्पष्ट जानकारी आ रही है कि उसमें कुछ लोग गंभीर स्तर पे जख्मी हुए हैं, ऐसी जानकारी मिली, घायल हुए हैं, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आ रही है।
प्रशांत, हम ये विजुअल्स अभी देख पा रहे हैं, और these are the visuals that I'd first want to put out for our viewers. This rather looks very distressing. Seems like a charter plane on which Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, was on board. There you see people who have assembled around the crash site, and there you see the smoke that's coming out. Many people who have jumped in for assistance. There are cars, the cavalcade possibly that is also around here. It doesn't look like a space where an aircraft is going to be landing. So we are still waiting for more details about how this accident, this crash really took place. There are several other people along with Ajit Pawar who were on board this aircraft when this crash happened. And there you see smoke coming out. Many people who have gathered over here. And there are other visuals on this side where you see the rescue relief operation possibly that is underway. My colleague Mayuresh is also now with us on the broadcast. Mayuresh, explain to us what exactly has happened and any more details that you've managed to, in fact, access for our viewers.
So we have been given to understand that Ajit Pawar today was supposed to address 4 rallies in Baramati district related to the local body elections, and his flight had taken off from Mumbai. Since yesterday there was a cabinet meeting which he had attended, and he was in Mumbai. While landing, this crash had happened. That's the information which we are getting. We are also getting the primary information that in the flight, Ajit Pawar along, there was a pilot, Ajit Pawar, and there was his bodyguards were present. But we are trying our level best to get more information from the district authorities. But right now, no one is basically answering the calls. But it looks a kind of a severe accident, which the sources and the people who are at the spot are indicating.
Right, absolutely. And we are also managing to source more visuals. Yesha Kotak also joins us on the broadcast. Yesha, in the other set of visuals, we do see some people who are injured, who are also walking away, while some people have had to be carried out on makeshift stretchers. Details that you've managed to access for our viewers, please.
So far, preliminary details coming out of this very accident. In fact, it was said that there are 4 to 5 people who were present in the helicopter that Ajit Pawar was traveling in. What's also important to note right now is that the preliminary information coming in, wherein it's been mentioned that there were 4 to 5 people who were present in this helicopter. Today, there were a couple of rallies of Ajit Pawar that he was addressing at Baramati. This very incident took place when the helicopter was landing, and in that was where Ajit Pawar was present in it. So far, details about the condition of Ajit Pawar is awaited. In fact, what our sources have indicated is that there are a couple of people who are present inside who have been injured, but so far they have not further gone ahead to clarify the details of the condition of Ajit Pawar. As of now, there are agencies, emergency vehicles which have been rushed to the spot who are taking stock of the situation. In fact,
Yesha, is there any detail or any clarity on how many people possibly were on board that chartered? It was a chartered plane, right?
It was a chartered plane. There were 4 to 5 people on board, and Ajit Pawar was traveling along with them. What's also important to note is that along with these 4 to 5 people, Ajit Pawar and 7 people have been injured so far. But there's no clarification as to the condition of Ajit Pawar in this.
Okay. And where did the crash exactly happen? You were saying that the aircraft was supposed to land in this area. It does look like a lot of green cover where this crash seemingly is reported to have taken place. As this is only my assessment according to the visuals that we've managed to access, Yesha.
Absolutely. In fact, what has come to court is that this was the landing. Today, Ajit Pawar was expected to take several rallies. This was because of Jilla Parishad elections, for which Ajit Pawar was in Baramati to attend these events. But so far, what we understand from our sources is that the landing of that helicopter was expected to take place at that very location where this accident has taken place. Okay.
Right, Yesha, we are managing to show some more visuals, and this looks rather distressing because we do see fire that is in and around the area where this crash seems to have taken place. So this will get rather concerning because we've yet not managed to ascertain how is Ajit Pawar really doing, because that aircraft on which he was traveling in has crashed while landing in Baramati.
Absolutely. Now, what you've actually spoken about is that rightly so, when this helicopter in fact crash landed at Baramati, you can see fire there. But apart from that, what our sources have indicated, those who've in fact gone to the location, sources from Baramati who had in fact gone to the location have mentioned how this was a landing that was supposed to take place. But so far, details as to why this accident took place while the landing happened there is something that is yet to be awaited. So yes, what we in fact know so far is that Ajit Pawar has been injured in that accident, but his health condition details are yet awaited. Yes.
Right, absolutely. And if I describe our viewers on what we see in these visuals, we do see police teams who are on the spot. There are certain bystanders who also assembled over there, or probably the entourage of Ajit Pawar who was waiting to welcome him as his aircraft landed in that area in Baramati. Remember, our colleagues are mentioning about how he was supposed to attend certain rallies in Baramati, because of which he had taken off from Mumbai and was about to land in Baramati in this chartered aircraft, which also had a few others, about 4 to 5 people along with Ajit Pawar who were in that aircraft that met with an accident while it was trying to land in this area. There you can see some people who are injured, but they are able to walk. We are looking at some sort of a hope that we would possibly get to know about the details concerning the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. There are a few people who have been injured who have had to be carried out in makeshift stretchers also till we see the arrival of more rescue teams. This is the latest that we could really pick through the visuals that we've managed to access. Yesha Kota continues to be with us on the broadcast. Yesha, the fact that the party must be looking forward to ascertaining as many details as possible and as soon as possible, because this is a big development and rather distressing one that one is learning of from Baramati in Maharashtra. These visuals also show some injured people possibly on ground or maybe at the aircraft. We do not know yet. they also are seen walking. So some people who have been injured, who are still able to walk, some people who have been badly injured and they've had to be carried out of this site of the crash. We do see smoke that's coming out from one section of these visuals that we are putting out. There are other sections where we are also seeing smoke and fire that has erupted because of the impact of the crash. So this is what we have managed to ascertain so far. The plane on which Ajit Pawar was traveling to Baramati from Mumbai was about to land in Baramati is when it met with an accident. There was a chartered aircraft. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Pawar, was on it. This happened this morning, and all of this while the craft attempted to land in Baramati. It was carrying the NCP leader and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar. And locals who witnessed the crash said that the 66-year-old leader has in fact been taken to the hospital. But we will wait for confirmation from our colleagues on this. But so far, this is what we are learning, that Ajit Pawar has been taken to the hospital. The nature of the crash, the extent of the damage, and the condition of the NCP chief, all of this is yet to be ascertained. So this is what we are managing to pick from what we are managing to access. Visuals show smoke on one side. The locals who are also there trying to help with taking the injured out from the site of the crash. There's also smoke in one set of visuals and fire in the other that has resulted because of the impact of the crash. But we are learning that some people who have been injured have been managed to be taken to the hospital. And Ajit Pawar too, we are learning that he has been taken to the hospital, but we are still waiting for a confirmation from our colleagues. Craft on which he was traveling in has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have been injured, and this is a plane accident that we are talking about. Ajit Pawar was very much on board that plane. A very, very serious piece of news that we are having to put out for our viewers. Ajit Pawar, who was on board a plane, has met with an accident in Baramati. Several people have reportedly been injured because of that accident, as we are still waiting for more updates to trickle in. But this is rather serious. We're talking about a plane accident over here. We do not want to jump to any conclusions at the moment, but this is what we are given to understand. The accident is rather serious. We are still waiting for more details to trickle in. Ajit Pawar was on board that plane that met with an accident, and we're still looking at more details as they emerge. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, his plane is met with an accident during landing. So these are the details that have emerged. This plane was landing in Baramati, and that's when the mishap took place. And several people on board that plane are reported to have been injured. And these are the visuals that we are managing to access. There you can see smoke that is billowing after that accident has taken place. Ajit Pawar was supposed to address a rally in Baramati, we are told. My colleague Prashant is now joining us with all the details. Prashant, ये जो एक्सीडेंट हम जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं, अजीत पवार इस प्लेन में थे, रैली के लिए गए थे बारामती, और जानकारी दीजिए क्या पता चल पाया है अभी तक?
खासकर महाराष्ट्र के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजीत पवार ये आज एक रैली के लिए बारामती जाने वाले थे। उनके आज सुबह ही वो यात्रा पे थे, तो एनसीपी के नेता अजीत पवार जिस प्लेन में जा रहे थे उसी प्लेन का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आई है। ये बारामती के दौरे पे थे। बारामती में उनका 2-3 आज जिस तरह से जेडपी की इलेक्शन चल रहे हैं उसको लेके रैली थी। जो जानकारी आगे आई है, विमान में और उनके साथ में और कुछ नेता भी साथ थे और सभी मिलके चुनाव रैली के लिए जाने वाले थे। घटना स्थल पर जहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी एजेंसियां पहुंच गई है, और साथ में ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि लगातार वो जैसे रैलीज कर रहे हैं। कल वो बॉम्बे में वो आए थे, बॉम्बे में वो कल कैबिनेट की मीटिंग में उपस्थित थे। उसके बाद में वो आज रैली के लिए बारामती जा रहे थे, तो उसी वक्त ये घटना हुई है। अभी जो स्पष्ट जानकारी आ रही है कि उसमें कुछ लोग गंभीर स्तर पे जख्मी हुए हैं, ऐसी जानकारी मिली, घायल हुए हैं, इस तरह की जानकारी आगे आ रही है।
प्रशांत, हम ये विजुअल्स अभी देख पा रहे हैं, or these are the visuals that I'd first want to put out for our viewers. This rather looks very distressing. Seems like a charter plane on which Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, was on board. There you see people who have assembled around the crash site, and there you see the smoke that's coming out. Many people who have jumped in for assistance. There are cars, the cavalcade possibly that is also around here. It doesn't look like a space where an aircraft is going to be landing. So we are still waiting for more details about how this accident, this crash really took place. There are several other people along with Ajit Pawar who were on board this aircraft when this crash happened. And there you see smoke coming out. Many people who have gathered over here. And there are other visuals on this side where you see the rescue relief operation possibly that is underway. My colleague Mayuresh is also now with us on the broadcast. Mayuresh, explain to us what exactly has happened and any more details that you've managed to, in fact, access for our viewers.
So we have been given to understand that Ajit Pawar today was supposed to address 4 rallies in Baramati district related to the local body elections, and his flight had taken off from Mumbai. Since yesterday there was a cabinet meeting which he had attended, and he was in Mumbai. While landing, this crash had happened. That's the information which we are getting. We are also getting the primary information that in the flight, Ajit Pawar along, there was a pilot, Ajit Pawar, and there was his bodyguards were present. But we are trying our level best to get more information from the district authorities. But right now, no one is basically answering the calls. But it looks a kind of a severe accident, which the sources and the people who are at the spot are indicating.
Right, absolutely. And we are also managing to source more visuals. Yesha Kotak also joins us on the broadcast. Yesha, in the other set of visuals, we do see some people who are injured, who are also walking away, while some people have had to be carried out on makeshift stretchers. Details that you've managed to access for our viewers, please.
So far, preliminary details coming out of this very accident.
Has also reacted. Listen in.
अतिशय दुःखद घटना घडलेली आहे. अतिशय अनाकलनीय अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये विमान अपघातामध्ये
I'm at a loss for words.
राज्याचे उपमुख्यमंत्री
The state's Deputy Chief Minister
अजितदादा पवार यांचं दुःखद निधन झाल्याची
It's a sad moment that it's a sad demise.
सर्वांना मिळाली आणि
And this news,
संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
as soon as it
शोक
broke,
कळा पसरली.
all of Maharashtra was in deep remorse and sadness.
खरं म्हणजे श्री अजितदादा पवार
If I were to state the facts, Ajit Dada Pawar,
होते.
he was a tall leader, a popular leader in Maharashtra, and
महाराष्ट्राच्या कानाकोपऱ्याची माहिती असलेला
he had the knowledge of every nook and cranny of the state of Maharashtra, and knew
अशा प्रकारचा
and was aware of all the issues around Maharashtra and what needed to be addressed.
जनसामान्यांमध्ये प्रचंड मोठी आस्था होती.
And someone who enjoyed the trust and belief of the common people of Maharashtra.
संघर्षशील अशा प्रकारचं नेतृत्व होतं.
He was a strong, hard-working,
आणि सर्व परिस्थितीमध्ये न डगमगता
perseverant leader, and was somebody who was unfazed in adversity.
प्रकारचं व्यक्तिमत्व होतं. महाराष्ट्राकरता आजचा दिवस हा अतिशय कठीण दिवस आहे.
This is a very, very sad and tough day for Maharashtra and its
अशा
people.
प्रकारचं नेतृत्व तयार व्हायला अनेक वर्ष लागतात.
Because it takes many years of hard work and effort to prime leaders like Ajit Dada Pawar
विकासामध्ये अतिशय
and those who can actually
महत्त्वपूर्ण
contribute
योगदान ते देत होते.
positively, actively, aggressively
अशा
towards
काळामध्ये त्यांचं
the
निघून
progress
जाणं
of Maharashtra, and we have lost such a person.
हे अविश्वसनीय आहे, मनाला चटका लावणार आहे.
This is unbelievable. We still can't come to grips with what has
माझ्याकरता तर
transpired.
वैयक्तिक एक दमदार आणि दिलदार अशा प्रकारचा मित्र
For me personally, I have lost someone who's a damdar,
सोडून गेलेला आहे.
dildar friend.
त्यांच्या कुटुंबावर देखील हा प्रचंड मोठा आघात आहे.
This is a very, very big shock for the family.
एकनाथराव शिंदे साहेब
and Eknath Shinde ji,
लवकरच बारामतीकडे निघणार आहोत.
we are proceeding to Baramati.
सकाळपासून मी सगळ्यांच्या संपर्कात आहे.
I've been in touch with everybody since morning.
प्रधानमंत्री महोदय, माननीय गृहमंत्री महोदय,
Prime Minister and the Home Minister
सर्वांशी चर्चा करून त्यांनाही
have been briefed and spoken with
घडलेल्या परिस्थितीची सगळी कल्पना
about what has
दिली आहे.
transpired.
त्यांनी याबद्दल प्रचंड दुःख
And they have also expressed deepest shock and condolence.
एकूणच देशातच या संपूर्ण प्रकरणामुळे हळहळ पसरलेली आहे.
There is
पुढच्या सगळ्या
a state of shock because of what has happened, and everybody
परिवाराशी
is
चर्चा
still
करून
coming to terms with the development.
ठरवण्यात येतील.
What happens next?
सकाळी सुप्रिया
Once there is
ताईंशी
any
बोलणं झालं, त्यानंतर
discussion,
पार्थ पवारांशी
we will
माझं
see.
बोलणं झालं.
I spoke with Supriya
एकदा
Sule ji and
संपूर्ण
Parth
परिवार
Pawar this morning.
बारामतीला पोहोचल्यानंतर
The entire family will
पुढच्या
first
सगळ्या गोष्टींचे
reach
निर्णय
Baramati, and
हे
thereafter
त्यांच्या
further
संमतीने
decisions of what next will be taken.
घेतले जातील. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आज शासकीय सुट्टी आम्ही घोषित केलेली आहे.
We have declared an official
आणि त्यासोबत
administrative holiday across Maharashtra today,
दुखवटा देखील
and 3 days of mourning.
जाहीर करण्यात आलेला आहे. पुढच्या सगळ्या बाबींची कल्पना ही आपल्याला लवकरच देण्यात येईल.
We'll update
पण मला असं वाटतं की
the further proceedings and what next very soon as
अशा प्रकारचे नुकसान आहे.
decision have been arrived at. But this is a loss
महाराष्ट्रातनं असे
which is irreparable.
लोकनेते गेल्यानंतर जी पोकळी तयार होते ते भरून काढणं हे अतिशय कठीण आहे.
To fill this void that has been left behind by Ajit Pawar will be very, very difficult, especially
इतक्या जवळून
on the political landscape of Maharashtra.
संघर्षाच्या काळात एकत्रित काम केलेलं आहे.
We have worked together through the toughest times.
खरं तर अशा गोष्टीवर विश्वास ठेवायलाच मन तयार होत नाही.
It is difficult to come to terms and even accept that something like this could have come to pass.
जशा ठरतील तसं आपल्याला कळवण्यात येईल.
We will let you know whatever else is now further decided.
महाराष्ट्र के
Fadnavis speaking in Hindi now.
मुख्यमंत्री और जमीन से जुड़े हुए जननेता श्रीमान अजीत दादा पवार, इनका एक विमान के एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही दुखद निधन हुआ है. इसकी वार्ता आने के बाद समूचे महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ही दुख का वातावरण तैयार हुआ है.
Everybody is in a state of shock, viewers, and what we have tried to do is attempt to try and recreate what actually could have happened, and we have used AI to try and help us recreate the entire flow of events, set of events. This is the Learjet at 8:10 a.m. This Learjet actually carrying Ajit Pawar and 4 others, that includes the 2 pilots, the flight crew and his PSO, took off from Mumbai and headed towards Baramati. His aircraft meeting with an accident just as it was attempting to land. So at 8:45 a.m. the plane crashes in Baramati, and this is just meters away from the landing strip, and it's shocking. The moment the ATC gets the information at 9:12 a.m. But in those minutes, it all happened, and eyewitnesses have narrated it that the moment the aircraft was trying to land and it looked like it was going to crash, that's what an eyewitness said. It crashes, it breaks into pieces, but along with that, there are multiple explosions. The explosions are so intense that it also triggers off massive fire, and the ability to try and rescue anybody from that crash was negated. That's what eyewitnesses say. So 8:10 a.m. it takes off, 8:45 a.m. with the attempted landing and crash. And as per sources of the DGCA, they are trying to determine what could have actually happened. ATC receives the official information about the crash at 9:12 a.m. Now the DGCA is now going to go and further have a look at what is or what could have transpired. Clearly, there would have been the cockpit voice recorder, the black box that will be recovered, and also the conversation, the last recorded conversation that the pilots of the aircraft and the co-pilot may have had with the ATC and what they said. Now, the Learjet has been in the news recently, of late, the last 2 or 3 years, with respect to landing gear issues. And even in the US, there have been advisories issued to try and check the suitability and also the functioning of the landing gear. Did the aircraft go through its mandatory pre-flight checks? The DGCA is going to now check on that too and investigate that too. The DGCA to News 18 has said on Ajit Pawar's plane crash, saying it is a tabletop runway. The plane crashed on the tip of the runway while attempting landing. That's the word that has come through from the DGCA, and this is further to our confirmation of the pictures that we have received of the crash site. You see that mound, viewers, just at the top of the mound, that's the tabletop runway created, and just at the approach, a few meters away from that approach, tabletop approach, that's where the crash has taken place. So was it failure of the landing gear or something else? It's now subject to investigation. Mayuresh is with us with more details on this. Ankit Srivastava will also be joining us. Yes, Ankit. Anvit. Yes, Anvit. Beg your pardon. Yes, Anvit.
Yes, Anand, these words have come in from the DGCA, and they're saying that it's a tabletop airport, and that is why, because the periphery is a little lower and the runway is a tabletop runway, and that is what we are being told, that while attempting a landing, the plane crashed on the tip of the runway while attempting the landing. There could be a possibility of a technical glitch as well, whether it was a call taken by the pilot that didn't work, whether it was a technical fault, that is subject to inquiry. But the initial word that coming in from the DGCA is that this was probably because the touchdown point was not as accurate as it should have been, and that could be possibly a reason. However, a detailed inquiry will be taken up. DGCA teams have already reached the spot. Teams from AIB will also be reaching there shortly, and a detailed study not only of the wreckage from the starting point of the crash site, but also black box retrieval, the FDR retrieval, also not just flight data recorder will be studied as to analyze the health of the aircraft when it took off and when it was operating, but also to find out what cockpit voice recorder will be taken out to find out what exactly was communicated to the ATC by the pilots, and what was the last moment communication, whether any glitch was communicated to the ATC, whether the pilots had called out for the landing gear not functioning or any other technicality that they were looking at. Like you mentioned, and we have come across this fact that NTSB had also issued advisory to the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, asking them to look into the landing gear issues with the this particular Learjet aircraft. And there were a number of series of Learjet aircraft that were in which issues were highlighted previously in the US also, and last year in Philadelphia also a crash had killed 7 people. So Learjet accidents have been not very regular, but yes, certainly this is an old aircraft. It's being used since first it was used in the 60s, and then Bombardier Aviation is the company that it comes under, and this is headquartered in Kansas, US. So it had been used for a longer time, and this aircraft particularly, whether there was any technical glitch in the aircraft, whether there was any mechanical error, that certainly subject to verification, detailed inquiry. But initial word coming in from the DGCA that inquiry has been initiated. All details from the FDR to black box to voice cockpit voice recorder, they all will be looked into. And most importantly, it has been confirmed that this was a tabletop runway. And remember, in Kozhikode also 3 to 4 years ago, when incident happened, a number of passengers were killed. That also was a tabletop runway. Most of the runways that in the country that were tabletop have been done away with as substitute runways, and airports have come up in those areas. But this, however, was still functioning, and this is the latest incident that we are seeing that has happened.
Right. Thank you for that, Anvit. Krishna Hegde and Group Captain MJ Vinod is also with us, and we will now have some more details coming through. The Group Captain MJ Vinod, the Learjet is supposed to be a trusted workhorse. Krishna Hegdeji, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde, with us at this time. But Group Captain MJ Vinod, the Learjet And also, one of the aspects which you're waiting for is the weather conditions. Now, flight tracker and some of the details that would come through would also indicate whether or not there was fog in Baramati, Pune region. Because it's tabletop, so there is a mount, there's a height to estimation of that. And this Baramati strip is not something which is, last when I checked, has the ILS kind of equipment that assists in landing. Radar and sonar based landing, which even in poor visibility perhaps can allow and help pilots to land an aircraft. Please explain this further, Group Captain Vinod.
Thank you, Anand. In fact, in the morning when it happened, I was with Rahul discussing exactly the same thing about this tabletop kind of layout that is there in Baramati. And I've been there many times during COVID times. I remember when Rafales were flying in, I was doing a show with you.
Yes.
And that was at Baramati. So Baramati, and my mom comes from this region. Marathi is my mother tongue.
Okay.
And Ajit Dada was a very beloved leader of this region, and people are really distraught, to say the least. And I just called up my mom, and she was not in a position to talk to me. So that is the kind of connect Ajit Dada has on ground with the people. That said, as you can see on the screen, like you correctly explained, it has a certain slope. And this was a second approach, mind you. And I was looking at Marathi channels a while ago with some eyewitness saying that before the crash, he saw a ball of fire. If that is true, because eyewitnesses tend to be sometimes exaggerating, if that eyewitness's account is true, then I am looking at, there is only place where there is continuous fire, that is inside the engine.
Right.
And as you can see, Learjet engines are very close to the fuselage, very close to the tail. So an engine fire in a rear Learjet will most certainly lead to fire inside the fuselage as well as control malfunction. Could that be the reason? That is a question I'm throwing open. But
Group Captain Vinod, just quick interrupting you because we've got the entire sequence of events and we'll put that out here at CNN News 18. Now, one, there was a dense fog cover over the Pune-Baramati region and the visibility we are given to understand was extremely low. Point number two, the Baramati airstrip is a small one. Ajit Dada Pawar had repeatedly actually sent requests that this airstrip should be increased and the length should be increased. It's a small one. It does not have ILS or instrument landing facilities. That instrument landing system facilities it does not have. The pilot had to attempt a manual and visual landing. So you had to actually see the strip, gauge and then work this. So what we are given to understand is that the aircraft did not directly approach the runway. It actually made a large go around because of poor visibility. And then that indicated that the first landing attempt itself was aborted. Then we are given to understand that aligning with the runway during fog actually proved difficult, and because it was tabletop, it's a little height, to make that entire judgment was little difficult. The second attempt, the pilot actually issued a mayday call. So there is confirmation that there is a mayday call that was issued, and according to top DGCA sources, it is a tabletop runway, and during landing the aircraft crashed near the edge of the runway. The balance was lost at approximately 100 feet altitude. At about 100 feet altitude, the balance was lost. The plane hit the ground before being able to even reach the runway. So was the distance from ground misjudged? And was it too late because of the speed of the aircraft to make any correction? Or was there something else? On impact, there was a major explosion and the aircraft split into two. That's what we are given to understand. A severe fire then broke out on the aircraft. There were also several other blasts, smaller explosions, 4 or 5. This is now a confirmation which came even from the eyewitnesses, and it is visible on some of the footage that's been made. And when due to the fire, immediate rescue was not possible. As per the eyewitness, also the same sequence. An investigation into the crash is ongoing. The final cause will be confirmed in the DGCA report. But we are also now given to understand, and sources telling CNN News 18 that Ajit Dada Pawar's mortal remains have been found. His body was thrown out of the aircraft, away from the aircraft upon the first impact. There is, and his body was recognized because of the pink jacket that he was wearing. The family has been informed of the same pink jacket and his watch. That's what we are given to understand. Really sad turn of events. Anvit is still with us. Anvit, now if we look at the entire sequence of events, it was poor visibility. It was poor visibility. It was a tabletop, and the pilot had to make an estimated landing. Could something have gone wrong there? But if you were to corroborate that with the eyewitness, they said that the way the aircraft was coming, it looked like it will crash.
Yeah, and all of these are lethal combinations as far as air safety is concerned, Anand. And because there was dense fog and manual landing was being conducted on that aircraft, so probably they could not exactly identify the length and altitude of the aircraft, and that is why the touchdown point that actually is designated touchdown point, the plane came down much before it, and that is the reason why it bumped into the tip of the aircraft of the runway and then burst into flames. This is what the DGC has come in from DGC also, and top officials we have spoken to who will be investigating this entire incident. They have also said that it looks like that it was because of the poor visibility. Initially, the prima facie, it looks like it was because of the poor visibility that the runway touchdown point could not be assessed well by the pilot. So that could be one of the major possibilities. However, they have not ruled out any technical aspects or mechanical failures that could be there in the aircraft, because as we mentioned that Learjet has a history of having issues with the landing gear, and also this VSR Aviation, that the company that was being operated, we are learning it was being operated from a former DGCA, and we tried to reach out to them, but they remained unresponsive. And we have also learned that there were certain certain safety measures that were flagged regarding this aircraft. So that is yet to come out. We put this question to DGCA also, but they have said that this is too they are looking into the basic things right now, and this is a little too early to comment on that. But that has also come to fore. So that also is something which the DGCA is looking into, whether particularly in this aircraft, whether there were any red flags that were issued previously. So whether that were rectified or not, if there was any problem, that is one aspect that is also being looked into. Secondly, detailed investigation has certainly been already taken up, and teams are there. They will be doing this investigation into phases. First would be that to study the wreckage and the spot. They would identify the topography as well as to what could have led. DGC has already confirmed that it's a tabletop runway, so they'd be looking at the nearby topography as well, whether there could be any external factors to that, be it the wing or be it the weather conditions as well. Secondly, like we said, that FDR, flight data recorder, and black box will certainly tell what the aircraft health was before taking off and before pre-flight maintenance checks were appropriate or not. So that is something will be checked on, not only from the aircraft but also from the operator side. Thirdly, they will also look at the cockpit voice recorder. What was the last conversation, not only between the pilot but also if anything was communicated to the air traffic control, whether a mayday call was given, whether it was completely a misjudgment by the pilot. So that will all be recorded in the cockpit voice recorder. So that will also have a possibility of telling the investigator as to what happened the last moments of the aircraft when it crashed. So other than that, there are many other factors to look into: the aircraft health, previous history of the aircraft, the maintenance logs, and since when it has been into the service, what all issues
did it not get a flight readiness? That's the first part. Secondly, was it pure visibility? Now we can say a lot of things. Now this aircraft and this aviation company, has it had another Learjet crash, or has its aircraft been involved in some other crash in the recent past? Tehseen Poonawalla was making raising this concern, saying that our entities who don't have flight readiness or who are having old aircraft which are not ready for this, are they doing it? But we are given to understand that the person flying this was a very senior and experienced pilot, and clearly the sequence very clearly says that if you don't have an instrument landing system at these airstrips, should there be immediate upgradation of such airstrips which are going to be used by politicians, businessmen, people otherwise across the country? Why leave anything to chance? Now these are questions that remain. They have to be answered. But what do you tell the family of the Pawars? What do you tell the family of all those who have been closely associated and those netas who have been closely associated with Ajit Pawar? What do you tell, or what do you tell a person who had a vision for Maharashtra and who was at 6 a.m. this morning meeting people because that's his commitment to Maharashtra and work? A fierce administrator, a person who had a no filter within what he thought and what he believed, and someone who lived up to his commitment. We've lost that person. Maharashtra has lost a leader who had a vision and who had ambition, who has lost a leader who was for many days or many trying to do something and trying to get onto the right side of politics, because he was able to read the trend that was being shown within Maharashtra politics and in the mind of the voter. He even had a run-in with his own uncle, who was his mentor, guide, and for whom he was his political legatee in many ways within the state of Maharashtra, because he disagreed with the direction which Sharad Pawar wanted to take and the direction Ajit Pawar wanted to drive NCP into or towards, and that's why the split also happened. We'll talk about all of that. A lot of dreams, a lot of hopes, a lot of plans have come crashing, because that's how death is. It just comes and snatches away, and life then becomes suddenly temporary. Krishna Hegde is with us. Krishna Hegde ji, this is a sad turn of events. Your thoughts?
Extremely sad day for the Pawar family, for Maharashtra, for all, Ajit Dada followers. As a legislator, I got a chance to work with him. I'll tell you that I have not met a more punctual, true to his word, people's man, extremely dynamic, with a pulse on the administration, control on the administration. No officer could mislead him. What was in his heart, he spoke it out. He was extremely forthright, gutsy, dynamic, and I think we've all lost a great leader. And apart from that, I must say that he was a very committed person. Whichever work he took up, whichever ministry he worked in, I think he gave it his full, and therefore possibly it's a record now: 6 times deputy CM, 7 times legislator, 1 time member of parliament. I think Ajit Dada has seen it all, and it's such a huge loss, I tell you, for the people of Maharashtra and all his friends and followers, that you cannot comprehend that he is no longer with us, because I still feel he is with us, because he's so lively. He's always working up at 6 o'clock, meeting people just like his uncle, Sharad Pawar ji. And I think whenever you approach him, he is accessible. True to his word, I said, very frank. And it's such a shock that this is the third incident which I can recall off my mind right now. It's the Sanjay Gandhi incident, the Madhav Rao Sindhya incident. Now Ajit Dada Pawar, our beloved leader from Maharashtra, is also gone through an air crash. And extremely difficult for all of us.
Right. We also have pictures. of Rohit Pawar, who's clearly in tears, who's upset. Dhananjay Munde has come out and said that I have lost a father. We just have, I think, some images that we have now got, which also we'll showcase that to our viewers as and when it is ready, of this entire crash site, and the pictures that have come in from the satellite images, which showcase and show even on flight tracker and radar, how this aircraft was actually did a go around and made an attempt at landing, but then it actually shows that it couldn't reach that particular point where it had to touch at the airstrip. Now, Group Captain MJ Vinod, you raised your hand to point out something. Yes, please.
Thank you, Anand. For me, the biggest red flag is the Mayday call. And the Mayday call happened after the first approach. So putting 2 and 2 together, what happened after first approach and why Mayday call came before the second approach is a question that I am throwing open. Was the first approach a bulk landing, or something happened post first approach where the Captain Kapoor had to give a Mayday call just before the second approach landing, and they couldn't make it to the runway. So these are, if you remember that PIA A320 during COVID times, there was a crash, if you remember. It was the first approach going wrong, Mayday call, second approach, they didn't make it. So that is to me, the red flag is Mayday call. Over to you, Anand.
The red flag is a mayday call. Mamata Banerjee has hurled a big charge. She wants a Supreme Court monitored probe on Ajit Pawar's death. Now she has actually hinted at foul play. Ajit Pawar wanted to join the opposition ranks. So sad but true, but politics plays out, viewers. And this is something which the Bengal Chief Minister has come out and said, listen in.
Because they are trying, because of scarcity of the time, PM also covered by the helicopter and the flight, everybody. So there are so many places which is very far, and so they used to travel by flight, even the commoners also. It is a message for the commoners also. What happened in Ahmedabad and other places also. Even yesterday also I came to know that some people went from here to Delhi and their flight condition is so bad. They are destroyed. This cannot continue. Life, safety and security is a first priority.
Now, here Mamata Banerjee is heard saying that life safety and security is a priority. We'll try and play out the portion where she actually is alleging foul play on the death of Ajit Pawar. Right now, what she's saying is that there have been multiple complaints about flight safety. There are many netas who regularly take flights and choppers, and air travel and air safety must be a priority. It cannot be compromised. Kamalika Sengupta with us. Kamalika, at what point did she actually turn around and say that she smells foul play and sabotage? That's what she is hinting at about Ajit Pawar's death.
Absolutely, Anand. She was on her way to Singur, and then when we asked her about the condolence message of Ajit Pawar, because she has tweeted, and if you remember in her tweet also, she stressed on the point of proper investigation. At that point of time, she said that she is really very shocked with the news of Ajit Pawar's death. And she reiterated that nobody is safe and secure here in India. And adding to that, she said that she has read somewhere in the social media and in other places that some leader of a political party has claimed 2-3 days back that Ajit Pawar will be back to their camp. Now Ajit Pawar now is with the BJP. That's what she said, that he is not with the opposition camp. After this statement by this leader, this incident has happened. That is what she has said. And along with that, immediately she said that what she demands is an investigation, a proper investigation, which should be monitored by the Supreme Court, because she says that if the people of India have faith on Supreme Court, so there should be a court-monitored investigation, a proper investigation by Supreme Court. So clearly, this is some accusation, this is an allegation which Mamata Banerjee is making. She is supposed to go to Delhi today. She has cancelled the program today of going to Delhi, and she has stressed on this point that she has seen that a leader of a political party has made this comment that Ajit Pawar will be back in his own home, and then after that this incident has taken place. So her allegation is this, and she demanded a Supreme Court monitored investigation.
Right. Thank you for that, Kamalika. We'll come back to that. This is not the time to play politics, but why Mamata Banerjee has said something like that, we'll have to wait and watch. But here's what's happened. Now, this is the flight tracker imagery, and we'll try and recue this, viewers. From Mumbai, it takes off at 8:10 a.m. and that's the LJ-45, Learjet 45, flying from Baramati towards Baramati. And this is what we mentioned in the sequence. It does a wide go around as it is approaching the Baramati airstrip. It does a wide go around. This is the red color plane, that is the Learjet 45. It is making its approach from Mumbai over Pimpri Chinchwad and Pune and moving towards the Baramati region. As it comes here, it is making a wide go around. Now, was this because there was fog, poor visibility here? The other question is, if it was fog and poor visibility, why did the pilot decide to make the approach here and not go back to Pune and land in Pune? That's a question. And was there any communication to that effect with the air traffic control? That's again subject to investigation. So here's the sequence. It confirms the sequence that the aircraft approaches Baramati airstrip, the tabletop airstrip. Then it makes a wide go around. This is the LJ-45, Learjet 45. That's the call sign. it takes a wide go around and then swings back in to try and land here. And when it swings back, as it is approaching the tabletop, just a few meters away from the landing strip, it crashes and it explodes. It breaks into two, it explodes. There are multiple small explosions. It catches fire. The flames are so intense that the people who are waiting for Ajit Pawar to land and to welcome him, they are all watching. They were all recording and they run towards across the strip towards that particular position where the crash happened, and they were not able to rescue anybody. They weren't able to save anybody. 5 people on board. Ajit Pawar was actually thrown out of the aircraft. He's wearing that light pink jacket as he's leaving. This morning, 6 a.m. to 8:10 a.m., he was meeting people, and then that picture image of his is there wearing a light pink jacket. His mortal remains were recognized by the people and also the rescue officials because his body reportedly was thrown out at the first impact. And that's how they have now been able to recognize Ajit Dada Pawar among the 5, a lot of whom their bodies have been very badly charred, but Ajit Pawar being recognized. Group Captain MJ Vinod with us. Group Captain MJ Vinod, if we were to look at this entire flight radar, the track of LJ-45, it makes quite a wide go around. Now, there are 2 questions that remain. One, if landing visibility was poor and it had to be a manual and visual landing, why did the aircraft not attempt to return to Pune for safety because it was poor visibility? Or would you attach more importance to the mayday call and something went wrong as the approach was being made?
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, I went through the entire data, both vertically as well as longitudinally. And at 139 knots, which is the approach speed for this aeroplane, and this is mind you, it's a fairly high-speed aeroplane. It goes at 0.81 Mach, goes to 51,000 feet, and travels 4,000 miles. So it's a very capable aeroplane, and only 5 crashes of Learjet in the history of Learjet. This is the second Learjet 45 crash. One was, I believe, in 2011, which was somewhere in Brazil. So this aeroplane has had a wonderful safety record. BSR has wonderful safety record. That said, when I looked at the first aspect of first approach, I mean, that is when I stuck my neck out and told you that did something go wrong in that first approach where he had to go around and issue a mayday call. Remember, we pilots don't issue a mayday call unless it is in a grave emergency. So grave emergency includes, even for an engine failure, Anand, for a simple engine failure, not associated with fire, we don't issue mayday call. We issue something called a pan call. So urgency call it is called. So we issue mayday call when it really warrants that kind of, the nature of emergency is so severe. That is why I said that is my red flag. And that happened immediately after the first go round. So my question was whether something happened during the landing which led to this. Fog could have been the reason. Cannot be ruled out. And the crash happened, like you said, on the slope of the tabletop. And the tabletop has a very peculiar nature of weather affecting it. The entire fog, which looks like a low cloud for a person who is standing on the ground, for the tabletop runway, it is a fog because this low cloud is now touching the ground on the tabletop. Therefore, it becomes fog on the runway. So you may see the ground, but the tabletop runway may not be visible. Many a times I've seen this in both in Kozhikode and as well as in Mangalore. So it's a very, very typical scenario for a tabletop, especially when the weather is, chips are down, the weather is bad. So which is why
this is Akanksha, going to request you to continue staying with me. We speak at a very tragic hour, but we will continue with this discussion. But first up, let's also break down for all our viewers who are currently tuning into CNN News 18. The country has woken up to a deeply tragic news of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, passing away. But let's also bring you the details before we continue with that discussion. As far as the details of Ajit Pawar's plane are concerned, it was a mid-size business jet that was manufactured by Bombardier Aerospace. It has a maximum range of 2,194 nautical miles. It can fly up to 51,000 feet. Its maximum cruise speed is of 465 knots. You can seat up to 9 passengers. It's powered by 2 Honeywell turbofan engines. Let me quickly, bring in my guests. I'm also joined in by Mr. Krishna Hegde, Yesha Kotak and Arun Dhanta. Our correspondents continues to stay with us. But I want to quickly go back to Captain M.J. Vinod. Captain Vinod, on that note of the make of this LJ-45 aircraft, you were also talking about how it has a clean reputation, only 5 aircraft crashes so far that go down in its history. What are those factors currently that are vexing us about this crash?
Yeah, like I was saying, Akanksha, LJ-45s, this is the second crash, in fact. The entire Learjet family, there have been only 5 crashes. So for an aeroplane which is of 1990 vintage, and this particular aeroplane is 16-year-old aeroplane, not very old in terms of aeroplane standards, crashes are very unheard of in this aeroplane. And there are 2 very safe operating engines that power this aeroplane. So Honeywell engines. So, I mean, all put together, and mind you, Baramati does not have ILS. And Ajit Dada has been requesting all and sundry for extension of the runway and also installing instrument landing facilities on the runway. A lot of flying training activity happens in Baramati, and which is the reason I was there for a while to put my daughter there. So I'm very, very well versed with this region. I think in a war footing that might happen,
right?
But then the damage is done. Particularly about this crash, as you can see on the screen, the right engine is completely intact and the left engine is completely gone. And the
and damage done, that too at what cost? I mean, the entire nation is in a state of shock. If I may quickly bring in Mr. Hegde also on that note. Krishna Hegde, you'll perhaps be able to also shed light on the kind of legacy he leaves behind. Many are also talking about how he leaves with an unfulfilled desire of not being able to make it to the chief ministerial position. But I think today we must recall him as the man who held the maximum positions as the deputy chief minister of Maharashtra and even had the largest to vacate a seat for his uncle.
No, obviously, if you look at him since he was a young man, I think he first became a member of parliament and then went on to be a legislator 7 times. I think he was a minister already 5 times in the cabinet. He was the deputy CM 6 times. Both minister 6 times, deputy CM 6 times, and I think itself is a record. And more than that, it's the work he's done for Pimpri Chinchwad, for Pune, for Baramati. So all the people of the area, he's actually a Dada. So Dada means elder brother, and they gave him a mandate. His party NCP swept the polls in the local body elections also along with us. He was firmly part of the Mahayuti. It was very unfortunate that Mamta Didi made such an allegation now within a couple of hours, especially when the DGCA is inquiring into this accident, and also the state government may also have an inquiry on this. We have to find out.
And perhaps, Krishna Hegde, it's only the beginning of the kind of politicization we are seeing, and that's just one voice coming in from the opposition. But I'm going to quickly go across to our correspondents. Arun and Yesha also continue to stay with us. So Arun, quickly coming to you first for the latest updates in terms of Mr. Pawar's mortal remains. What can you tell us? Remember, we were told that his wife and son Parth were in the national capital when the tragic accident took place, and they were all set to leave for Baramati, as was his cousin Supriya Sule. What can you tell us? All right, we seem to be having some audio issue with Arun. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Yes. Right, you rightly said, Akanksha, that Parth Pawar and Sunitra Pawar both were in Delhi
They were here at Sharad Pawar's residence, where we are standing at this point, along with Supriya Sule. And the moment news came, within half an hour, we saw entire family leaving from this residence towards the airport. And in a short while from now, we'll be seeing that they will be reaching in Baramati. Of course, we know that there was this acrimony in the family, especially during the 2024 polls when Supriya Sule had to contest against Sunitra Pawar there, which later on, in fact, Ajit Pawar said that he made a mistake by pitting Sunitra against Supriya Sule, but still they had this family bond there. We did not hear Ajit Pawar saying anything against Supriya Sule or Sharad Pawar during this period, which showed the strength amongst the family members. Now, as we speak, of course, the state mourning has been announced in Maharashtra. We just heard the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, saying that he, along with Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, will be travelling to Baramati. They will be staying there, and then, of course, he will be speaking to family. Then the further course of action will be decided. We are also given to understand that some senior leaders from Delhi of the BJP will be travelling there to Baramati to offer their last respects. We'll have to see who's going to be there, whether Amit Shah, JP Nadda or somebody else. There's no confirmation on that, but we're given to understand somebody from the BJP will be going there, Baramati, and offering their last respects to the family members. And also, of course, we know, Akanksha, the kind of leader Ajit Pawar was. He was somebody who would always, speak blunt, but he was very much, understandable with the fact as to what is the requirement of the people. His only motive was to work for the people, and therefore he would always, tell his cadres there what is important is to ensure that the people in Baramati, his constituency, and Maharashtra should get all the benefits, and therefore he's been speaking about that also.
Absolutely, and that is in fact amply evident from the kind of reactions that are coming in soon after that crash even happened. You can hear the wails in the background, and that in itself speaks of the loss that not just Baramati but the entire nation is currently experiencing. On that note, let me quickly bring in Yesha Kotak also. Yesha, we heard Chief Minister Fadnavis also put out that word as he mourned his demise. He said that Dada was a man of his word. And give us a sense of the kind of reactions that are now coming in from within the Mahayuti alliance.
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak of this, it is something that none of the people in Maharashtra, in fact, had expected to come by, and that's how death leaves you. But when it comes to the Chief Minister, even the Fadnavis, for that matter, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, all of them have gone ahead to speak of Ajit Pawar as being someone who was like an elder brother to them. Clearly, like we've been discussing, he was called Dada fondly by everyone in Maharashtra, and Dada clearly means elder brother. When we speak of Devendra Fadnavis, he's also said that there'll be a thorough inquiry that will take place, and all the state events today have been cancelled. The public holiday has been declared. 3 days of state mourning has been declared. We also expect the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister to be heading to Baramati very soon after discussing with the family as to how things have to proceed further. Meanwhile, also we've seen that Sharad Pawar, who was in fact the founder of NCP or mentor to Ajit Pawar, his family is also left from Mumbai to head towards Baramati. Everyone who's worked closely with Ajit Pawar, because of the kind of statesmanship that he would show, because of the kind of political acumen that he would show, and the kind of grassroots connect that he had, he was someone who was close to all the parties, be it the Mahayuti, for that matter, Mahavikas Aghadi. Not in the Mahayuti, we've also seen leaders from Mahavikas Aghadi come forward and also pay tributes to him because of the basic ground level foundation that he displayed.
All right.
And that has been quite evident from the fact that Baramatikars who were present at that moment have come and spoken about it, or for that matter, even leaders who were working with NCP have said that they've lost their father, when it comes to Ajit Pawar. Yes, okay.
All right, stay with me, Yesha, Mr. Hegde, and also going to request Arun to continue stay with us. Remember, the DGC has already started its inquiry, but what will be the trajectory of that inquiry here is what they will be focusing on. First and foremost, there's going to be the examination of the flight data, which of course is going to come out of the black box. And there's going to be the analysis of the cockpit voice recorder. Then there's going to be the review of the last communications that took place and the Mayday call. As just Captain MJ Vinod was highlighting that why was there a Mayday call placed after the first approach that had already failed. There's also going to be a study of the wreckage distribution at the same time. There's going to be a study of the topography and the weather conditions under which that second approach was made, which actually ended up into that plane crash. Let's quickly go back to, in fact, Arun and Mr. Hegde also continue to stay with us. So, Mr. Hegde, I want to also quickly bring in a word in terms of the message that's been sent out. We heard what Prime Minister Modi also had to say, that he was a very strong leader, someone who had a grassroots connect with the people of Maharashtra. What is this going to mean now with this tragic sudden passing now for the overall standing of the alliance at the moment?
The alliance is strong, it is intact. We are the Mahayuti. We are running the government smoothly. We have won the last 4 elections as well. But I think I should not be talking about it today because it's a very sad day.
Right.
No,
to focus also on his grassroots connect with the people of Maharashtra, something that has been alluded by Prime Minister Modi also.
Yeah, I can speak about, his grassroots connect. Obviously, to win 8 elections or 9 elections at a stretch is not a joke. He knew everyone in every district. He knew everyone in every taluka. He knew Krishna, though he was in Baramati, he knew what Krishna Hegde is doing in Vileparle, in Mumbai. And this is not now, but he knew this in 2009 or 2008. And not only that, I think he picked up people from taluka level, he picked up people from district level and made them MLAs. He made them ministers. He actually backed them to the hilt. There are so many people, whether it's Sunil Shelke in Lonavala, whether it is Dhananjay Munde, who later became a minister, and I know this personally also, that he gave them all the backing wherever it is required. He gave them all the strength. He gave them the funds in his constituency. So that way, he was a very large-hearted man. And therefore, every nook and corner, whether we are from a different party, whether we are from a different alliance, whether we have worked with him directly or not, everyone not only loves but also respects Dada.
Okay. Let me quickly bring in Arun Dhanda also on that note. Arun, the politicization also has begun with, in fact, Mamata Banerjee also launching that scathing attack. Now you're also getting in a word from Lalu Prasad Yadav, who's saying that there should be a high-level investigation. Mamata Banerjee also said that there should be a Supreme Court monitored investigation. What is the word that you're getting in from the opposition side?
Well, see, Kanksha, this is very unfortunate that at this point when everyone is mourning the death of Ajit Pawar, these sort of statements are coming out. These, of course, statements can be made later on if there is an investigation which will, of course, be done. DGCA has already launched an investigation in the entire front, can be done. But right now what is important is that you need to show that solidarity and of course the condolences to the family member. It's a huge loss, not only to the Maharashtra politics but to the nation's politics. Ajit Pawar, of course, we know, I myself had visited Baramati. The kind of work that he has done there in that area is significant, and that's the reason why you will see it has always reflected in the elections. He was 7 or 8 time MLA from Baramati and 6 times Deputy Chief Minister. He was somebody who would always talk straight. He was early riser. When I was speaking to a few of the NCP cadres, they were saying that Dada would wake up early in the morning at 6. The first thing which he would do, he would call people, his associates, to check about the day's development, what can be done, what is happening. He was a 24/7 politician, Akanksha, and we have seen that happening. His politics has seen ups and downs in past couple of years. We saw that he took the responsibility of his family in a very early age because of his father's death, and the way he groomed this entire constituency there for for the NCP and for himself. That's something which is significant, and that's the reason why you see that there was this unprecedented support which he was getting every time in the elections from the Baramati side. And he's been a very, very shrewd, clever politician. He knew how to, move forward in the politics. And even when he made that call by pitting his wife against Supriya Sule, was something which he later on regretted, saying that I shouldn't have done this. We discussed this earlier, that he maintained this family decorum all the while, even when they had this run-in amongst the family. And also, of course, the way he took forward the mantle of the NCP when that separation happened with Sharad Pawar. So he was, of course, a tallest leader in Maharashtra's politics. He wouldn't speak much. He wouldn't give interviews to media, because he was very clear as to what he wanted to achieve, and that's what he has done. That's what he has shown, and that's why you see that the messages of condolences pouring in from across the country, from the likes of Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, people from every party are coming out and praising him, the works that he has done, the kind of politics that he has done.
Yes, absolutely. Krishna Hegde also continues to be with us. Krishna Hegde, Shivani Gupta this side from the studio. My colleagues Arun Dhata and Yesha also tracking the latest from Maharashtra. This is, of course, an extremely upsetting, shocking, turn of events. But are you also shocked and dismayed at some of the political commentary that is happening so soon after Ajit Pawar's death? I mean, there are already speculations over cause, reasoning, plus what happens to his faction of the NCP.
Is it for me?
Yes, Krishna Hegde, go ahead.
No, I am dismayed that, they are commenting on such things so, insensitively, to put the right word. And I must say that Ajit Pawar was a very sensitive man. He knew the quality of the workers. I can narrate an incident which happened with me. So I was a legislator and he was the deputy chief minister, and there was the inauguration of the Terminal 2 flyover in the Mumbai airport, the new airport. And in the morning, I got around 4,000-5,000 people there for the program. The program was to start at 10 a.m. And when the CM and deputy CM came, I was sitting next to him and he said, how did you manage to shift 1,200 houses and rehabilitate them? And I told him the whole story. And he said, you are Hegde winning from, a hardcore Maharashtrian and a Gujarati constituency like Vile Parle. How did you do it? I spoke to him. He said, as a kid, I used to come to Vile Parle. So I said, I am very much aware that you used to come to Vile Parle. And at that time, Sharad Pawar Saab's elder sister, Sarojtai Patil, had a school which was, the school was in the next compound as my building. And he said that I used to come to her house and visit her. I said, I'm very well aware. And I said, Sarojtai is like a family and like a mother to me. And he said, no, she is like a mother to all of us, and this and that. And then it happened that the administration, on that day, though I had done most of the projects with the administration, all the speakers were someone else. And when Ajit Dada got to know, he called I don't want to name, but he called the MMRDA commissioner and he said, Krishna Hegde has worked so hard on it and he should address the gathering. Right. And he was the person who gave me the chance to speak. And there are very few leaders, who understand a worker or a karyakarta. And I think this is the greatness of Ajit Dada. That, I said, he's from another party, but still, he understood what I did and what effort I had put. And I think these are great leaders. They don't come, all the time.
Yeah. No, interesting, this anecdote that you're sharing. I also want to quickly go across to my colleague Yesha. Yesha, just for the benefit of the viewers still just joining us, give me a sense of the first reactions from the family of Ajit Pawar, and also what are you learning from Baramati? What follows from here? What arrangements are being made?
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak of the first reaction that comes in, we've of course, seen Supriya Sule, who's a cousin of Ajit Pawar, put a post saying she's devastated. That's the reaction that has come in. When it comes to Supriya Sule, Sunitha Pawar, who is the wife of Ajit Pawar, Bharat Pawar, who's the son of Ajit Pawar, they were all in Delhi when this incident really took place. All of them have headed towards Baramati. So far, none of them have come on record to speak about this, except this one post by Supriya Sule, which just reads devastated. Apart from that, when it comes to Sharad Pawar, who's been the mentor of Ajit Pawar, he because we clearly know he is 80 plus years in the age. He was first taken to the hospital, doctors were spoken about, and then the news was broken about Ajit Pawar's death to him. Even he has headed to Baramati now, so in say an hour or two we'd expect the entire family to be at Baramati, following which then is where the further stock of situation will be taken and the family will decide as to next course of action.
Just stay with me. We're getting these live visuals. We can take them a little bit bigger on our screen. There's a lot of police presence. Those are live visuals coming in from Baramati. You can see a large crowd that has gathered there. There's a lot of police personnel, but I think those close to Ajit Pawar are already coming in. There are many who have their hands folded and they have tears in their eyes. These are the scenes that we are seeing right now. We do know that there was already a very large crowd that had assembled outside the local hospital in Baramati, where the bodies of those who died in this tragic crash were taken first. You can see the ambulances, etc., also coming in. But this is where the family of Ajit Pawar, the extended family, of course, of Sharad Pawar and others will be coming to. There are 5 individuals in total who have died as far as this crash is concerned. There was a PSO with Ajit Pawar. There were also crew and 2 pilots on that flight, that ill-fated flight. Asif Bamla is joining us. Asif Bamla, your first response and reaction to what has transpired.
Hello.
Yes, Asif Bamla, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
It's a very sad moment for Maharashtra, and of course a personal loss to me personally, because I have worked very closely with him for more than 20 years while I was in the NCP. I was spokesperson for the party. I was the national spokesperson, and some person who used to be on a very regular interaction with us, no matter at that point in time he was not the deputy CM, he was the finance minister then, but always a man who was very वो कहते हैं ना बाहर से जितनी सख्त थे उतने ही अंदर से नम दिल इंसान थे एंड मेरा तो उनसे बहुत सालों का मतलब a people's person you can say, someone who always if there was some issue, because I fought the election also at that point in time, the MLA election from the NCP when I was in the party then. So even at the helm and the midst of the election, whenever there was any issue, whenever there was a panic situation, and if you called him at that point in time, a leader that was receptive, knowing that we belonged to the party and we were the party candidate, though himself he was also contesting. So he was a leader par excellence, a man who shared fabulous camaraderie, a man who was available at, all the good instances of the great Sharad Pawar Sahab were embedded very well in him, to the extent that he was a very time conscious man. Like he inherited a lot from Pawar Sahab, and that was his that was the goodness, and that's why he was more a leader of the Gramin Bhag, in the people, though we were in the Mumbai city, so he used to always exhibit that his concern was more, क्योंकि वो हमेशा कहते थे कि मुंबई एक इतना बड़ा विशाल शहर है, इसमें तो बहुत सारे नेता है, इसमें बहुत काम करने के लिए आपको लोकल लेवल पर भी बड़ा सहयोग मिलेगा, लेकिन ग्रामीण भाग का जो चाहे वो किसान हो या मागा स्वर्गीय समाज हो या इस किस्म का जो था, उनके प्रति उनका रुझान बहुत रहा करता था. And of course for because we worked very closely in environment, and his wife Sunitha Pawar also has worked a lot, so we've done a campaign together also. And she,
But tell me,
because his
Asif
wife was-
Amla, although this is a very delicate situation, but already because these conversations are taking place, so I have to ask you this because you've been part of the NCP earlier and worked closely with him. Does anything change on ground because of his demise? The political speculations that are ongoing?
Well, on ground, I'm sure, because again, a leader was a vast experience, whom the party, not only leaders, ministers, parliamentarians, MLAs or corporators or nagar adhyakshes correlate with him, with the comfort with which they could speak to him, reach out to him. I'm sure to immediately have an identification, a replacement of that I may say a stalwart who had the knowledge, जिनको जमीन की जानकारी थी और कहते हैं 24/7 who was available. So for now, I think it's going to be a little tight situation. But and someone like Ajit Dada, I don't see an immediate replacement so far. I hope there is a replacement.
But what happens to the NCP that he held versus... Alright, we're getting the first access to some CCTV visuals that have captured the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane and the one that was carrying 4 others. This is seemingly a roadside CCTV that has captured the moment of the crash. Of course, this happened in Baramati. The circumstances in which this aircraft crashed are now a subject of investigation. But you can see that large plume of fire and smoke that is the moment of the crash that has been caught on a nearby roadside CCTV. It has happened close to what looks like a highway. There is not just traffic on that highway, but also seemingly certain other establishments, possibly a petrol pump or something like that. Some shops that are also visible, but clearly this is one of the first CCTV visuals that have come to light after this crash has taken place. A large fire engulfing that area and a cloud of smoke from the ground as well. Let's just play this for our viewers on our big wall here as well. As you can see, the time captured on the CCTV is around 8:46 in the morning. Exact time, at least as far as this CCTV footage is concerned, 8:46. I don't know how accurate that is otherwise. But yes, you can see at the top of your screen, just behind this roadside shack or shop, there is a large smoke, a cloud of smoke and fire that engulfs. And now this is why it gets very, very problematic in aircraft's crashes, because it's not just the crash, it is also the fire that follows that makes it very, very difficult for those on board to survive, because it engulfs you immediately. There is a lot of fuel on any aircraft which is taking a journey. And then, of course, crashing in these circumstances, it doesn't really leave much room for anyone either to be saved or to walk out of such a situation alive. There was public around clearly, which is why we have accessed very visuals very soon after the crash. In fact, people have managed to capture the wreckage of the plane while it was still engulfed in fire, and that's because it wasn't too far from a major road, a highway of some sort, and also a lot of people nearby, which is why the moments right after the crash have also been captured. But this CCTV captures very prominently the moment of the crash, with the large fire engulfing the crashed aircraft and the plume of smoke as well. Now, what was the reason for this crash is going to be very, very important to watch out for, because this isn't the first of its kind. We've seen certain very tragic crashes take place, whether it's a light aircraft or a chopper, where several prominent personalities, especially politicians, have been lost in India. But Yesha continues to be with us. Yesha, this CCTV captures the moment of the crash. I'm not sure how much clues this CCTV footage would be able to give as far as investigators is concerned, but the moment of the crash and the aftermath very being captured very clearly in this one.
Absolutely, and like we've been speaking about, this was in fact a tabletop crash. Now that we see in the CCTV footage, the initial information came in, spoke about how the aircraft, the helicopter was trying to land first, and then it had to take a turn and come back to exactly the spot where landing took place. I think this was a tabletop. This was a tabletop landing, and considering that Ajit Pawar had been someone who ILS system to be installed at this place, is where preliminary information is coming in about the crash. But now that we've seen the CCTV footage, just a couple of feet before the incident take place, we've seen the aircraft has in fact crash landed at that very spot, and then you see the entire aircraft going up in flames. This speaks of kind of a damage that has been caused to the aircraft at that very moment. And this is in fact the first CCTV that we see. The timing in the CCTV is shown to be around 8:46. When the crash is taking place. Following which, as far as information from ATC is concerned, they got a call at around 9:12 about this incident. So clearly, this speaks of the time limit from when this very crash took place. Initial first visual coming in, it is in fact a visual taken from far from the highway around Baramati, because this very crash, that we speak of, had taken place.
So,
considering
yes,
that
just stay with me. I've got Dr. Vandana Singh, who's chairperson of Aviation Cargo Federation of the Aviation Industry in India. The flight took off at 8:10. The CCTV captures the flight going down at 8:46. So, roughly 36 minutes later. And a few minutes later, the ATC was informed about the crash. But looking at this footage or the timeline, clearly the plane had reached Baramati. It was set to land. In fact, there are also certain information that it already attempted a landing before this. What your first sense of what could have gone wrong?
Thank you, ma'am, for having me on your show. Firstly, a very, very tragic incident where we have lost 6 lives, including Shri Pawar. Now, Baramati strip is essentially a tabletop runway, which is essentially meaning elevated, right? Now, in this case, very clearly, the pilot attempted a first approach, and the pilot said negative when it came to visibility. So the first approach, pilot said negative. The captain said negative. Then a second approach was tried. When the second approach was tried, then there was a mayday call. A mayday call only happens when there is a serious, threat or technical, mechanical, electrical, whatever it may be. But there was a mayday call. So first a negative, which meaning that was the runway visible? The answer was no. The answer was negative. So still there was a cloud, there was a sunburst, and the pilot took another turn and came back to land, and then there was a mayday call, and then you can see this aircraft now clearly going into a huge ball of flame. Obviously there was so much fuel there because the equipment had to return back from Baramati to Mumbai. There was no question of, there was no facility for refueling over there. And it burst into flames, and obviously all the bodies got charred. So this is how, this is what it is. Of course, we need to see what the wind shear factor was at that time. But then the Learjet 45 is a very stable, very good, very efficient aircraft. This had a life already of 15 or 16 years, if I'm not wrong. And has been known to be flying a lot of dignitaries, VIPs, all sorts of movements here. But unfortunately, all 6 lives gone on this second approach to the tabletop runway.
Can I ask you, Dr. Vandana, can I ask you, if you look at the CCTV footage or you look at the footages that people have managed to shoot right in the aftermath of this crash, the visibility doesn't seem to be too bad. Otherwise, it would be quite obvious in this CCTV as well, if the visibility was so bad that a plane couldn't land. Your thoughts, because the visuals seem to be pretty clear. So is it visibility alone that could have been a factor?
See, there are two things to that. So once, if you're looking at the weather, it says hazy with a bit of sunburst here or there. So it was not that bad. You can see it over there. But when the pilot was asked in the first instance by the ATC, the answer was a clear negative. This is what we are hearing. This is what we are being told. That there was a clear negative. Negative meaning negative to seeing the approach of the tabletop runway as such. Then the second attempt was made, and when the second attempt was made, the aircraft clearly veered off the runway. It has gone nowhere near the tabletop runway. It's veered off, and it has gone and burst into flames and crashed. You can clearly see over there. If that be the case, then obviously it is clear that this is A, visibility, B, wind shear, and C, if the mayday call was made, then there was something definitely wrong when it comes to what the pilot was trying to communicate. Was it technical? Was it mechanical? Was it electrical? Remains to be seen now that the black box and the CVAR have been recovered. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. What we do know is that the AIB has begun its investigation. Their team is now en route to Baramati. But Varnaji, I do want to ask you one more thing. Are there any, apart from the tabletop runway, are there any other peculiarities or certain technicalities available or not available that could have also lent to this situation? Any other fail-safe guiding systems that are usually employed in such situations? Because clearly planes do land in much worse visibility or fog situation than this one, because the footages are pretty clear of the moment of the crash itself as well. So is there something that certain smaller airports or runways or strips don't have that is generally used to guide certain landings?
No, not really. Firstly, they are all well managed. Either they are managed by, of course, DGCA is looking into all of it. Otherwise, they are managed by the Indian Air Force. As we know, a lot of airports are managed by them. When it comes to Baramati, this is absolutely a tabletop runway. Tabletop runway essentially means elevated. So if it's elevated, there is a certain way to approach it, and there's a certain way to land on it. And I'm sure the pilot here was very well trained to do so. Now, what went inside, why the mayday call was made, and why the first approach, there was a negative to actually seeing the runway, which means the visibility remains to be seen. And then obviously it didn't go there. It veered or steered clearly away from the runway.
Yes.
And crashed into stony structures, which could have also led to the impact, because it was not such a huge equipment. It was a Learjet 45 and carrying 6 passengers. So obviously the impact could have also made the difference, plus the fuel in it, because it was meant to come back and it went into flames. So all of these factors combined need to be looked into to come up with a conclusion while they check on the black box and the CVAR.
Yes, and that investigation will obviously take place now. But just for the benefit of our viewers, let's break down what we do know so far as the situation on ground is concerned and how the events unfolded. So clearly, first up, it is being said that there was low visibility due to dense fog. That is the situational understanding of what really happened when the plane was wanting to land at Baramati. The pilot that attempted a manual visual landing is what we are told, but there was no ILS landing system at the Baramati airstrip. The aircraft fails to line up with the runway, which is very clear because clearly even in the second attempt, it wasn't close to the runway or on the runway. The landing attempt, the first one was then aborted, a wide turn was made, but we are being told, at least as of now, of course, final official word will come after investigation, that the fog hampered the runway realignment. Even on reapproach, the second landing attempt that was made by the pilot also did not go according to plan. The plane pilot is then said to have made a mayday call. So clearly, something was going very awry even as the pilot was attempting a second landing. What could that have been? Was it visibility issues alone or something else? Remains to be seen, because even if there were visibility issues, the plane could have veered off again and taken a wide turn again. But why was it not able to do so? Was it already too low? Because we are being told that the aircraft lost stability at about 100 feet. The plane then descended short of the runway, and then, of course, as the visuals behind me show, it completely split apart, broke into wreckage on impact as is expected, and was also immediately engulfed in flames. So, Dr. Vanna, I come back to you one more time before I go to our other guests as well. No ILS landing at Baramati Strip. What does that mean? Please elaborate for the benefit of our viewers. And also, if the plane lost stability at about 100 feet, was it too low already for the pilot to make some sort of a wide turn again? Or at this stage, if the mayday call was made, does it indicate something else than visibility issues?
First of all, yes, it could indicate something more than the visibility issues. Let's go with the findings as well as they are coming step by step, like you just said. First thing is that on first approach, the pilot was clear on saying negative, meaning the visibility was not there, right? But the pilot did try with the second approach. This is very clear. And when it tried with the second approach, now just on 100 feet away, it's too low to really veer off or steer off or try to make a third attempt. That was not possible. Plus the mayday call, meaning something went actually wrong inside, which the black box and the voice recorder CVR will reveal. And last but not the least, when you talk about instrument landing system, if it's not there, especially on a tabletop runway, so the pilot cannot be actually guided in a sort of a manual form to make a landing. That could be the difference. But in this case, there was no ILS. But even without ILS, the pilot could have managed. Now, my thoughts are going to why the mayday call was made. Now, obviously, if the pilot could have managed a third attempt or would have taken off because it had enough fuel, the pilot would have done so. But something went wrong inside as well, other than the visibility.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much for breaking that down. Afsif Vamla, leader of the BJP, and Lokesh Jindal, political analyst, also continue to be with us. Yes, Lokesh, I'll come to you for your first thoughts on what has transpired.
I would say it's a political earthquake. It's a huge tragedy for Maharashtra. If you talk about Ajit Pawar ji, he was a stalwart, a mass leader, a 7 times MLA, a parliamentarian, former minister. He was an institution. You talk about Western Maharashtra, right from the entire belt, even Marathwada, that was an area where Ajit Pawar ji was a political center. He was the one connecting the Zilla Parishads, the local Gram Sabha up till the Legislative Assembly, connecting the sugar cooperatives, the industries. He was the leader of the masses, accessible to all. In fact, this visit was also related to the local elections that were to be due in Baramati region. I would say it's a huge tragedy for entire Maharashtra. It leaves a political vacuum because such a leader of such a stature, such a legacy, such a form of a connect is not there in Maharashtra anymore. And there are lots of regions where there would be a complete chaos in the time to come, because the kind of connect this leader had to the grassroots level is something that is not to be seen with any of other person in the party's line. So it's a big loss for Maharashtra. It's a big loss, and there is indeed a huge political vacuum in the entire Western Maharashtra region.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly a very old school politician, someone who was very connected to the ground. As you said, one wonders if there are more such leaders on ground who can, really take on the mantle that Ajit Pawar had. I'm also joined by Majid Menon, in fact, who's a senior advocate, has been associated with the NCP in the past as well. Your first thoughts, Majid Menon?
Well, this morning, this devastating news has shattered entire Maharashtra, or for that matter, even the entire country. We have received the prompt messages from the Prime Minister and all national leaders as well. This man was a very dynamic political leader, very rare you see, of his type we are seeing these days. He was a grassroots man, and he was working with the workers in so close contact that certainly his sudden going away is a loss for every individual uh, Maharashtrian. Now, it is not just a loss to NCP of Ajit Pawar, but it is a loss to entire Maharashtra politics. It would just, this sudden passage of this man would certainly upside down change the political future of Maharashtra. Because now, as we all know, that before and after corporation elections, there were talks that probably he would join back his uncle, the main mentor and the former of the NCP party originally. But then, you see, people were expecting that very soon we will hear the merger of the two NCPs and it will again emerge strong under the dynamic guidance of senior Sharad Pawar. But then this was not to be. Fate had something else in the store.
Just hold your thought. Just hold your thought, Majid Memon, because I know a lot of people are speculating about that, whether a merger was really on cards. Just hold your thought. We're getting some fresh visuals. I'm told these are visuals of Sharad Pawar and possibly some other family members of the larger Pawar family actually landing in Baramati. Again, a lot of police escorts, a lot of people there, given what has transpired in Baramati. But yes, Majid Memon, why do you think there was a merger on cards? Because, you know, it's not like Ajit Pawar had really said anything. It's not like, you know, the larger coalition of Mahayuti ever felt insecurity about it. Is this not just wishful thinking that was going on at one point of time? Majid Memon?
Yes. You see, I must tell you that Ajit Pawar stood distinctly away from any other political leaders in the history of Maharashtra, say for the past 50 years. Of course, being a nephew of a giant, Sharad Pawar, but then he, in his own right, had built up such an impression among people and among the political circles that he was very dynamic, he was very prompt, he was very assertive, and he was very stubborn. When he determines that I want to do this, he would do it. And then he would not care for anything. And at times he was even accused of being rash. On one occasion, when we were in the party together, I have seen that overnight he joined hands with BJP and was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister in darkness. These kinds of, you see, decisions that he used to take, sometimes defiance, sometimes courageous decisions. You know, he has a checkered history. Recently, couple of years ago, when he broke from his uncle, he was criticized because, after all those who accompanied him betraying the original NCP were all the creations of Sharad Pawar himself. Ajit Pawar himself, Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel, and all those people were themselves the creation of Sharad Pawar, and yet they all just dumped him and went separately to form a party, breaking NCP, which was certainly a big shock to the senior leader. But then he managed well, continued to work as Deputy Chief Minister even till 8:30 in the morning today, when the incident occurred. And naturally, I am told that he used to get up very early in the morning, rush to the place. He was a ground worker and used to move about in not only Baramati alone, but in whole of Maharashtra.
Yes.
And definitely, his disappearance like this is a major blow to Maharashtra politics.
You know, you mentioned this quote-unquote checkered history. There are obviously a lot that has transpired in Maharashtra politics over the last 5 to 7 years. But, you know, one thing that stood out is that amidst the larger Pawar family, there was never any public bad blood, regardless of the fact that the party had been broken and the nephew had moved away and several senior leaders had moved away, or even when he was first sworn in that, you know, early morning swearing in that you're talking about, there was still never any bad public statements or public bad blood between the family members.
No, that's true. See, they have set a good example that a political party and the political activities are not a part of family performance. You see, you can be very close to each other in the family, yet you may be opposing each other in public life as a politician. He had set an example that even if we have different ideologies to follow, we have different political corrections, but we continue to uphold our relationship as a family. And he used to always appreciate Sharad Pawar ji as his uncle, and he used to be grateful to him even till yesterday. So there is no doubt on that count at all. But at the same time, you see, Sharad Pawar, who in fact is the maker of everybody, including Ajit Pawar. You see, it is his blessings, his giant personality at national level that made all these other leaders grow gradually over the decades. But then they suddenly just dumped him and made allegations that he is unfit, he is sick, he should give up. Those were very bad times. So the patches, which are dark patches in the relationship between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. But then that did not last long.
Yeah.
Very soon after he came into power as the deputy chief minister of a dispensation with BJP, he tried to normalize the relations. And at times he was seen going to his uncle, taking his guidance, taking his blessings, and therefore there was no bad blood as far as the family is concerned.
Yeah. No, certainly that was one feature that everybody remarked on, regardless of what were the political earthquakes that were taking place in Maharashtra. How do you think, because you've worked so closely with the Pawars, Majid Memon, how do you think the family would, what would this loss really mean to the family?
You see, unfortunately, a whole system of this world is that you mourn for somebody. Even Indira Gandhi was shot dead. Even Rajiv Gandhi, as the prime minister, became a victim of terror attack. But then things become gradually the same. Of course, this is a big loss, no doubt. Ajit Pawar's sudden disappearance is a major loss to Maharashtra politics and to Pawar family and to Baramati politics particularly. But everything will just settle down in the passage of time. Time doesn't wait for anybody. Now NCP with Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel and a couple of others like even Chhagan Bhujbal, they are there to carry on in his absence. He has become a kind of a martyr. He has become a leader to be adored, because till the last hour of his life, he was working for people. I'm told that the national journalists were recently asking time, and he gave them 5:30 a.m. as the time for interview, which only suggests that he used to sleep less, work from early morning, and used to move about throughout the state from one corner to the other. So therefore, you see, his plus points are also there, which need to be appreciated.
Yes. He had, of course, represented Baramati for what, over 3 decades now, since 1991. And while it is tragic, it's also poignant that his last moments have happened in that very constituency. And he was going there at 8 a.m. early in the morning to address gatherings. But Majid Memon, before I let you go, you did mention this, that this has happened even as there were some talks of a merger. Do you think after this, a merger is still likely? Will it happen according to you?
No, it will be difficult for us to say. Now you said about his representing Baramati. Please recall that way back in 1991, when he was very young, merely 31 years of age or something like that,
Yeah.
he was elected to Lok Sabha, from parliamentary constituency. And then 6 or 7 times he has been returned by the people of Baramati to the assembly. So he is a veteran, you see, as far as legislative or political activities are concerned. And he has held finance portfolio for a long time, apart from the fact that on a number of occasions he has served as deputy chief minister even till today. Now, merger, as you are saying, is a matter which will have to be waited and watched, because there are a number of things taking place. Now, there is a provisional alliance during local elections between Shiva Sena and MNS. Then there was some arrangement with the distance from Congress, and all these things are going to be resettling. And therefore, it is difficult with what would be the shape of MVA and what would be the shape of UT is a matter which will have to be watched next month or there around. Because now there are no elections. Assembly elections are far away. But political, level would soon be seen in a matter of couple of months. Sharad Pawar certainly will be the voice which would which would be decisive to see whether the broken portion of NCP be brought in back, or the two would move simultaneously.
All right. Majid Memon, I do thank you for joining us. Someone who's been in the NCP earlier, senior advocate. Thanks a lot for joining us at this moment. But let's also talk to our viewers about what is the possible line of inquiry that will now take place. Of course, there will be an examination of the flight data box, the black box, that gives us very crucial information on what has transpired since the flight took off and in its final seconds as well. The analysis of the cockpit voice recorder will be done. These are usually preserved in those black boxes as well, and then it forms a chain or a sequence of events for the investigators to know exactly what happened in the cockpit and what were the pilots or other crew members saying. There will be a review of the last communication that is made to the ATS as well by the pilots, including that mayday call that we do know was made when the second landing was being attempted. There will be a study of the wreckage distribution that gives you an idea of what kind of an impact or crash it was. Possibly some other clues that can be found from the wreckage site as well. Already investigators are there in Baramati. A study of the topography or the weather conditions will be done, of course, to determine the final pieces of clue as far as this crash is concerned. Asif Bamla continues to be with us, another leader in Maharashtra politics who has worked very closely with the Pawars and with the NCP. Yes, Asif Bamla, we are learning that Sharad Pawar and the members of the larger Pawar family are all one by one descending in Baramati, and we are getting these visuals from Baramati, for example. Since the news of the crash broke out and at that local hospital, there's been a huge crowd of people with tears in their eyes collecting there.
Of course there would be. I mean, there would be a huge number, and I'm sure many more, because the entire Maharashtra, in fact, because NCP had, of course, a footprint at the national level also. But if you ask me, in Maharashtra, it was practically all the cities, all the states, सारे कार्यकर्ता जो है, be from any party. देखिए क्या होता है, being in power, not being in power, they're two different issues. But when you are in a position, when you have been a minister for so many over the years, when you have been a deputy chief minister for so many terms, so every party interaction happens, at all levels. So I'm sure there is a sizable number of his fan following, people who really कईयों के उन्होंने काम अंजाम दिए होंगे, तो कई सारे लोग आज जरूर वहाँ पहुंचेंगे और पहुंचना भी चाहिए, मुझे लग रहा है. इनफैक्ट मुंबई से भी काफी सारे लोग गए, दिल्ली, because I'm sure a lot of people have already reached to Baramati also. So it's going to be a sea of people that the state and the country will be seeing by the evening during the cremation, and it's definitely going to be a breakdown moment for the state. It's going to be a breakdown moment for everybody. I was hearing the statements by Devendra Fadnavis ji, whom he shared a fabulous repartee with, because I knew Devendra ji held him in the highest regards, and I mean, apart from politics, even when when MVA was in power and he was deputy chief minister, and when Devendra ji was in the opposition, the current CM, I never came across Ajit Pawar speaking anything ill, or he was one leader who never spoke against Devendra Fadnavis ji, or in fact even BJP at that point in time also, when they were in that 2.5 years stretch of power when the BJP or Devendra ji was in the opposition. So that showed his camaraderie, which was on the lines of Sharad Pawar ji also, because even Pawar Sahab across party line was a leader who was loved, who people respect, regard. I mean, as a veteran, I mean, even we do that. I'm now the spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but I still hold him in the highest esteem. I still think that because when I was, as I earlier mentioned also, I fought an election of an MLA from the NCP. I fought a corporator election also earlier. But any given point of time, he was one leader who could be available for any and everybody.
Yeah.
He would address there should be regular Janta Darbars. But now I think the sugar cooperative industry people, the Gram Panchayat people, the Zilla Parishad people, I'm sure it's going to be a very because the Western Maharashtra per se had a huge presence, had a huge likeness. See, results may come here and there. He may have won few, he must have lost few, but but the likeness for him, the attachment for him as a leader. सभी उनको दादा बुलाते हैं. दादा means not a दादा kind of a thing. दादा बड़े बुजुर्गों को कहा जाता है, बड़े आदर से नाम लिया जाता है उन लोगों का जिनका एक मकाम होता है महाराष्ट्र में. ये परंपरा महाराष्ट्र की रही है. I have seen that across party, be it in the Congress, and be it in any party. I was going through the Twitters of the condolence messages, practically right from the Prime Minister to every leader has expressed the condolences, and I in my fullest do express the condolences to the NCP, to the entire Pawar fraternity, and I'm sure we will definitely miss Dada for sure.
Yeah. Asif Babla, I do thank you for joining us, with your condolence messages and your memories of Ajit Pawar as well. Let's listen into some more reactions that have come in.
आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ, ऐसी घटना जो हर एक के एक दिल को दुखाने वाली घटना आज महाराष्ट्र में घटी है. हमारे सहयोगी अजीत दादा पवार जी का प्लेन एक्सीडेंट में दुर्दैवी मृत्यु हुई है. ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही बेहद दुखद है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए भी दुखद है. उनके परिवार के लिए तो बहुत ही दुखद है. और अजीत दादा एक स्पष्ट वक्ता के रूप में जाने जाते थे. जो होना है वो तुरंत करते थे, जो नहीं होना है उसे साफ ना कहते थे.
आज हम सब शोक में हैं. समझ नहीं आ रहा है कैसे इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ. हमारे घनिष्ठ मित्र थे, हमारी सरकार में अहम पद पर थे, सहयोगी थे, महाराष्ट्र के बड़े ऊंचे स्तर के नेता. मेरी ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना है कि परिवारजनों को हिम्मत दे और अजीत दादा की.
अजीत पवार का ये एक्सीडेंट में निधन होना ये बहुत ही दुखद और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. पिछले 40 साल से महाराष्ट्र के राजनीति में मेरे बहुत घनिष्ठ मित्र रहे, उनके मेरे पारिवारिक संबंध रहे. बहुत कर्मठ, अच्छा प्रशासक और विकास की दृष्टि रखने वाले ऐसे वो नेता थे.
BJP MP Ujjwal Nikam is also joining us on the show. Ujjwal Nikam, thanks a lot for your time. Your first thoughts, your condolences on this occasion, and also would you like to share some moments that you may have shared with Ajit Pawar?
Yes, indeed. It's a really shocking news, not only to me, but the entire Maharashtra, because the ex-deputy chief minister Ajit Dada Pawar was known for his frank and bold statement in the state. But at the same time, he was very clear in his idea in telling the truth to the people at large, and his main effort was to tell the people very clearly instead of giving false assurance. I have a personal experience, though people may be thinking he was a very serious and outspoken, but he was a very he is very sensitive. When I met in one accident while coming from Pune to Mumbai, after conducting case at the night times, there was a big road accident and my car was heavily damaged. Immediately, Ajit Dada called me in that night time and he asked me, Ujjwal ji, whether are you seriously injured? Matlab, no, Dada, you don't worry about me. Then immediately asked whether if there is a foul game played by any criminal against you. I told Dada ki no, Dada, I am absolutely all right. Now you see how the destiny is. Sunetra Vainiji is my also the Rajya Sabha member. She is sitting next to me. I have no words to give the condolence to her, but I am very confident and candid that she will come out of this grief. I pay wholeheartedly homage to their family, and I pray to the God to keep his soul in eternal peace.
You know, in Baramati, a constituency that he has represented for so long, for 30 plus years, so this accident has taken place right there, what can be termed as his karma bhumi as well. You know, big loss, not just for, you know, what he was to Baramati or Western Maharashtra, but overall in Maharashtrian politics as well.
Yes, because why I said that is a big loss to the Maharashtra, because he had never done the politics of only for giving any false assurance to the people at large. He was very straightforward while telling a new idea to the common man, and it was very easily approachable. This is number one. Number two, he is very clear in his thought what to do, and he has developed Baramati. Of course, his uncle Sharad Raoji also was behind him during that time, but he had a high regard and respect for his uncle also. That I have personally seen. People may talk anything, but you see, I have the personal experience that they had a very cordial and good relation amongst them.
Yeah, no, certainly big loss for the family as well. But you know, this has happened so suddenly that kind of reminds you of the fickleness of life itself. But the one thing, Ujjwal Nikam, as you're also pointing out, that everybody is talking about is that how he was a 24/7 politician, a consummate politician, always working, barely sleeping, people say. And even in this occasion, for example, he was traveling to Baramati by this light aircraft and was set to address certain gatherings there. And he was always very approachable, as you mentioned. That is the one, you know, common thought and common stream of reactions that are coming in about him.
Yes, it is true. I had been to Baramati some years back, and he was that way open-hearted also. He had shown me his uncle's library as well as the museum which he has made, and with all the pride. You see, I like this because you see, even there were some political differences between senior Pawar Sahib and Ajit Dada, but even then, so far as in family matters, he never has shown any such dispute among their family. That is a greatness in his mind also. But I'm leery, I have no words to give any condolence to the Bhabi, Sunitra Bhabi. She had also visited, though she belonged to, she had visited also here the many functions, attended many functions. And though I was a BJP president nominated member of the Rajya Sabha, but she's very, she has very interest in participating in all those parliament postings, especially Rajya Sabha proceeding.
Ujjwal Nikam, because a lot of people are already talking about it, I do want to take your reaction. I know this is a very, possibly not the best time, but I have to ask you this since I have you. Do you think Ajit Pawar's demise could force any rethink as far as the two factions of the NCP is concerned?
See, that I can't forecast at the juncture, and it's not also good to ask such question or to reply such question at this moment, because I'm in the morning when I got the news, I was really shocked, and so I can't tell about all these things. But God give the strength to their family to come out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ujjwal Nikam, for joining us. Certainly, all thoughts and prayers are going to the family right now. Speaking of the family, we are getting a lot of visuals or updates that a lot of the family members are now collecting in Baramati. Some of those visuals are on your screen. And a lot of supporters, of course, because here this was you know, constituency that was nurtured by the Pawars, Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar both. There is, of course, a lot of influence that they had in this constituency and goodwill that they enjoyed in this constituency. So certainly there will be an outpouring of grief that has taken on what has transpired. We're also getting some updates coming in. Top government sources are informing CNN News 18 that the initial probe into the plane crash suggests that it happened due to fog. Initial reports suggest the pilot, due to fog, preempted the runway and lost control. This is an MIDC operated strip, and ATC is also manned by private company. Due to continuous fog in this area, even Western Navy Command helicopters are not flying for the last few days. Yesha, my colleague, continues to get us more and is tracking more as far as what's happening on ground as well. So, Yesha, initial probes, leading us to believe that it is indeed fog, weather conditions, visibility issues that have led to this crash.
Absolutely. In fact, the initial information that came in pertaining to this very crash spoke about how there was fog, and which is why the pilot in this case could not really get a landing. He had to take a maneuver and come back again at final landing. In fact, pertinent to note is the fact that ILS system at Baramati airport was something that's been spoken about for quite some time. Now that we speak of, the closest airport to Baramati is the Pune airport, from which only specific helicopters, personal charters, get a landing at Baramati. With the kind of technological advancement, also the industrial advancement that Baramati has seen, it had become imperative, and this was something that Ajit Pawar had been time and again speaking about. When you speak of the weather conditions in and around Pune and at Baramati, what was also important at this very point was that there was fog early in the morning, and that was the reason the pilot could not really gauge the landing at that very spot. It was a tabletop landing that we speak of, and as a result of which, considering that the pilot had to manually understand and gauge the entire tabletop, was where the preliminary information suggests is where the helicopter lost control around 100 feet above the ground, and that's where we see that the CCTV also sees that it was in fact a crash landing, and as soon as the helicopter crash landed, it went up in flames. What the preliminary information also suggests is that when the helicopter was landing, Ajit Pawar was thrown off the helicopter, and as a result of it, his body was found a couple of feet away from the crash site, and the identification happened on the basis of his pink jacket. When we speak of this, Ajit Pawar was fondly in several messages known for his pink jacket. People in political discourses, political language, would often refer to the politician wearing pink jacket, and this was something that Ajit Pawar was seen wearing even today. So the identification took place on the basis of pink jacket and the watch that he was wearing. In fact, yes, now that we speak of, several key leaders, several political leaders from across Maharashtra have already headed to Baramati. The family is on its way to Baramati. What we hear, preliminary information coming in, is that most of these leaders have taken a flight to Pune, and from Pune they'll be taking a helicopter to Baramati. So yes, for the next couple of days, Baramati will see all the key political leaders being present there, and rightly so, because people would gather to pay tributes to the beloved leader, Dada, as he was known. And particularly so, Baramati was the place where his heart was. Baramati was a place that he in fact ensured that was in fact molded with his blood and sweat, that we can in fact really speak of, because two people that Baramati would always respect was Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar they would credit for bringing Baramati to that stature, and Ajit Pawar for maintaining and helping Baramati grow, because clearly Baramati from a small town to village had grown into an industrial hub, and that's why for people of Baramati, Ajit Pawar was always Dada, the elder brother that they respect. That we've been speaking about, of course, in several interviews, several discourses, when Ajit Pawar had spoken, in fact when he'd exclusively spoken to us also, about the rift in the family. Some of this rift was not clearly put out in open, apart from the fact that that in the Lok Sabha, Supriya Sule had contested against Sonita Pawar. But apart from that, this very rift, or for that matter, the problem in the family was never put out in open, despite the Pawar versus Pawar family drama that we saw playing out. He was always someone who respected and ensured that this very that the family's respect was always played out, and that is clearly what Ajit Pawar had always spoken about, because for the entire Pawar family, it was always about putting Baramatикers and their comfort over everyone else, and which is where today, this morning, Ajit Pawar was headed to Baramati after, completing a round of meetings with people right from 6 a.m. in the morning, and that's why he was headed to Baramati for the elections that were due on February 4th. He was in fact heading to address a gathering there, and for people who've always been close to Ajit Pawar, they all remember how Ajit Pawar would be an early riser,
Yes.
and by 6 a.m. he'd already be hitting the ground, trying to interact with people. In fact, what we also remember was that ahead of the elections, whenever this campaigning would take place, Ajit Pawar would have his interviews lined up from 4 a.m. in the morning. 5 a.m. he'd be speaking to reporters. 6 a.m. he'd already be hitting the field, addressing his campaigns, addressing people. And whoever would come, to speak to Ajit Pawar, would bring his query to Ajit Pawar, it would always be resolved.
Yeah.
Though he was known to be a person who was a straightforward person, a matter-of-fact person, he'd ensure that there's absolutely, if a person speaks to him, he would have no words minced, absolutely no sugarcoating done. But that straightforward attitude of his was something that often would lead him to be lead to questions being asked on his approach. But for him, that all really didn't matter. He would often say that
Possibly
for him,
his
it was the people, it was the work that
candidness
he took
also
for people that
endeared
mattered.
him to people, because the frank speaking or the plain speaking is appreciated, because it has become very uncommon amongst politicians. But we're also getting the first reaction from the company that owned this Learjet aircraft that crashed in Baramati. Let's listen in.
Yeah. And then he carried out a missed approach, after which again he tried to make an attempt from runway 11. This is what I also have no contact with the pilots. They are not there. It is a very unfortunate incident. We are very sad about it. We are trying to first be with the family, solidly with the family who have lost their best next of kins. It's a very unfortunate incident. Primarily, it appears that the pilot could not see the runway, and that's why he would have carried out.
But
a
he has
missed approach.
already taken 2 loops. How is it possible that he could not see?
The pilot will carry out a missed approach in case if he's not comfortable to land on the runway.
Yeah.
Very experienced pilot, more than 16,000 hours of experience. Very seasoned. The co-pilot was also 15,000 hours.
Okay.
1,500 hours.
Yeah.
And the captain was very experienced, instructor examiner material. He was with Sahara, he was with Jetlight, he was with Jet Airways, and he was very experienced on this type of aeroplane also.
But the distance was almost more than 6 kilometers from the runway. Do you think it's possible that he could not have seen it, or there could have been any technical scan?
I really don't know, because I was not there.
Because we are talking about the flight data record.
No, I'm only talking of the information that I have got from the eyewitnesses.
When was the last security check done on the aircraft?
The aircraft was very well maintained. There was absolutely no problem in the aircraft. There was no technical failure in the aircraft.
And
as far as we know.
2023 की इंसिडेंट की रेफरेंस दी जा रही है कि 2023 में भी ऐसी एक हादसा हुई थी, उसमें भी आप लोगों ने शायद लो विजिबिलिटी की बात उठाई थी. अगर आप
उसमें मैम 2023 में जो हुआ था वो बॉम्बे एयरपोर्ट पे हुआ था, और उसमें भी बारिश हो रही थी, लो विजिबिलिटी थी, एंड द पायलट आफ्टर टचडाउन स्किडेड ऑफ द रनवे. So that was the incident.
अभी फिलहाल सर जो आप लोगों से डिटेल्स मांगी जा रही हैं उसके रिगार्डिंग क्या अपडेट हो रहा है?
मैं कुछ मैम देखिए, AIB की इन्फॉर्मेशन मैं ना आपको दे सकता हूँ, ना मुझे कुछ मालूम है. The DGC is doing the work, so please give us some time to handle first the families who have lost their lives, handle the DGCA, and then we'll get back.
Sir, how many Learjet 45s do you have?
We have 7.
And will you ground them for now?
I don't know. Why should I ground them?
All right, so government officials over there ruling out certain factors. One, of course, being the pilot, the training that the pilot had received. This is what the government officials are maintaining, that the pilot was highly trained, and as of now, they are not willing
to reveal any information coming in from the DGCA. Equally importantly, on the top of the left side of your screen, you can see Sharad Pawar arriving in Baramati. It is the entire family currently in a state of utter shock and grief. This as they arrive, and you can see Sharad Pawar has arrived in a chopper in Baramati. Latest visuals coming in from Baramati. This is now going to be a place where the entire family is going to be flocking. Important to also remind you that at the time of the crash, Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar, and his son, Parth Pawar, were very much in the national capital when the tragic news reached them. And what we are being told is, as was Sharad Pawar's daughter, Supriya Sule, also in the national capital. They should be in Baramati any time from now, but the aviation body has, as of now, ruled out any foul play. They are in fact awaiting any kind of report coming in from the DGCA. More importantly, they are saying that there was no possibility of a mechanical failure involved in the aircraft because the aircraft was well surfaced. It was also well maintained. VSR operated Ajit Pawar's plane, as we all know. It looks after the LS-45 jets, and they so far have only 5 air crash as far as the history of the LS-45 jet is concerned. Aviation body has already begun its probe. The tragic Learjet crash in Baramati, which took the life of Maharashtra's longest serving Deputy Chief Minister, that is Ajit Pawar, has shocked and rocked the entire nation as we speak. Those visuals coming in from Baramati are of Sharad Pawar, in fact, arriving in the NCP patriarch, very much in Baramati now. He is in a state of deep shock. His daughter Supriya Sule should also be over there in some time from now. Remember, 5 passengers were on board the plane, including 2 crew members when this crash took place. All occupants of the plane, in fact, received fatal injuries and succumbed. Now, the aviation body is currently at the VSR office, which is the DGCA is also conducting its own probe at the moment. There are several unanswered questions. If there could be a role as far as the tabletop landing was concerned, could the topography have played a role in that crash? Several questions still remain unanswered at the moment, but we all know that the crash actually happened when it was landing. And did visibility also have a role to play? Those are all factors that are currently being probed. Initial reports trickling in had suggested that the visibility was clear, but now reports suggesting otherwise. At the same time, the pilot was extremely well trained, and the Learjet was also, in fact, well serviced. In the latest that we are learning is that Sharad Pawar has, in fact, arrived at the Baramati hospital. Those live visuals coming in over there of the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar arriving at the hospital where the mortal remains of the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister are present. Remember, soon after the crash, Ajit Pawar was taken to this hospital in Baramati. Let's quickly go across to Yesha Kotak, who's been tracking the details for us. Yesha, who all are currently at the hospital, and Sharad Pawar, in fact, already arriving there, as we can see?
Absolutely. In fact, early this morning when the information came out, what was important was that the family, before conveying the news to Sharad Pawar, took him to the hospital to ensure that his health is in the right condition, because clearly Sharad Pawar, was someone who was very close to Ajit Pawar. Despite the rift between both the NCPs, was very evident that the Pawar family was still strong together. This was clearly seen in the latest family. Just a couple of weeks back, we also saw a family event take place, the engagement ceremony of Ajit Pawar's son, which was where we saw all the family members of the Pawar, be it Sharad Pawar, be it Supriya Sule, be the wife of Sharad Pawar. All of them were clearly present there together as a family. So here, though it was the parties which were divided, the family is always stayed strong together. This morning, when Sharad Pawar was to be taken to Baramati, before that the family ensured that they check on his health condition because of his age, and it was only then that the information of the death of Ajit Pawar was conveyed to Sharad Pawar. From Mumbai was where they
All right,
took
stay with me, Yesha. I'm sorry to interrupt you. They're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, as we speak, the centre has issued a statement with regards to the crash that has taken the life of Ajit Pawar, Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister. Remember, there were 5 people on that aircraft. And in that statement that has been issued by the centre confirming Ajit Pawar's demise, says Learjet plane with registration VTSSK crashed in Baramati. Government has now confirmed that 5 passengers were on board the plane. That included 2 crew members. Let's quickly go across to Anvit, who brings us those breaking inputs. Anvit, share the details with us now. Any information also being shared with regards to the inquiry now?
See, we are being told that around 8:10 the flight took off, and 9:12 was the time when finally the ATC got information that the crash has taken place. And we have also got a statement officially from the DGCA, which has confirmed that there were 5 people on board, along with Ajay Pawar. There was 1 or 2 of his staff and 2 pilots, and all 5 have succumbed in this crash. We are being told there are no survivors, and we are also being told, spoken to senior officials at DGCA, and they have confirmed that Baramati is a tabletop airport, and that is the reason why this crash could possibly have taken place, because there was low visibility at the time of landing. Also, the plane, we have been told, crashed on the tip of the runway much before the touchdown point. So that is also probably low visibility and not making up to the adequate touchdown point. That is really the main reason as to why the incident has taken place. Official inquiry has been lodged into this by the AAIB, and DGC is also overseeing all the probe that is going on. And we short while ago, we also spoke with the DGC chief, and he confirmed the incident. He also confirmed that all 5 on board the plane are dead, and that an inquiry officially has been now been ordered in this.
All right, many thanks to you, Anvit, for bringing us those latest inputs. Let me quickly bring in our guest right now. I'm joined in by Mr. Arvind Sawant, who is the MP of the Shiv Sena UBT faction. Many thanks to you, Mr. Sawant, for joining in deeply tragic hour in which we speak. If you could share your thoughts about Mr. Pawar, as he was rightly known as a Dada of Maharashtra politics, your first thoughts.
You rightly said it that he was the Dada. It's a really shocking, devastating, The heart is burning right now. I don't know how it has happened, but then it's shocking. As it is, I was MLC in 1996. Then I was knowing him. And somehow, when Honorable Uddhavji Thackeray became the Chief Minister, he was the Finance Minister. And then naturally we came closer a little bit, had a dialogue, in a conversation also. And then the way he used to work, I have seen him, I admired him. He was very much bold, tough. He was very tough, bold, and transparent too. If he says yes, he'll do. If he says, sir, it's not possible, then you go to him, it's not possible at all. But he was so helpful and magnanimous. As far as any party, a man from any party approaches him, he never is to politicize the issue. The issue is important, and he is to assist the people, help the people, as and when he is in a position to help them. And then it's really, I have no words to say that. Of late, there was a dispute going on between the ruling parties, within the ruling parties itself, in a coalition. While addressing in Pimpri Chinchwad, while giving the press conference, he said the BJP has such a huge hunger like a demon, and that the party at that place is most corrupt party in the ruling at People's Party. And that dispute was going on continuously. Somehow he was.
So, Mr. Sawant, we will touch upon the future of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction also in just a bit, but right now important to also remember him for the charismatic politician that he was. You mentioned his grassroots connect. You also spoke about some virtues he had, which was his honesty, the strength of his character, the transparency for which he was known. In fact, from the crash site itself, when the visuals came, the kind of wailing we heard in the background, that goes on to, in fact, only highlight the kind of shock that the people of Baramati and the entire nation are currently confronted with. What is it that made him such a grassroots politician?
He groomed under the guidance of Honorable Sharad Pawar. And the development which has taken place in Baramati, he has got, his contribution is very high over there. and the way he was connected directly to the common man. I used to take a challenge. I know he was taking challenges. That come in, let anybody come. He used to lead by, used to get a lead of 1 lakh votes lead generally in the assembly election. That sort of thing, that sort of a character he was. And he was so popular among the people in Baramati. In fact, he was much popular in Maharashtra too. I mean, particularly Western Maharashtra, he was very much popular.
Take a moment to also reflect on what this shock is going to be for the Pawar family. In fact, in the latest that's coming in.
It's like,
Right. Mr. Sharad Pawar has already arrived at the Baramati hospital. Do you think it is the time when Mr. Sharad Pawar will now take Parth under his wings?
Sky is fallen on the Pawar family. The Pawar clan is such that the bondings are very different than any other bonding. Family bondings are there. Even if they were in different parties, but on occasions they used to come together. Let it be celebration or let it be some marriage, whatever it may be, or something wrong with them, but they come together. That's just the Pawar clan is altogether different in Maharashtra. They have set an example how to remain a family, should remain united. After they were coming again back closer to Sharad Pawar. They decided to share the seats in the Jilla Parishad election also. And I think now only the alternative with them is that the Honorable Sharad Pawar Sahab is there to guide them, and then the party may go back. I don't know what political, as far as
this is exactly what I was about to come to. When you said that, there is perhaps going to be, there was a lot of chatter about Ajit Pawar going back to his uncle. What do you see now for the NCPs, both the NCPs now? Is this going to be also the moment which will perhaps reunite the family, even politically, even though, as you rightly highlighted, that politically they may not have been united, but whenever it came to as a family, they have been close-knit?
Unite the family, it will unite the party also. But then I cannot guarantee about the members of the party.
Okay.
I know, these are the emotional period. Sentiments are very high right now. So it will not happen immediately.
Mr. Sawant, my last question to you. I need to quickly go over to some breaking inputs. Are you satisfied with the DGCA's inquiry, or are you also going to be urging for a high-level probe?
I demand that the very serious inquiry should be done under the CBI, or somebody should, that sort of authority should go, not the DGCA and others. See what they are given in Ahmedabad incident. 279 people died. What is the report? Tell me. Whether the aviation minister resigned? No. Nobody takes the onus. That's the crux of the act. I won't say the other word.
Okay. Perhaps we'll have to leave it now for the opposition to demand that as well. But many thanks to you, Mr. Sawant, for joining in this hour of grief for the entire nation. It's a very dark day today. We've lost, in fact, a very stalwart of a politician today, and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Going to quickly go across to some breaking inputs coming in. Sequence of event, in fact, leading to the accident. In fact, what we are also being told is Baramati is an uncontrolled airfield, and the traffic information is in fact provided by the instructors to the pilot from the flying training organizations at Baramati. As per the statement of the person manning the ATC, there is a follow-up of the sequence of events that has been accessed by us here at CNN News 18. So what we can tell you is today itself, on 28th, the aircraft VISS first came in contact with Baramati at around 8:18 a.m. to be sharply precise. Now, the aircraft's next call was made at 30 nm inbound to Baramati, and they were released by Pune approach. They were advised to descend in visual meteorological conditions at pilot's discretion. Next, the aircraft reported on the final approach of runway 11, and the runway was not in sight to them, which clearly indicates there was poor visibility. Now, they initiated a go-around in the first approach. After the go-around, the aircraft was asked about its position, and crew reported on final approach of runway 11. Now, this is a very crucial point over here, which should be studied very carefully, that the crew responded and reported on the final approach, which was the second approach that they had to make because of low visibility. They were asked to report runway in sight. They replied, runway is currently not in sight. Will call when runway is in sight. Again, an indication that there was poor visibility. After a few seconds, they reported that the runway is in sight. The aircraft was cleared to finally land on the runway at 8:43 a.m. However, they did not give a read back of the landing clearance. Next, the ATC saw the flames around the threshold of runway 11 at 8:44 IST. So, as you can see, there was in fact a clearance that was given at 8:43 a.m. and at 8:44 IST is when that the ATC discovered there were flames around the threshold when there was roughly 4 minutes of silence. Let's quickly go across to Yesha Kotak, who's going to shed more light on these details that have been accessed by us at CNN News 18. So Yesha, clearly what's now been established from the ATC, the word that we are getting in is that firstly, the Mayday call was made after the second approach. Secondly, there was only a difference of 1 minute between 8:43 and 8:44 a.m. IST that the ATC was able to establish the fact that the crash has actually happened, but in fact they were getting no response for quite a few minutes.
Absolutely. In fact, these details that come in, we've in fact gotten the information that there was clearly a fog, as a result of which the pilot could not attempt the first landing. He had to maneuver and then come back. The CCTV footage that we see show at 8:45 shows that the plane has crashed at the location close to Baramati. So amidst all of this, clearly the information that comes in from our sources indicate that there was a Mayday call that was made at 8:43. This was, in fact, it could be assumed that the second time when the pilot was attempting landing.
Sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, I must inform our viewers as we speak. Finally, the wife of the late Ajit Pawar has arrived. Sunetra Pawar, in fact, being greeted over there in a very tragic hour for the entire Pawar Parivar over there. As you can see, Sunetra Pawar has finally arrived. She was in the national capital when the tragic news of her husband's demise arrived, and she was accompanied by her son Parth Pawar, and they both have in fact arrived in Baramati. What it appears to be is in fact the hospital is what we're being told, and Sharad Pawar just minutes ago has already arrived at the hospital in Baramati, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar still are present. And Sunetra Pawar finally in Baramati. She was in the national capital, as was Sharad Pawar's daughter and the cousin of Ajit Pawar, Supriya Sule. They all rushed to Baramati soon after the news was broken to them. What we are also being told is that Sunetra Pawar is accompanied by their son Parth Pawar at the moment. Latest visuals over there. She's of course inconsolable and grieving, in a state of shock. This is a deeply tragic day. In fact, what we can see and tell you is that she's also accompanied by the entire Pawar Parivar. She's being greeted by members of the family and the party members of NCP, both the factions, as we can tell you. But she's inconsolable and in a state of deep shock. We all know that this was not expected to happen at all. The police presence also there, tight security. In fact, several media personnel also trying to flank the family. But Sunetra Pawar, as you can see, is extremely, deeply inconsolable. It's a state of deep shock. And we're also being told is that Supriya Sule, all right, in those visuals, what it appears to be is Supriya Sule also. And let me quickly go across to Aman, who's also joining us live from the newsroom. Aman, if you can also share your thoughts. This is indeed a moment of deep grief for the entire Pawar Parivar. But as many are saying that the family stands tall in this hour of grief.
Well, absolutely, and it's a sad moment. It's a very poignant moment, I would say, for the Pawar family, especially after the Mr. Sharad Pawar, Mr. Ajit Pawar seem to be also be coming closer, sinking their differences in the recent municipal elections in Maharashtra. We had seen them on the stage, in fact, together after a long time when they were fighting the municipal elections together in Pune, and that was a sight which made many speculate that maybe in the days and the months to come, the Pawars could again reunite. So that had been a major, political story also in Maharashtra, and Mr. Ajit Pawar, arguably one of the longest serving deputy chief ministers, also leaves a big void in the politics of Maharashtra. What's the way ahead also for now his party? What shape it takes? Will it merge with the original NCP? Will the family come together? Remains to be seen. But of course, this is a completely unexpected, untimely passing away of a tall political leader. And we are hearing that the last rites will now be carried out tomorrow in Baramati. We could see all top leaders from Maharashtra as well as top dignitaries and ministers from the centre also arrive in Baramati tomorrow for the last rites of Ajit Pawar. And these are poignant scenes. The wife of Ajit Pawar, who's also an MP in the parliament. In fact, she was in Delhi today because the parliament session was starting today, and she and Sharad Pawar and she along with Praful Patel, who's also MP in Delhi, we were present. They have together left for, along with Supriya Sule from Delhi, they all left for Baramati today, and we see these visuals of them arriving in Baramati. Of course, this is something that was totally unexpected and untimely, as I am saying. And Sharad Pawar has also reached Baramati now. He landed in Pune a short while back from Mumbai. So the whole family is going to be there today to grieve over this untimely loss.
Aman, any word you're getting in from your sources within the Mahayuti in terms of the last rites of Ajit Pawar? Because given the significance of Baramati for the Pawar Parivar, can we expect the last rites to be taking place over here as well in Baramati? And what Baramati means to Ajit Pawar?
Yes, most probably. That's what we're hearing, and our colleague Payal Mehta is bringing that piece of information that the last rites will be carried out tomorrow in Baramati. It will be a state funeral, so all the arrangements for that will be done today, and we'll see top Maharashtra's leaders already reaching Baramati today, and the final rites of Mr. Ajit Pawar will be carried out tomorrow. That is what we are learning, because it will be a state funeral, so adequate arrangements also need to be made for that. The Maharashtra government has already declared state mourning for the next 3 days. So we'll see top ministers also from Delhi, we are hearing, will be going to Baramati from the NDA, from other parties to participate in this last rite ceremony of Mr. Ajit Pawar.
There's already a sense of deep shock and loss for not just NCP as a united faction at the moment, whether it is that of Ajit Pawar or of Sharad Pawar's, but the overall Mahayuti alliance. If you can also take us through the kind of reactions we've seen. Devendra Fadnavis over there, of course, referring to him as a Dada of Maharashtra politics, and at the same time, Prime Minister Modi also remembering Ajit Pawar as a politician with the grassroots connect.
Absolutely. Mr. Ajit Pawar was an integral part of the Mahayuti. We have seen how the three allies, Mr. Ajit Pawar, Mr. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis worked as a team in the Maharashtra Assembly election, which happened about over a year and a half back, and registered a thumping victory. In fact, all three parties performed very well in those elections, and Ajit Pawar took oath again as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra after that big win. I remember that press conference where Mr. Ajit Pawar, Mr. Shinde and Mr. Fadnavis were seated together, where Ajit Pawar's humor also came to the front when he said that I am taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. I don't know about Eknath Shinde, and Eknath Shinde remarked that Dada has a lot of experience of taking oath both in the morning as well as the evening, taking a jibe at Mr. Ajit Pawar for taking that famous oath early in the morning along with Devendra Fadnavis after the Maharashtra Assembly elections had changed the alliances altogether. So Ajit Pawar has been a veteran of, he was also the eldest in fact amongst all the three leaders. He's elder to Mr. Fadnavis and Mr. Eknath Shinde as well. So that is why he was known as the Dada of Maharashtra politics. His untimely passing away is a big blow, I would say, also to the Mahayuti, because this alliance had been working together. So it would be interesting to see how Mahayuti...
I also bring in our guest right now. Aman, important to also touch upon how the BMC election would also be remembered as a swan song of Ajit Pawar, where the family also united as a whole on the political front.
Absolutely, and it was quite a moment that in Pune and another one particular municipal election, the Pawars decided to sing their differences and fight those elections together, though they did not achieve the success they were aiming for through the unification. And still you saw the BJP perform well, in fact, in those areas as well. But still, it was quite a moment because you saw for the first time after many years Supriya Sule, Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar together on the same stage at a press conference in Pune when they announced that they will fight these elections together. Mr. Ajit Pawar also gave many interviews post that, saying that the differences between him and Sharad Pawar were shrinking, the families were getting together back again. So a lot was being hoped that maybe in the coming months there could be a change maybe in the political equations of the state. But Ajit Pawar was always clear that he would be a part of the Mahayuti. So, many things and many, in fact, questions have gone unanswered, I would say, about the political future of Maharashtra with this untimely death of Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Stay with me, Aman. I'm also joined in by our guest right now. In fact, joined in by Captain Amit Singh. Captain Singh, I'd like to begin with your thoughts first. And are there any questions that are currently unanswered according to you and are still vexing factors? Because first it was being said that the visibility couldn't have played a role, but now it does seem that visibility was perhaps also a factor. Then it's the topography which is also being questioned. What is it that you can share with us?
No, right now we don't know anything because we have no data. So we don't even know what the current visibility was there at the time of the accident. And
no, so what we can tell you from the word that's coming from the Aviation Ministry, we are being told is that the first approach failed only because they could not see the landing strip, and that is why they had to make a second attempt. So visibility clearly was a factor which has been in fact confirmed by the Aviation Ministry.
So if the visibility was a factor, the approach should not have been cleared by the air traffic control. There is no landing aid in terms of an instrument landing system at Baramati. So what kind of approach? They were doing a visual approach. Visual approach means at all times you have to have the runway in sight. So if runway has to be kept in sight, it has to be visual. So that is the basic definition of visual approach. If runway was not in sight, then how did the air traffic controller clear the aircraft to land in the first attempt and in the second attempt? So, and you have to appreciate that the rising sun on the easterly side obscures the visibility, and if there is slight amount of haze, then there could be possibility of illusions, and the depth perception goes because there is no reference on the ground, very little reference on the ground, and these are high performance jets, high speed approaches. And adequate training has to be carried out. India does not have the infrastructure for training on these aircraft. These pilots have to go abroad to US to do their training. And
so Captain Singh, stay with me. In fact, I also have Aman with me from the newsroom who will shed more light in terms of the key takeaways of the word that we have received from the Aviation Ministry. Aman, take us through the key points that have emerged so far in the preliminary investigation.
Well, Akanksha, I have with me the government statement issued by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and it describes the 26 minutes in which the flight first came in contact with the Baramati ATC and then to the moment it crashed. And these make for rather, I would say, pretty mysterious kind of a reading. Very clearly, the government statement says that on 28 January 2026, the aircraft first came in contact with Baramati at 8:18 a.m. And the aircraft's next call was about 30 minutes north mile inbound to Baramati. They were released by the Pune approach. The crew.
साथ 4 और लोग भी थे प्लेन में, तो उन सारे परिवारों को अपने कॉन्डोलेंसेस देता हूँ. 2 पायलट थे, क्रू थे और पीएसओ भी थे उनके साथ. और अजित दादा से जैसे आपने बोला, हमारी भी काफ़ी मुलाकातें रही हैं पिछले 18 महीने जब से मैं मंत्री बना हूँ. और एक यंग मिनिस्टर होने के नाते वो काफ़ी गाइडेंस भी हमें देते थे. और काफ़ी बार महाराष्ट्र की चर्चा जब होती थी और मैं और मोहल भाई हम दोनों भी जब साथ में मिलते थे तो काफ़ी अच्छी गाइडेंस, क्योंकि उनका जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है पब्लिक सर्विस में और ख़ास तौर पर जिस ग्राउंड ग्रास रूट लेवल पे पब्लिक के साथ, खासकर गरीब लोगों के साथ जिस तरह वो खड़े रहे और उनके साथ जो उन्होंने काम किया, तो ये केवल हमारे लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ी लॉस है और इर्रिपेरेबल लॉस है, इर्रिप्लेसेबल लॉस भी है। काफ़ी बार हमने जब उनसे बात करी तो हमें भी वो अनुभव मिला कि कितना वो प्रैक्टिकलिटी से और ग्राउंड रियलिटी से जुड़े हुए नेता हैं। उस तरह के नेता भी आजकल मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है और महाराष्ट्र के लिए जिस तरह उन्होंने काम किया है वो हम सबके लिए आदर्शनीय रहेगा। और खासकर अभी जो एक्सीडेंट जो हुआ है उसका जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसको भी हमने शुरू कर दिया है। तुरंत डीजीसीए और एआईबी की टीम भी आई है और जो प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन या प्रिलिमिनरी जो समाचार हमें मिला है उसमें इतनी जानकारी थी कि जब वो लैंड करना चाहते थे सुबह करीब 8:48 AM के आसपास, तो उस समय विजिबिलिटी थोड़ा पुअर था उधर। और जब एटीसी बारामती से उनका जो कांटेक्ट हो रहा था फ्लाइट के लिए पायलट से, तो एटीसी वालों ने पूछा कि क्या रनवे साइट में है, तो उनके तरफ से आया कि रनवे साइट में अभी नहीं है। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने एक गो अराउंड भी किया। गो अराउंड करने के बाद फिर से एक बार कोशिश करी कि हमारे एटीसी से जो बारामती में जो एफटीओ हैंडल्ड एटीसी है उनसे वार्तालाप चल रही थी। तो उस समय जब दोबारा लैंड करने आए तब भी उनसे पूछा गया था कि विजिबिलिटी है कि नहीं रनवे का। तो उसके बाद पहले तो उनका समाधान नहीं आया, फिर उसके बाद आया कि विजिबिलिटी है। तो लैंडिंग क्लियरेंस जैसी एटीसी ने दिया उसके बाद तुरंत देखा गया कि ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। बहुत दुखद घटना है, तो इसके ऊपर और जानकारी हमें मिलनी चाहिए। इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से ट्रांसपेरेंट और अकाउंटेबल वे में हम करेंगे। बट उससे पहले तो मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बात बोलना कि अजीत दादा अब नहीं रहे, उसके लिए बहुत 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 दुख होता है। और मैं उनके जो प्यार करने वाले लोग हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं और उनके परिवार के लोग हैं, उन सबके प्रति कंडोलेंसेस व्यक्त करता हूँ। ठीक है, थैंक यू। Like I said, from the preliminary investigation, it looks like the visibility seems to be the issue. So unless we do a thorough investigation, we can't properly tell what has been the exact incident. But this is whatever the facts that I've said till now is the conversation between the ATC and the pilots.
सर कुछ कमेटी वगैरह बिठाई जाएगी पूरी जांच के
AIB
लिए?
itself ही thorough investigation करने वाली एक संस्था है और उनके पास पूरी व्यवस्था है इस तरह की चीज़ों की जानकारी करने के लिए और वो ऑलरेडी साइट पहुंच रहे हैं।
थैंक यू।
A heavy heart, in fact, the Aviation Minister Ramohan Naidu making that announcement and also sharing the details of the preliminary investigation so far. Aman and Captain Amit Singh continue to stay with us. So I quickly go back to Aman. Aman, if you can share more details of that preliminary investigation that was being referred to by the Aviation Minister himself.
Well, Akanksha, clearly the aviation minister there is saying that the major cause seems to be low visibility. He's saying that there was an issue maybe with the visibility. That is the preliminary report that he's pointing out, and the government statement I have also makes for raising many questions. I think basically the government statement is saying that the crew inquired about the winds and the visibility, and they were informed that the winds were calm and visibility was 3,000 meters. That is what the government statement is saying. Next, the aircraft reported on the final approach of the runway was not in sight to them. So firm 3,000 meter visibility to the runway not being in sight to them raises many more questions. They initiated a go around. After the go around, the aircraft was asked its position. Crew reported on the final approach. They were asked to report the runway in sight. They replied the runway is currently not in sight, and they will call when the runway is in sight. So even on the second approach, the plane is saying, the crew is saying that the runway is not in sight for them. Ultimately, after a few seconds, this report says that they reported that the runway is in sight. And that is when the aircraft was cleared to land on the runway at 8:43 AM. But they did not give a readback of this landing clearance. So that is also very strange that no readback comes of the landing clearance. Our next, the ATC, just a minute after that, sees the flames at the threshold of runway at 8:44 AM. So within a minute of the aircraft being cleared to land, the aircraft has crashed without clearly any mayday call. So this all is raising even more questions over the entire aircraft crash which has happened, because clearly from 3,000 meters, the visibility being informed to them, to the aircraft saying twice that it can't see the runway, and then it immediately after a few seconds saying it can see the runway, only then it is clear to land, but there is no mayday call and the aircraft just crashes ahead of this tabletop runway. All this is raising even more questions.
I want to quickly bring in Captain Amit Singh, who continues to stay with us. So Captain Singh, your thoughts? It was only after a nod. All right, let's also listen into what Mr. Muralidharan has to say. I'm going to come back to Mr. Singh in just a
त्यांनी सुद्धा सकाळपासून सगळी माहिती घेत आहे. आम्ही एकत्रित जी माहिती घेतो त्याच्यावरनं हे आहे की प्रथमदर्शनी तरी थोडा विजिबिलिटीचा काहीतरी प्रॉब्लेम होता असं दिसतंय. बारामती ATC आणि पायलटमध्ये जो काय संवाद झाला त्याच्यामध्ये जी काय माहिती मिळते त्या माहितीमध्ये हे दिसतंय की सुरुवातीला विजिबिलिटीचा प्रॉब्लेम आहे म्हणून 2 वेळा 3 वेळा दादांचं प्लेन पुन्हा एकदा फेरी मारून आलं,
which is where
animal land
the plane had to take a detour twice of time.
असं वाटतंय, पण AIB ची आमची टीम निघाली ती बारामतीमध्ये दाखल होतीये.
AIB team has left. It will reach Baramati very soon.
प्रसिद्धी पत्रक काढले त्यामध्ये सुद्धा आता असंच म्हटलंय, पण अंतिम जे काही आपण निष्कर्ष काढू ते AIB ची टीम तिथे पोहोचेल, त्यानंतर जो काय तपास
होईल. We'll be able to give a further better understanding.
निष्पक्षपणे AIB team reaches there. मिनिस्ट्रीमधनं असेल, DGCI असेल, AIB असेल, आमची सगळी माणसं इथे काम करणारच आहे. पण सगळ्यात मला असं वाटतं की अति दुःख देणारी, मनाला वेदना देणारी ही सगळी घटना आहे. पुन्हा तेच म्हणेन की दादांशिवाय पुन्हा या जिल्ह्याचं राजकारण, महाराष्ट्राचं राजकारण हे अपूर्णच आहे. त्यामुळे त्यांच्यासाठी बाकी कुठले शब्द नाहीत. मला ते धाडसही होत नाही की त्यांच्याबद्दल मी श्रद्धांजली असा कुठला शब्द वापरावा. महानगरपालिकेची निवडणूक झाल्यानंतर सुद्धा आमच्या संवाद झाला. आणि बघा, मी त्या काळात सुद्धा अगदी निवडणुकीच्या प्रचाराची शिगेला होतं, त्यावेळेस सुद्धा ज्यावेळेस मला विचारलं जातं की अजितदादांबद्दल तुमचं काय मत, मी तुम्ही कुठेही रेकॉर्ड मी तेव्हाही म्हटलं की या महाराष्ट्रातला असा नेता आहे ज्याची प्रशासनावरती अत्यंत घट्ट पकड आहे. त्यांना ज्यावेळेला बद्दल विचारलं तेव्हा तेही असं म्हणा की एक चांगला कार्यकर्ता.
All right. In fact, that was a word coming in from Muralidhar Mohol. But right now, we are bringing to you these shots of Sunetra Pawar, who's also an MP. And remember, she was in the national capital when the news of that tragic crash reached her, and she's accompanied by Supriya Sule, as we can see in these visuals, as she's arrived in Baramati just moments ago, accompanied by her son. A completely devastated Sunetra Pawar and Supriya Sule, in fact, being consoled by family members. You can see Parth Pawar also accompanying his mother. They were in the national capital when the tragic news arrived over there. As we all know, it was day 1 of the parliament session before the budget session. That is why Sunetra Pawar was very much in New Delhi at the time. And those latest visuals we are bringing to you of Sunetra Pawar accompanied by Supriya Sule, the daughter of Sharad Pawar, and also the cousin of Ajit Pawar. And even though both the families were politically divided in 2 factions now, what the word you will learn is that they remained a united front, even if they were not politically united. But more importantly, the swan song for Ajit Pawar was, of course, the acid test during the BMC polls in Pune, Chinchwad. Let's quickly go across to Yesha, who continues to stay with us, bringing us more details. So, Yesha, Muralidhar Mohol and the Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, all of them in fact sharing their condolences, but deeply heartbreaking visuals, in fact, of Sunetra Pawar grieving her departed husband in a complete state of shock. I'm sure that's the sentiment for Baramati as well.
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak of Sunetra Pawar, here clearly she had the support of her husband Ajit Pawar, who was someone who was loved by Baramatikars. Not only Ajit Pawar, but the entire Pawar family was someone Baramatikars respected. loved, and that is a kind of that's the kind of sentiment that the Baramati girls hold for Sharad Pawar as well. But here, when it comes to Sunita Pawar, who's just getting her hold, in at Baramati, she herself, would visit several small villages as she was being guided by Ajit Pawar. And, when it comes to a tragic death like this, something that's so unexpected, has of course, left her as well as the entire family this thought. When you speak of Sunita Pawar and Parth Pawar, throughout the last couple of years after both the NCPs had split, we'd seen how the entire family had gotten active in politics under the guidance of Ajit Pawar. Rightly so, not only for the family but also for both the factions of the NCP. Ajit Pawar was someone who would guide people under whose guidance, several of these key political leaders have grown, and that's where, that kind of sentiment that comes in, not only for the family but for those who've been tall leaders of NCP. They've referred, stating that Ajit Pawar was like a father figure to them. And that is why he was also, fondly called Dada, as elder brother, who, would help people grow. And not only the people of, people within politics, but also, people of Baramati who, respected Ajit Pawar for, working for them on the ground. Yes.
So the word coming in is that the last rites of Mr. Pawar will be performed tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Baramati. We all know that it is the Pawar stronghold, and as you also highlighted what this loss means for the people of Baramati as well. But Yesha, if you can take us through who all are currently present from the Pawar Parivar, at the same time from the Mahayuti Alliance as well.
So yes, when it comes to Pawar Parivar, we've of course seen Sharad Pawar and his wife have already reached Baramati. Apart from that, Sunita Pawar, Parth Pawar, Supriya Sule.
All right, we seem to have lost that audio connect with Yesha, but let's quickly go across to Simran, who's joining me live on the broadcast. She's in fact stationed at the VSR office. Remember, there's going to be pressure now mounted on VSR. It is the operator of the Learjet as well. Simran, if you can take us through what is happening over there, because we are also being told is that the DGCA for its inquiry will also be arriving at the VSR office.
Well, absolutely. As in fact, let me just show you through the visuals right now. I am at the VSR Ventures Private Limited office in the national capital here in Mahipalpur, where the officials from the AAIB have just arrived. Just a short while ago, two more officials rather, have arrived at the Ventures Private Limited of the VSR, where VK Singh is also inside the very office. And now in fact, as VSR director, VK Singh has also given a statement to the media, and earlier also confirmed that he had this fleet that has 18 charter flights, and one of them is the one that has crashed, and Ajit Pawar was one of them. The two directors that are named in the company is VK Singh and his son Rohit Singh as well. And now the AIB officials have come here. Two more officials have arrived earlier as well. Two officials actually at first did enter into the premises of the office, and now the questioning, or in fact the scrutiny of the data and how exactly the company directors and the conversation.
So Simran, what are those questions that the AAIB officials will be looking to find answers to?
Well, absolutely. As in fact, the probe has been initiated, and officials who have started to come in, they are going to look at a larger picture connecting how exactly this particular jet and this particular charter exactly had some faults. As in the statement, when we listen to it, VK Singh has said that due to the poor visibility, this is in fact likely to be happening in the first of the statements so far, because VK Singh is not responding to media questions right now, but initially he did respond that as the investigators from the AIB are going to look into it. So obviously this is going to be now expanding and also getting into a broader sense of how exactly this particular charter had any faults. there is going to be a complete inquiry given into the kind of background check and the ATC information that it received. So that all is going to be a part of the bigger probe that the officials have also now taken in consideration after they have arrived. More officials continue to in fact come here, as we have been here for quite some time, and we had seen officials coming in from this very gate. This is the office of the VSR company that has the VSR Ventures Private Limited in the national capital. It has 18 jets as per the DGCA database, and one of them is the one that has now crashed this morning into unfortunate tragic in Baramati as well.
All right, stay with me, Simran, because a host of questions still remain unanswered. But in fact, to take our viewers who are just tuning in, massive outpouring of grief outside the Baramati hospital. Those live visuals we are bringing to you. As you can see, the cadres of the NCP have gathered in full force, this amid heightened security. And just a while ago, what we can tell you, those shots, in fact, of Sharad Pawar arriving in Baramati. On the left side of your screen, you can see an inconsolable Sunetra Pawar, accompanied by Supriya Sule over there, and the son Parth Pawar as well. Yesha Kotak continues to stay with us. So Yesha, take us through what's happening right now. What we are also being told is that the AAIB officials have already arrived at the VSR Ventures office here in Delhi, which of course, as we all know, is the operator. The role that VSR has played, and what is it that the probe will now be focusing on as far as VSR is concerned?
Absolutely. In fact, preliminary information that was shared, this is the first information that came in of the crash, has in fact further wanted to confirm that there was no further part of management, but further investigation is underway. Now here clearly what's also important to note is that while these officials have reached the VSR office, they want to further understand the technical aspects of the aircraft, also the details about the pilot, the co-pilot, who were managing this very flight. All of these details would in fact be accessed. Apart from that, the last servicing that was done, all the technical aspects of the flight would be crucial to understand this very investigation. Now clearly, the Mayday call that came in would in fact only be confirmed on the basis of the black box that we recovered. But as we also know that the AIB officials have also headed towards Baramati to take a stock and to understand the ground reality, to understand what went wrong on ground at Baramati. Parallelly, we also have to take information from those who were present, from the operator as well. So yes, on both sides is where the investigation is thoroughly on. We've of course also seen how the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis went ahead to mention.
Stay with me, Yesha. Let me quickly bring in Simran, who is currently at the Mahipalpur office of VSR. So, Simran, the information we have been able to access, and that's also been reiterated by the Aviation Minister Ramohan Naidu, who's gone on to say that the DGCA has clarified that no serious mistake was found against the company in the previous investigation. More information will be given in the matter after investigation. Yet the AAIB officials are at the VSR office. What can you tell us about VSR as an operator, the reputation of Learjet also in terms of its make?
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is the company that has two offices here in the national capital. Let me give you a little brief about it. One of the office is from where we are reporting live, and the other is the Aero Engineering that is in Vasant Kunj. And at this office, VK Singh had earlier reached, and now when in fact the AIB officials entered this morning after the unfortunate news has come in of the crash which involved Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, then the question or in fact the statement that AIB had already came here to also know of had started. Then more officials from the MHA also started coming in, and now importantly the questions that need to be raised looking at the severity of the cause of the crash also pertain to the black box. And as the inquiry has been initiated, there have been teams that have been sent to Baramati as well to understand from the ground at the crash site what really could have caused this unfortunate unfortunate tragic crash as well. Now the AIB officials, in pertaining to the reputation as well as the history of the VSR Venture Private Limited, will be looking into, as Rohit Singh, who's the son of VK Singh, is also named as a director in this company. And the DGCA database has given this information that as far as this registered fleet is concerned, they have a total of 18 of them. But in this particular case, where we speak of the cause and the larger reason why this unfortunate tragic crash has happened, the inquiry that has initiated will also look into how exactly the other charters that have previously been deployed, and the DGCA has the information about it, they have also been operating, and what were the fault lines and how exactly all the charters were maintained under the checks as well. So all of that will be looked into consideration, but so far as this matter has already in fact raised serious concerns given what really must have prompted. VK Singh in the initial statement said that the pilot must not have been able to see the runway. So that is also an element which will need to be now looked further into by the investigators, whether they are from the higher official authority or the AIB as well. After the recovery of the black box, most of the questions will also be answered, given into what really caused, what was the last minute glitch that really promulgated this sort of accident that has claimed the life of 5 people, including Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar.
Imran, if one were to look at the factors that are currently being probed and studied, also one of course is the visibility, which could have had a role to play. At the same time, the tabletop nature of the runway, the topography that's also being studied. So share with us those big factors, the questions rather, that still remain unanswered. Simran, can you hear me? All right,
yes, can you please repeat the question?
The factors that are currently being studied by the AAIB, whether it is to do with the visibility or even say the topography of the runway.
Well, absolutely. There are many factors as far as this concern is regarding perhaps about how exactly the glitch or the issue that must have caused either through the pilot or in the runway or actually in the aircraft as well. So all of these need to be looked into complete comprehension, and that is why, you know, which the charter was in fact registered with the VSR. So their history is also going to be looked at. It is very important for the investigators to go through all the kind of the charters that they had deployed earlier, all the fleet, and through which checks did they actually function into. And let me also show you and give you a glimpse of how exactly the office is right now also under heavy scrutiny. There were also officials coming in at this point of time, and some of the officials have now left through the back gate, which essentially could also mean that in this entire matter more questioning is rather right now expected, given the severity of the case and also the huge concern as to what really had prompted, as we speak of the factors, the big questions that could be possibly now probed into. We can also understand so far that this is a very preliminary time when we cannot have the complete information given. Now the investigators have just reached and the inquiry has just begun. So the investigators are collecting the information from the VSR Ventures Limited as to what exactly was their database reflecting into the technicalities of the jet, and also how exactly the other charters, the other fleet set that they had operated, and the data that they had shared with the DGCA, as both the company directors Rohit Singh and VK Singh are trained pilot themselves. So that is why, you know, the larger concern over the maintenance of how exactly these fleet of the charters that used to be operated is going to be
interesting
looked
you
at.
talk about the maintenance, because Simran, the word coming in from Ram Mohan Naidu himself is that this was a very well maintained aircraft, but it's also important for them to now be studying the history of the air crash involved with this operator, which so far is only 5, with the last one being September of 2023 in Mumbai.
Absolutely. As in fact, what we also know so far, as the statement has coming, it confirms that this was a well-maintained aircraft. But this Ventures Private Limited Learjet 45 aircraft had the registration of VTSSK, which was involved in this accident. So far, also has many larger concerns that have not been answered. As the official information that we have accessed is reflecting that this company had many other charter that were registered under its also name. And now, as I can just show you, there are more officials that have just also left from this very entry gate, and the hectic activity here at the office continues to maintain, as there is a concern and more officials have started to come in. Now, what is the conversation that is exactly happening, on what really points? That is something that the AAIB investigators, after they come out, could also be understood, or VK Singh, when he actually also addresses the media with these concerns that have not been answered so far, is also going to tell. So far, the information that we have on record and is confirmed is that the statement recording that is being done, and also they are going to look into the larger aspects also, the concerns with the DGCA records also that the company had registered. So all of that is now going to be looked into, and what really largely caused this kind of an accident, and what was the history? Is this not safe enough, or in fact what really caused, was this a problem that happened and occurred at the last minute? There was a visibility factor, or there was a problem in the aircraft as well? All of that is going to be looked in to in complete perspective, as well as we see that there is activity happening. Some people that have been leaving from this office, and most of, in fact, these officials that are inside, they have left from the back gate as well.
All right, so Simran bringing us the latest input on the Learjet crash that took away the life of the Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. What she's telling us, she's in fact currently stationed at the VSR office in Mahipalpur in the national capital. The AAIB officials who are conducting that probe have finally left the office. We are also being told is that the VSR owner, Mr. VK Singh, has also been interrogated by the officials. Equally importantly, on your screen, we are bringing you that moment of the crash that took place at 8:45 a.m., that precise moment. At the same time, heart-wrenching visuals, in fact, on the left side of your screen, as Sunetra Pawar arrives in Baramati, completely heartbroken, devastated is the word, in fact, to see. If you can see even Supriya Sule over there, extremely inconsolable. Parth Pawar accompanying his mother. Remember, Sunetra was in the national capital when the tragic news arrived, and she had to rush to Baramati. Just a while ago, even Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, has arrived. They all are in the hospital currently, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are placed. And what we are also being told is that at 11 a.m. IST tomorrow, that the last rites of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be performed. And outside the hospital, you can see, in fact, there's massive outpouring of grief from not just the cadres of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, but also of Sharad Pawar and even members of the Mahayuti. Ministers are all now rushing to Baramati to convey their condolences in person. On the left side of your screen, as you can see, these are visuals from inside the hospital where the Pawars have finally gathered. They stand united in this deeply tragic hour of grief. In fact, the last swan song for Ajit Pawar was the BMC test, in which he did join hands with his uncle, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, and the acid test, of course, was Pune Chinchwad. But more importantly, he will be remembered as the Dada of Maharashtra politics, the man who held the maximum positions as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, one-time MP and a 6-time MLA of Maharashtra, that Ajit Pawar was. He will be remembered as a stalwart, not just in Maharashtra, but for the entire country. Somebody who was known to be transparent, somebody known to speak his mind, and was indeed an asset. Let's quickly go across to Mr. Ashok Chavan. Mr. Chavan, it's a deeply tragic hour in which we speak. First of all, our condolences to all of you over there, but first I'd like to begin with your thoughts. Mr. Chavan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We speak in a deeply tragic hour, Mr. Chavan, but I'd like to begin with your thoughts. How would you like to recall Ajit Pawar, the man, the politician, the Dada of Maharashtra politics?
You see, this is really a sad moment for all of us in Maharashtra and all over the country, that we have lost a very dynamic leader like Mr. Ajit Pawar, whom we were regular in touch. We grew together in Maharashtra politics. He was a member of the Legislative Assembly. I too was a member of the Legislative Assembly. He was a minister under several chief ministers. I have also worked as a minister under several chief ministers. Ultimately, when I became the chief minister, he was a very senior minister in my cabinet. So this was a very close relationship which we shared. And as I have seen him very closely, I know his administrative capacities, his dynamic nature. He was a workaholic. He used to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to almost midnight. And his quick decision making, never was there any delay in his decision making process, whether it be administrative matters, whether it be political matters. And I have seen him in the cabinet as a colleague. That grasping powers was excellent, knowledge of every subject as a minister, not only of his department, but other department as well. He used to give his opinion to the then chief ministers, what he thought was good for Maharashtra. So we have seen him very closely working in various capacities, and also as a leader of the NCP, and definitely after the split of the party too. He has been very hard working to bring up his party and help his colleagues to contest elections, win the elections, try to guide them. That was his friendly nature which he had, and of course he was very strict whenever matters came to his knowledge which he was not in agreement with. He used to straight away turn down such issues where he thought which would not be proper for the party.
All right,
So
stay with me, Mr. Chavan.
Chavan.
Stay with me. I'm also joined in by CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan, who would also like to join in the conversation. All right, so Mr. Chavan is over there. Mr. Chavan, all right, Anand, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ashok Chavanji. Namaste. Thank you for your time. This must be very, very hard on you. When you have had a very, very long association beyond political aspects, personally bhi you are very, very close to Ajit Dada.
Yes. Well, it was really unfortunate that we have lost Ajit Pawar today, and never have we imagined that such a thing would happen and Dada would not remain with us. So this was something which is unimaginable. One could not think of his exit in such a way, and he was quite young and handling the political situation in Maharashtra very well. And in spite of the political crisis one had, he has survived in all the hard times and difficult times, politically and otherwise. So I think he had a definitely good grasp of the political situation and also of administration, which we have seen very closely. So losing such a dynamic leader for Maharashtra is something which we would not imagine, nor could we ever think of such a situation that Dada has passed away. But facts are facts which cannot be denied, and I understand the difficult times his family is going through today.
For you, how would you remember Ajit Dada Pawar? And what made him so special? What made him someone with whom perhaps the common people of Maharashtra also connected?
Well, the last memory of meeting him was in Nanded on 25th of this month, when he came for the Hindadi Chadar program in memory of Guru Tegh Bahadur Singh. So also Devendra Fadnavis ji was there, he was there, I was also on the dais. And we met briefly during the function. We had lunch together, and while leaving we shook hands, and he smiled and he left. Hardly did I knew that this is going to be my last meeting with Ajit Pawar on 25th of January, when he left for Pune for the next day Republic Parade on the next day. So this was my last meeting. And for his special qualities, I would say that he was a decision maker. Never was there anything pending with him, whether it be government files, whether it be political decisions, whether it be meeting on the challenges one would face politically. I have seen him in all situations, and definitely he was a decision maker and a leader one could expect to follow. So I think that we have lost a good leader for Maharashtra.
In Maharashtra, they say that politicians keep the politics aside when they are away from the public eye. I know where there is always a great personal equation. Was he able to do that despite him and whatever happened within the NCP splitting, etc.? Was he still able to keep personal relations in place?
I think I have seen him closely when I was in the Congress. There were several instances where there used to be some minor conflicts, and party priorities were definitely there before him and for me also. But never did we have any bitterness in our relationship. Even as a deputy chief minister, when I was the chief minister, he was a minister in my cabinet. I didn't see any type of personal conflict or anything which would hurt him or me. And we could discuss, meet, understand each other, and he was very respectful of me because he has worked in my cabinet. So definitely he had the memories of me as a chief minister. So I think we shared a very good equation with each other, and never was there any moment where there could be any strong differences.
Many believe he loved local food. He loved his misal pav and chivda and traditional Maharashtrian cuisine, etc. And both of you have had nearly 4 decades plus in.
He had a taste.
Ji.
So I would frankly say that I have never, to that extent, we must have had a few lunches and dinners together. But he was a good, he was a foodie. It's like non-vegetarian is what I have seen. That's all what I know about that.
Finally, how would you remember Ajit Pawar? Any moment that you will never forget now? Instance which perhaps will remain with you as a leader, as a person?
Well, there are several instances which I have seen over the last 20 years or more. But last incidents when I met him was about 2 or 3 months back, when I had gone to meet him at his residence to do some of my works in my district, Nanded district, and my constituency. And he was very helpful as ever. But at the same time, he picked up his telephone and rang up almost 4 to 5 officers just to send the message that ye kaam karwana hai, please get this done. Ashok Chavan is there with me here, and please see that it is done. So, it was a very, something which I felt was very positive. His approach was very positive, his approach was very dynamic, and decision making was very quick, which I personally experienced on several occasions.
Ashok Chavanji, thank you for your time, and our condolences also on this tragic turn of events. Thank you for speaking with us.
We are all with Ajit Pawar's family and his Sharad Pawar ji on the hour of grief. Yeah.
Thank you, Ashokji. Thank you, Ashokji. Back to you in the studio, Griha.
Anand, we are talking in the times where there is an unfortunate incident that has unfolded early this morning as the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has passed away in a plane crash in Baramati during an attempted landing in dense fog-like situation. There were unfortunately no survivors who were on board that aircraft. Pawar was en route from Mumbai to Baramati for campaign work when the Learjet 45 on which he was travelling in went down and caught fire. We've lost the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar, to that crash. We are constantly putting out these various images from after the crash and also the teary farewell that his near and dear ones and members of the NCP, in fact from all political parties across spectrum, they are bidding him adieu as one of the toughest administrators of Maharashtra lost his life in the plane crash today. In fact, we are now learning that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Sharad Pawar on the sad demise of Ajit Pawar and expressed his condolences. These are the latest updates of the Prime Minister speaking to Sharad Pawar on the demise of Ajit Pawar. My colleague Payal Mehta with those details. Payal, we do understand that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister were constantly in touch with leaders from Maharashtra to take stock of the situation, and now this update that there is a direct conversation that the Prime Minister has had with senior NCP leader and patriarch Sharad Pawar.
Yes, the Prime Minister in fact has just about spoken to Sharad Pawar, expressed his condolences on behalf of his government and him. as far as the sad demise of Ajit Pawar is concerned. It is a different thing that Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar were towards the last not on the same side of the NCP, but the fact remains that Ajit Pawar's uncle is Sharad Pawar, and the family has a very, very thick tie to itself as well. And nonetheless, that Ajit Pawar's party is also part of the NDA as well. So, given the fact that the Prime Minister has a long-time association with the Pawar family, and in this hour of crisis, an NDA partner has lost his life, the Prime Minister first expressing condolences on behalf of his for the family. It's a devastated family which has learned, and the visuals are there for everybody to see, which is Supriya Sule breaking down when she met another member of the family. The Pawar family is a huge family, many cousins coming together, and the pictures have been in the past when, despite the political differences, when it came to weddings and celebration of big functions in Baramati, the Pawar family was never shy to come together. Even in the recent, if you remember, the Sharad Pawar's function to inaugurate one of his schemes, also saw the coming in of an industrialist and Ajit Pawar also. In fact, during Sharad Pawar's recent birthday celebrations also, Ajit Pawar had flown down to the national capital to be with his uncle and celebrate it along with the rest of the members of the family.
Right, absolutely. So a conversation that the Prime Minister has had with senior NCP leader Sharad Pawar on the sad demise of Ajit Pawar. Remember, this unfolded today as the aircraft that was carrying Ajit Pawar to Baramati. Remember, he'd taken off from Mumbai at about 8 this morning. 9:12 a.m. is when he was supposed to land at Baramati airport, is when this crash, after an attempt at emergency landed was made by the pilot, is when this crash was reported. Payal, the importance of Ajit Pawar in Maharashtra politics, in national politics, has been a lot, and it is going to severely also impact the Mahayuti. And we are seeing the kind of voices that have emerged, in fact the visuals that have also emerged, that show very, very grief-stricken faces of leaders from various political parties. In fact, across spectrum, the kind of reactions have been very, very similar. They are in fact in a state of shock with the sad and sudden demise and this tragic accident of Ajit Pawar, and the Prime Minister, like you said, has expressed similar sentiments.
Yes, Ajit Pawar was no novice or no newbie as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned. Remember, in 1991, he first sowed the seed of Baramati, which later became the big bastion of the Pawar family as well, where Supriya Sule currently is a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha from. She in fact was able to defeat her own sister-in-law, Sunetra Pawar, the late Ajit Pawar's wife, in the 2024 elections as well. But Ajit Pawar has always been a very, very grassroots leader, very, very grounded leader. Has been an MLA for more than 35 years. Has been the finance minister for God knows how many years as well. He is somebody who's connected to the ground, and the Baramati people love him like they love nobody else. Given the fact that that's the kind of connect that he really has. But the connect that Sharad Pawar has had with Baramati, and the kind of connect that Ajit Pawar in particular has had with Baramati is completely inexpressible in words as well. So it's a huge loss for Baramati, for its people, and that's the reason you see scores and scores of people coming up to the hospital, scores and scores of people coming up closer to the family. They want to really be a part of the grief that the family is currently grieving right now. It must be a devastated Sunetra Pawar, who was in the national capital till about a short while ago and had to fly down to Baramati under these unfortunate circumstances. As well, what a loss it is for Maharashtra politics as well. Ajit Pawar was known to be somebody who had his own style of functioning, his own way of interacting with people. He was always on the humorous side of things. Sometimes he would appear to be very angry with the way he speaks, but he would always, crack up a joke or two or the other. And that is exactly what Ajit Pawar was really famous for. But he never let his work suffer really, and essentially that's the reason he was known as somebody who was able to deliver the goods, somebody who actually sealed the bastion. And the fact that at one point in time, Griha, everybody would consider him to be the actual heir or political heir of Sharad Pawar, because after the party split, the way in which 2024 elections Ajit Pawar's party was able to fight, and the fact that Ajit Pawar is able to seal the deal as far as the assembly elections is concerned, so that debate was clearly settled in the last.
Let's go across to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who's also joining us. Sir, thanks a lot for your time. A very somber moment as far as all of Maharashtra is concerned. Your first thoughts on what has transpired?
Well, of course, it is a very tragic event, very unexpected turn of events. We are just into the rural election, the Jilla Parishad elections. The campaign was launched today. Yesterday was the last date for withdrawal of nominations, and polling is going to be held on the 5th of February. A very short period of campaigning, and everybody had to pack a lot into these 10-12 days. So he was returning from Bombay to his home constituency, Baramati, when his Learjet crashed while landing. Very tragic accident. It'll have a major impact on Maharashtra politics. I don't know what happens to the Devendra Fadnavis government because he was an important part of the government, deputy CM. Who will replace him from the NCP is not yet sure. Everybody is in a state of shock. I had worked with him very closely. Uh, he was my deputy chief minister when I became the chief minister in November of 2010. So we led the state together for about 4.5 years. And we had many pleasant and unpleasant experiences together. He was very decisive and, punctual person. I have not met another political leader who was as punctual, as hardworking as he. Like his uncle, Mr. Sharad Pawar, he had a reputation for keeping time, for meeting people. He was a grassroots person completely.
Yes.
And he also handled the finance portfolio with me from 2010, and he presented many budgets. Even now, he was the finance minister of the state, and he was preparing to present the 26-27 budget on one hand, and campaigning for the Jilla Parishad election. He led his party, the Nationalist Congress Party, Ajit Pawar group, and during the recent elections, between the split between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's parties, I mean, Ajit Pawar had clearly come out ahead, and we're all looking forward to Sharad Pawar group merging back into Ajit Pawar group, and that was just that's about to happen. But now, with this turn of events, we don't know how the politics will shape up.
But Mr. Chavan, a lot of politicians like yourself or those who are in politics in Maharashtra have been talking about this supposed merger that was all set to take place. Could you share why you say that this was really on the cards and not just speculation, as others may dismiss it?
You see, when we talk to our colleagues in the Nationalist Congress Party, Sharad Pawar group, whether they are going to merge with the Ajit Pawar's party, they were very hesitant. They were not absolutely clear. But on the other hand, on the ground, if you saw, the election symbol of the Nationalist Congress Party, Sharad Pawar group, which was a trumpet, that symbol had virtually disappeared from the scene. And all the NCP people are now contesting the clock symbol, which is Ajit Pawar's symbol. So that is a precursor, that was an indication that these two parties are going to come together under the leadership of Ajit Pawar. That was on the cards. It would have happened moment after the Jilla Parishad elections got over on 5th of February.
And you also say we don't know what happens to this government. So if that merger was to happen according to your knowledge and sense on ground, it would have been favorable to the current BJP dispensation, isn't it?
No, government, nothing will happen to the government. Only thing is, now who leads the Ajit Pawar's Rashtrawadi, the NCP party, is a big question. Whether it will be somebody in the family like his wife or son, or will there be some other senior political leader, and who will take his place in the Maharashtra cabinet as a deputy CM. That remains to be seen. I think there's a 3-day official mourning.
Yeah.
After that, we'll know. It will have to be done very soon because Ajit Pawar was the finance minister of the state, and the budget of the Maharashtra government has to be presented very soon. So you cannot keep that vacancy for a very long time. Somebody will have to take over. It could be even the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis himself could take over as the finance minister and present the budget. But something will have to be done soon in next 2-3 days. And of course, what happens to the Nationalist Congress Party remains to be seen.
But I just want to press you a little bit. It does seem odd that we're talking about this at this time because, we are still in mourning as far as Ajit Pawar's death is concerned. But given that he's no longer with us, do you sense at all that his faction, if it was to merge with the Sharad Pawar faction, could split from the government as well? Is that any sense that you are picking up on the ground? Could it change completely?
No, that is unlikely to happen because there are many ministers belonging to the Sharad Pawar's faction in the government. I don't think they will quit the government at all. A merger of the two factions is on the cards, but it will be necessarily led by Ajit Pawar faction. Only question remains is who leads that faction now? Will it be somebody from the family, or will it be a senior leader
of the party.
like Mr. Bhujbal or somebody else? We don't know. So that remains to be seen.
Yeah.
But the merger of the two parties was on the cards.
And you feel it is still very much on the cards because of ground
It is still very
realities.
much on the ground because both factions are unviable. It will be two small factions. Whether they merge under the leadership back again under Sharad Pawar
is the question.
Remains to be seen.
But sir, certainly very big shoes to fill. As you have described, as many others have described, an old school politician, 24/7 politician, someone who was always on his feet, very close ground connect, and therefore, we don't know who can indeed take his position.
Well, I think it was very difficult to find another leader of his qualities. He had some qualities. We worked together closely for 4.5 years. He was my deputy CM and finance minister. We took some very important decisions which could have been difficult to take without his support. Very difficult decisions we took during the 4 years. And we also disagreed on many things. And I remember once he was very upset at some things, a decision which I took in the state interest, which he did not like. He felt that it was targeting him personally, which was not the case at all. But he resigned in a huff from the position of deputy CM. And then after being away from the government for about a month or so, we persuaded him to rejoin the government, and he rejoined the government, and we continued. So we had a difficult relationship at times, but he wanted to promote his party. I wanted to protect my party. At the same time, we together took some very important decisions for the state. I mean, he's one of the most hardworking leaders, one of the most punctual leaders, one of the most serious leaders that I've seen.
Right.
And he was not flippant. He was not lackadaisical about government. He was very serious. Whenever any meeting was called, he was there on the dot. He would pay attention to what is happening in the meeting, take decisions at the meeting, and he was completely decisive. And at that time, many times he trampled on the rules, and we had to then bring him back on track. That we need to do things in a hurry, but we cannot trample the rules.
All right.
So there were some differences, but they were genuine differences, basically in the interest of the state of Maharashtra.
Right. As you said, and as many have said, it will be very difficult to replace somebody like Ajit Pawar and, what happens to his party as well. But Prithviraj Chavan, I do thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
In more updates, we're learning that the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone on to hit back at the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over what they are claiming to be vulture politics. They've also gone on to claim that this is disgusting opportunism on part of Mamata Banerjee, and such vulture-like behavior should be avoided in this hour of tragedy. So remember, Mamata Banerjee had gone on to, while mourning the loss of Ajit Pawar, demand a Supreme Court monitored probe into the plane crash, the plane that was carrying Ajit Pawar. And she said that they want a SC monitored probe into Ajit Pawar's death in the plane crash. And she also, in fact, said that they do not have any faith on any other agency. This was Mamata Banerjee while she in fact put out a post on social media where she'd mentioned that she's deeply shocked and stunned by the sudden demise of Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and his co-passengers who have died in a disastrous plane crash at Baramati in the morning today. My colleague Arun Thanta is joining us on the broadcast with these details. Arun, a very, very predictable reaction that's coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but this was something that the Mamata Banerjee had attracted while she had, in fact, spoken about some amount of conspiracy theories, the possible sabotage into this plane crash that she suggested while asking for a Supreme Court monitored probe.
Well, see, what BJP is saying is that it's very unfortunate that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee comes out now and makes this statement. This is, of course, a very sensitive time and a very difficult time for the family members. At this point, you should not really have involved into such kind of politics. In fact, we are seeing some of the responses which is coming from the BJP side. They've been very, very critical against Mamata Banerjee because, of course, as far as the DGCA is concerned, they will be looking into it. Inquiry has been initiated. Teams of AIB, have already, moving towards Baramati to actually reach to the logical conclusion of what exactly happened there. So that will, of course, take place. But to do politics at this point is something which is not good, and that's the point which BJP is highlighting. In fact, we just heard Prithviraj Chauhan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is also saying that this is not the right time to actually indulge into politics. Yes, there will be investigation. Once you have the recovery of the black box, then you will get more details about it. What was the last conversation like between the pilot and the ATC? All these details will emerge once the investigation is concluded. But right now, it's not appropriate to indulge into this sort of politics, because what Mamata Banerjee is saying is something which, of course, is raising questions on the entire death of Ajit Pawar, and that's why you see this very critical reactions, very hard reactions coming from the BJP side targeting Mamata Banerjee.
Right, Arun, thank you so much for all those details. And we are also getting these live visuals from outside the Baramati hospital. Shots of the ambulances carrying the mortal remains of all the people on board that ill-fated aircraft that crashed this morning. Also had the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, on board that aircraft when it crash landed very close to the Baramati tabletop runway. So that's where the incident really happened, and now we are getting these visuals from outside the hospital in Baramati, where we can see the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar being taken out of Baramati and towards Mumbai. So this is the latest images that we can bring for our viewers, and right now this entire flurry of vehicles that are getting out of the Baramati hospital. Remember, we also have been bringing to you visuals of veteran NCP leader Sharad Pawar, who is currently at his residence in Mumbai. He's awaiting the arrival of the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar, and very soon the remains will be handed over to the family of Ajit Pawar. The funeral, we are told, happens tomorrow at about 11 a.m. So the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra would be laid to rest at 11 a.m. tomorrow, and that's when the funeral has been announced. We also, in fact, learning of a 3-day mourning that has been announced by the Maharashtra government. So these are the latest visuals. We are also, in fact, talking about how the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar were taken out of the hospital shortly, and that's the visuals that we are bringing to you. And on the other side of the screen, you can see how the family and the leaders from across party lines mourning the death and the sudden demise of Ajit Pawar. We also see visuals of his family members who are deeply shocked and shaken because of this sudden demise of Ajit Pawar. And right now, the mortal remains of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra are being taken out of the Baramati hospital. In the middle of all this, we do see a certain amount of politics that is being played out, and the Bharatiya Janata Party hitting back against Mamata Banerjee over what they claim to be vulture politics being played out on part of the West Bengal Chief Minister, as she had asked for a Supreme Court monitored probe into the plane crash, the plane that was taking Ajit Pawar to Baramati from Mumbai, and while making an emergency landing attempt is when it crashed. So BJP countering all of those claims that have been made by Mamata Banerjee, dissing what they claim to be vulture politics on part of the West Bengal Chief Minister. There have been various voices that have come out in support of Ajit Pawar, mourning the loss of Ajit Pawar. We've had Mr. Ashok Chauhan, Mr. Prithviraj Chauhan all come to us on CNN News 18 and speak about the legacy that he leaves behind, the tough administrator that Ajit Pawar has been. In fact, my colleague Sunil Sawant is now joining us from outside the Baramati hospital. Sunil, ये जो visuals आप हमारे लिए सामने ला रहे हैं, अजीत पवार के mortal remains को अब मुंबई लेके जाया जा रहा है?
जी, अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि जो बारामती में हॉस्पिटल है, उस हॉस्पिटल में अजीत पवार जी का ये पार्थिव हम देख रहे हैं। थोड़ी देर तक पार्थिव यहीं पर रहेगा और उसके बाद 4 बजे यहाँ का जो वीपी कॉलेज है, उस कॉलेज में अंतिम दर्शन के लिए पार्थिव रखा जाएगा और कल सुबह 11 बजे विद्या प्रतिष्ठान जो बारामती का एक इलाका है, एक जो पवार जी ने ही खुला किया था, उस प्रतिष्ठान में अजीत पवार जी का देहांत होगा। वहाँ पे अंतिम संस्कार किए जाएंगे। फिलहाल हम ये दृश्य देख रहे हैं, वहाँ पे लोग बहुत ज्यादा आक्रामक हो रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा चिढ़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कोई भी मीडिया अलाउड नहीं है, मीडिया यहाँ पे ना रहे, हमारा नेता आज हमारे साथ नहीं है, ये भावना उनकी है, इसलिए यहाँ से मीडिया कैमरा भी हटा रहे हैं।
जी सुनील, कब तक इनका पार्थिव शरीर मुंबई लेके आया जाएगा सुनील? We don't seem to have that link through with Suri. We'll try and reestablish that connection. But these are the visuals that we are bringing for our viewers from outside the Baramati hospital. Just a short while back, the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, have been taken out of the hospital and it's being taken to Mumbai. And that's where the last rites are going to be performed at around 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Before that, for the Antim Darshan, all the family members and the supporters of Ajit Pawar, all the other political leaders are going to be given that Antim Darshan of Ajit Pawar tomorrow, and after which the last rites are going to be conducted. Right now, we're putting out these visuals on one side of your screen, the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar being taken out of the hospital, and on the other side, you do see how the family members are completely inconsolable after the sudden demise of Ajit Pawar. We do understand the kind of void that Ajit Pawar leaves behind and the very important role that he's played, not just in Maharashtra politics, but also in national politics. Longest serving Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And remember, this was a record 6 times across coalitions that he'd served as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And that made him a pivotal figure in multiple governments. He's also a nephew of the NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar. He inherited and expanded the influential Pawar family legacy in Western Maharashtra, particularly through this Baramati stronghold. And it was in Baramati where he was supposed to be holding not just 1 or 2 but 4 public meetings, and for which he was about to land in Baramati, where the unfortunate episode of his aircraft crashing really unfolded. Also, talking about the portfolios, critical ones that he has held all through his tenure, including the finance portfolio that he holds, used to hold as he was the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra currently. Also, always been known for his bold political maneuvers, including, and how can we not talk about the 2019 and 2023 splits and the alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party that reshaped government formations and also the dynamics as far as opposition goes. In 2023 and 24, remember, it successfully rebelled against his uncle, securing the NCP name, symbol and the majority of the NCP MLAs via the Election Commission, and that in fact redefined the Nationalist Communist Party and the Nationalist Congress Party. And also remember, he was the longest serving Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and today sadly we speak of him in past tense as he has passed away because of the aircraft that crash landed in Baramati, one of his strongholds. My colleague Mayuresh Ganpati is also now joining us on the broadcast. Mayuresh, we are now learning that the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are being taken to Mumbai from Baramati. There's an Antim Darshan that has also been planned. More details on that.
So his mortal remains have been taken to his native place near Baramati, where he has got an ancestral house. There his mortal remains will be kept for the family to pay the last respect. And after that, his party workers, his followers will be allowed to basically pay the last respect at that particular place. And then tomorrow at 11 a.m. The final rites will happen at Vidya Pratishthan ground. Vidya Pratishthan is an educational institute which was started by Pawar family, and now Ajit Pawar's wife is basically looking particular. So at that institute's ground, the last rites will happen somewhere around 11 o'clock. That's the information which we are getting.
Right, Mayuresh. So for how long will the mortal remains be in Baramati, close to Baramati, his ancestral place, before it's taken to the Vidya Pratishthan ground, the school, where the final rites are taking place tomorrow at 11?
So if we see the crowd which has gathered there, it's in a large number, and everyone who gathered there, they want to pay the last respect to their beloved leader, because Ajit Pawar was a grassroots leader. He was not someone who has got a spoon in his mouth. He was a leader who basically earned that respect. So that's why the family had taken this decision. Because if you can see in the visuals also, which we were showing to our viewers, that there's a massive gathering outside hospital. And that's why they had to basically take that mortal out from the emergency exit, and now the mortal remains have been taken to the residence of Ajit Pawar in Baramati. So we have been told that at least till tomorrow morning, the mortal remains will be kept.
Also, Mayuresh, we are now getting the live visuals of both the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of Maharashtra, who have arrived at Baramati. These are shots of Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who's right now arrived with a really dejected body language, as he's lost one of his Deputy Chief Ministers. He's now arrived in Baramati, and these are the shots that we are playing out of Devendra Fadnavis as he is there to pay his last respects to Ajit Pawar. Mayuresh, the Chief Minister has now arrived in Baramati. You were talking about how the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar will be in Baramati, his native place, before it is taken to Mumbai for final rites.
So final rites will happen in Baramati. They will not be taken to Mumbai. Vidya Pratishthan ground is in Baramati, and tomorrow we have been told that even VVIPs are expected. Even Prime Minister and Home Minister are also expected to attend the last rites of Ajit Pawar.
Absolutely. Mayuresh, do stay on with us. We also have our colleagues Aman Sharma and Simran Babbar who are joining us on the broadcast. Aman, we are taking a look at the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who's currently arrived, Devendra Fadnavis. He is in Baramati, the bastion of Ajit Pawar, where the last rites also are going to take place tomorrow at 11. That is the announcement that's coming in from the NCP. The Chief Minister there to pay his respects to his Deputy Chief Minister.
Well, yes, you can see, political leaders from Maharashtra, all the top leaders. You see the Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, there at the native village in Baramati of Ajit Pawar to pay his last respects to Mr. Ajit Pawar. This will be a state funeral to be carried out tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. and we're expecting all senior dignitaries. It is expected even the Prime Minister, Mr. Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah would be present in Baramati tomorrow when the last rites take place. And of course, the entire political class of Maharashtra will also be present. You can see Devendra Fadnavis there arriving in Baramati. Earlier you saw Supriya Sule and the wife of late Ajit Pawar coming from Delhi. They were of course here for the Parliament
I'll
session.
come back to you in just a bit. We have Mr. Nana Patole who's joining us on the broadcast. नाना जी बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. बहुत ही कठिन वक्त है और इस वक्त में आपसे बात हो रही है. अजीत दादा की मेमोरीज जो आप साथ लेके चल रहे हैं उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए.
देखो, अजीत दादा एक ऐसे लीडर थे महाराष्ट्र में कि और प्रशासकीय व्यवस्था पे उनका एक अच्छा कंट्रोल था और उनके जबान के पक्के थे और एक विजन था उनके पास में महाराष्ट्र के विकास का और एक जिद्दी स्वभाव के एक नेता थे. और मैं उनके साथ में गए 25 साल से मैं असेंबली में हूँ, 25 साल से मैं उनके साथ काम कर रहा हूँ और एक सुबह से लेके 7 बजे से लेके तो रात तक लोगों के काम करने में ही जुटे रहते थे और बहुत बड़ा नुकसान इस घटना से महाराष्ट्र का हुआ है, महाराष्ट्र के विजन का भी हुआ है.
जी स्टेट फ्यूनरल अनाउंस हुआ है नाना जी, 3 दिन का शोक महाराष्ट्र में मनाया जाएगा। आप भी बारामती जाएंगे?
जी हम जाएंगे। हाँ उसका प्लान कर रहे हैं। मैं अभी भंडारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हूँ।
जी
यहाँ से पुनः बहुत डिस्टेंस पे, फ्लाइट का भी अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है। चलिए कोशिश हम कर रहे हैं।
जी बहुत ही अहम एक रोल रहा है अजीत पवार का महाराष्ट्र पॉलिटिक्स में। आपने उसका जिक्र किया था जब हमारे साथ जुड़े आप। एक लव हेट रिलेशनशिप भी है कांग्रेस का एनसीपी जब स्प्लिट हुई थी, लेकिन किस तरह से आप देखते हैं, अब वो नहीं है हमारे बीच में, लेकिन कैसे देखते हैं जो उनका पूरा टेन्योर रहा है, एक रिकॉर्ड टर्म डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे हैं अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइंस महाराष्ट्र में?
देखो पवार परिवार का तो आपको पता है कि वो सत्ता में ही उनकी भागीदारी रहना चाहिए, उस लेवल पे वो लोग काम करते हैं। लेकिन अजित पवार जी जब पहली बार मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बने थे, वो कांग्रेस की टिकट पे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बने थे। कुछ दिन वो 5 साल वहीं रहे, फिर 5 साल के बाद राज्य में वापस आए। राज्य में ही उन्हें राजनीति को अपना मजबूती से काम करना शुरू किया। और जब कांग्रेस से राष्ट्रवादी अलग हुई और उसमें भी अहम रोल ये अजित पवार का रहा है।
जी
और फिर अभी शरद पवार से जब अलग हुए तो विकास के नाम से अलग हुए। उन्हें अपना एक ग्रुप बनाया, उसके रिजल्ट भी उनको आए। और एक नई जनरेशन को विजन देने वाला नेता था और इसलिए लोग उससे जुड़ते थे।
जी जी नाना जी, दीपक केसरकर भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। दीपक जी, आप किस तरह से देखेंगे इफ वन लुक्स बैक एट अजीत पवार, द लेगेसी दैट ही लीव्स बिहाइंड? टफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर कहा जाता था उनको, अजीत दादा को।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत ही दुखद घटना है और एक बहुत अच्छे लीडर को आज हमने खोया है। अजीत दादा तो अपने वक्त के बारे में बहुत पर्टिकुलर थे, बहुत सुबह से काम चालू कर देते थे 7 बजे से, और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पे उनका पूरा कंट्रोल था। बोलने में थोड़ा सा कुछ बोले भी तो मन में कुछ नहीं रहता था, इसलिए लोग भी अगर वो कुछ बोलते हैं तो उसको ज़्यादा सीरियसली नहीं लेते थे, उनका आदर करते थे और वो स्पिरिट में वो लोग लेते थे, क्योंकि काम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा होना उनके लिए अहमियत रखता था। और इसीलिए पूरा हमारे जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उस पर उनका पूरा कंट्रोल था। समय पे खुद भी आते थे, समय पे सब काम करते थे और एक महाराष्ट्र के असेट थे वो।
जी दीपक जी, अभी से सक्सेशन की बात शुरू हो गई है, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्टफोलियो भी वो होल्ड कर रहे थे। अदर देन बीइंग द डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, फाइनेंस का पोर्टफोलियो उनके पास था। तो अब महायुति को आगे बढ़कर सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये 3 दिन का जो एक शोक है जब वो ख़त्म होता है तो आगे कैसे जो नई दिशा है उसको निर्धारित करना है। क्या अभी पार्टी उस लाइन पे सोच रही है?
नहीं, ये तो एनसीपी को डिसाइड करना है, क्योंकि एक ऐसा लॉस है जिसके बारे में किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं था। तो कौन आगे चल के उनकी जगह लेगा, ये तो उनके फैमिली को भी सोचना चाहिए। और देवेंद्र जी भी बारामती में है और एक नाथ शिंदे जी भी है, तो सब लोग इकट्ठा बैठ के एक अच्छी टीम फिर से काम करे, इसके लिए जो भी करना है उसका फैसला लेंगे, ऐसे मुझे लगता है।
नाना पटोले जी, जब बीएमसी के चुनाव हुए थे और जब शरद पवार, अजीत पवार साथ में आए थे, तब ये बात शुरू हो गई थी कि ये जो 2 फैक्शंस एनसीपी के थे, राष्ट्रवादी के जो थे वो अलग हुए थे, वो कैसे मर्जर एक हो सकता है आगे चल के। अब इस अनफॉर्चुनेट दिन पे भी वो बातें सामने आ रही हैं, कैसे इसको देखते हैं?
देखो हमें तो हमेशा लगता था कि अजीत दादा और पवार साहब एक साथ आए, फैमिली एक साथ रहे। ये हम लोग तो जब भी कोई हम लोगों को मीडिया पूछती थी तो हम लोग उनको बधाई देते थे कि ऐसे ही रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक परिवार के साथ रहे तो उसका एक अलग आनंद होता है। और जब ये दोनों साथ आए तो हमें खुशी हुई, हमने बधाई दी। कई राजनीतिक दलों ने उसको ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी की है, लेकिन हम चाहते थे कि वो दोनों परिवार एक साथ रहें। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब वो जैसे हमारे दीपक जी ने कहा कि अब उनके फैमिलीज उसके डिसीजन लेंगे, वो क्योंकि उनके पार्टी का डिसीजन है, वो कैसे लेना है उनका इशू है। हमें लगता है कि ये समय ये इस विषय में चर्चा नहीं करना है। ये समय में मुझे लगता है कि जो नुकसान आज महाराष्ट्र का हुआ है उससे महाराष्ट्र में ही इस घटना को बहुत दुखद माना जा रहा है, और जो भी पॉलिटिकल होगा वो तो आने वाले दिनों में आपके सबके सामने आएगा ही।
जी, सक्सेशन के बारे में आपके क्या विचार हैं? इतनी सारी बातें हो रही हैं क्योंकि अब एनसीपी को आगे बढ़ के देखना भी है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लीडर्स थे एनसीपी से जो उस तरफ गए थे, जो महायुति के साथ जुड़े थे। अब जाके क्या शरद पवार के साथ सामने आएंगे और कौन उनकी जगह लेगा, अजीत पवार की जगह लेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। नाना पटोले जी।
जी, तो वही मैं आपको कहा कि अभी ये समय नहीं है कि इस विषय पे बात करने की।
जी।
मुझे लगता है कि 3 दिन के बाद ये सब चलेगा, क्योंकि ये महायुति की सरकार है, उनके पास मेजॉरिटी है।
जी।
अब वैसे भी फैक्शन इनके महायुति में चुनाव में, लोकल बॉडीज चुनाव में आए थे, लेकिन अब और क्या होता है, आगे आगे क्या होता है, उसके बारे में देखने का ही समय है। इस पर अभी डिस्कशन करने का कोई अर्थ नहीं है, ऐसा मुझे समझता है।
जी, नाना पटोले जी और दीपक जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। एंड विद दैट आई एम हैंडिंग इट ओवर टू माय कलीग शिवानी गुप्ता. She has some aviation experts now joining her on the broadcast. Let's take a look.
That's right. The big question right now in everybody's mind is exactly what went wrong. What happened to that Learjet plane that crashed in Baramati with 5 on board, including Ajit Pawar? I've got with me in our studios J.S. Rawat, former Joint Director General of DGCA, and Group Captain UK Devnath, formerly with the Indian Air Force, joining us. But before we go to our guests and take their opinion on exactly what they think transpired, let me just break down how the events unfolded earlier this morning. So according to the statement that has now been issued by the Government of India, the aircraft first came into contact with Baramati at 8:18 a.m. We know that it took flight at 8 a.m. So 18 minutes into the flight, it came into contact at Baramati. During the aircraft's next call, the pilots were advised to descend in visual meteorological conditions at pilot's discretion. The crew inquired about the winds and visibility, and they were informed that the winds were in fact calm. And now this is what has raised eyebrows, because initially there was suspicion that there was fog related issues, but the visibility was around 300 meters. So it didn't seem like, from what the crew was told, that there was any issue as far as the visibility is concerned. Next, the aircraft reported on the final approach of runway 11, and the runway was not in sight to them. So they initiated a go-around in the first approach. After the go-around, the aircraft was asked about its position, and crew reported on final approach of runway 11. They were asked to report the runway in sight. They replied, runway is currently not in sight. Then they said, we'll call when runway is in sight. This is the communication that the pilot is reportedly have done. After a few seconds, they reported that the runway was now finally in sight. The aircraft was then again cleared to land on runway 11 at 8:43 a.m. But this time around, there was no readback as far as the cockpit is concerned. There was no readback from the crew of the landing clearance. The next thing we know, the ATC saw the flames around the threshold of runway 11 at around 8:44 a.m. and the emergency services were rushed to the site. We also have a CCTV footage that did place the exact moment of crash at about 8:46. So could be that CCTV's timing was a little faulty, but according to the government data, 8:44 already the ATC was informed that something had gone wrong. I've got our guests with me. Sir, you want to take this first. What do you make of this communication that has seemingly transpired, where the crew or the pilot asks for certain clearances? They are told that please proceed as per your visibility. They are told visibility is 3,000 meters. But the first landing, they are unable to see the strip. Even on the second landing, initially they say we are unable to see the runway. What do you think transpired?
Shivani, what happens whenever an aircraft is approaching for landing in VFR, that is visual met conditions, visual flight conditions, the pilot has to depend upon his eyes. He has to pick up the runway with his eyes and then land. Now what happens, normally it is expected that visibility is good. By this we mean visibility for the runway is visible from a distance of 5 km, 4 km. A runway is visible definitely from a distance of 3 km. Any visibility which is beyond less than 2.5 kilometer is a little challenging issue for the pilot.
In this case, it was 3 kilometers, at least as far as the official confirmation is concerned. So do you think that was sufficient in most conditions?
Shivani, 3 kilometer VFR landings can be made. An experienced pilot who has been cleared to land at that runway can make it. What happens before any pilot is cleared to land at any airfield? Baramati is a classic example. He is also cleared by a senior pilot or by an examiner before that, who sees, explains him the ground features, limitations of that airfield, peculiarities of that runway, and clears him to land. So 3 kilometers is a touch and go figure. When air traffic control reports 3 kilometers, that also we have to understand, it may fluctuate. You know, it improves to 3 kilometers. Next,
it may go down a little bit as well.
Another cloud or patch of fog may drift in. It may become 2.5 kilometers.
So
or 2
interesting
kilometer.
what you're saying. You're saying 3,000 meters or 3 kilometers, in other words, is touch and go, particularly for what was a tabletop runway strip. Does that make a difference to this situation?
Definitely, a tabletop runway makes a difference because see, the pilot has to depend upon visual cues to land. Now, we use in aviation a word called perspective. We look at the perspective of the runway, how it appears to the pilot. So, when I am on a correct alignment and a correct glide slope, which is say about 3 degrees, that time runway looks in a particular manner. But if it is a tabletop runway, what happens in a normal case, there is a runway and the ground from runway till the aircraft under the pilot is flat. But in a tabletop runway, what happens, ground is slowly coming up. So it may lead to certain amount of visual discomfort. Not exactly a disorientation, but pilot sometimes may take some miscue from the upcoming terrain.
So then what happens, Mr. Rawat, if you also want to come in here, we have this sequence of events where there was a back and forth communication. First, the crew is told that, okay, you go ahead as per, your visibility level. The pilot does attempt the first landing, goes around, clearly that landing wasn't successful or that attempt wasn't successful. But even in the second landing, the ATS is telling the pilot that, okay, tell us if you can see the runway. The pilot or the crew is maintaining that they cannot see the runway, but they continue going for it. Then a few seconds later, they report, okay, we have the runway in sight, but then maybe a minute later itself, we get to know that the flight has crashed. So what do you read into this sequence of events?
The first of all, that whatever the visibility is given 3,000 meters, because it is an uncontrolled airfield. Uncontrolled airfield, there is no proper ATC. Where Met report is also not taken from the site.
Yeah.
Whatever the visibility is, they say 3,000 meters, it may have been taken from some city point where that's
Met office. Really an accurate
it is not
actual
on the ground at the site.
Okay.
So that is one thing. What I understand and what I got the information also, that visibility was not good.
Not good.
That's why he was not able to sight the runway.
But then what happens that the pilot or the plane keeps going even for the second attempt when they couldn't see the runway? They kept waiting to see maybe it will come into sight, right? What are those moments like?
Shivani, what happens when a pilot is approaching a runway, we call the beginning of the runway as touchdown zone. So he is aiming for touchdown point. In the center point of that touchdown zone is called touchdown point. Now what happens, suppose there is a smog, then there is a phenomena called inversion layer. What happens, from ground up to a height of 100 feet, 200 feet, it may look clear, but a fog or a smog may be there between height of 200, 300, 400 feet, thin layer.
Yeah.
So when the pilot is still at a distance of 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers from touchdown point, his height is still 1,000 feet, 800 feet. The slant visibility is okay. He feels that I can see the runway. But as he is coming towards the threshold, he may enter this thin zone, which has thin fog layer, which has been cleared for created by a phenomena sometimes takes place called inversion layer. He may continue for 2-3 seconds. The feeling is that, okay, I'll pass through in 2-3 seconds and then runway threshold will be visible. but it may happen that in this case may have happened that he has continued for 5, 6, 7 seconds inside that cloud or fog and couldn't make contact with the runway, and by 5th or 6th second he had descended a little below the glide path. There is a glide path. So in this by the time he entered the cloud 3rd, 4th, 5th second, he descended a little below the glide path because there was no visual clue, and he impacted this upcoming terrain of the tabletop.
And you know, what is that threshold of height till where a pilot may say, okay, let me wait and see whether I have visibility or not? In this case, we are getting to know that at 100 feet, there was a mayday call.
Yes, what happens that all the pilots are trained, and it is drilled into their mind that at short finals, that means when he is descending from a critical height of 500 feet, 400 feet, in case he enters such a phenomena where he can't see the runway, then automatically he is supposed to increase the engine power, RPM to 100%, and what we call initiate the go round procedure, wherein after applying full power, 2 engine in this case, he raises nose of the aircraft a bit, and then the front portion, and initiates a climb. Thereafter he may like to do a circuit, come back, align again with the runway and land.
Which was done after the first attempt had already failed. So what seems to be coming to light is that the plane or the pilot continued to see whether the visibility will become better. They also do mention that yes, they have the runway in sight eventually, but it could have been a miscalculation, or they have hit on a higher area, on a cliff kind of area near the runway, and the calculations may have gone wrong. But there are some other questions that are being raised as far as this crash is concerned. Did the landing gear snag cause such a crash? Because Learjets have previously reported a landing gear issue. There has been an issue with the gear subject to a detailed inquiry. Landing gear alert was issued by US Transportation Safety Board as well. And the alert recommended that the landing gear inspections may be done on many models. So, Mr. Rawat, I come with you to you on this. Do you think this could have been one of the issues?
No. If the pilot was coming for the landing, he must have put the landing gears down. He must have got the 3 greens for that, all the 3 landing gears down. After that, he is coming for the final on the landing.
Okay.
Here, in this case, after going making the first go around, the pilot was trying to see the runway, to locate the runway, so that he can align with the runway, because he was not aligned with the runway, because it is visual. He was coming for approach, and then he was trying to look at the runway at first place.
Okay.
Once you see the runway, after that you can align the aircraft in direction, the runway direction. He was not able to align with the runway.
Okay.
And then when at one point of time, as you mentioned, that pilot has said that he is runway inside.
Yeah.
At that point, where he was, whether he was aligned offside, left, right, nobody knows. Nobody knows. So once he sees the runway, after that he tries to align with the runway. But how far it was and how was the weather there, it was not able to. Nobody was able to say that.
And whether there was enough time to align.
We have got 2-3 days to carry out the speculation on this issue, unless the CVR and DFDR are decoded. So they will give you the exact position, how the thing happened.
Okay. No, absolutely. The final word will be, of course, exactly what comes out as far as the black box is concerned. But I also want to touch upon another element of what has transpired, and that's the issue of the tabletop runway. Now, why are tabletop runways a feature or a factor as far as such a crash is concerned? Because they have zero overrun forgiveness. Their cliffs at runway ends can make undershoot or overshoot fatal. We have seen this in some previous crashes as well. There is also a possibility of depth mismanagement or misjudgment. The runway blends with the horizon, difficult to gauge height for the pilot. As one of our experts, former pilot, was also telling us that there is a perspective at which you see the runway at a different height, at each different height. Now, there is no instrument landing system, visual or manual landing only, which then is made worse by the situation of fog. That has certainly heightened the risk here. There is a very narrow error window as far as the tabletop runway is concerned. The speed, descent, touchdown, they all have to be extremely precise. And then if you add the weather multiplier, the fog and the wind conditions, they can destabilize the final approach. So do you think, as I asked you earlier, the tabletop runway could have made the calculations a little bit tougher in those final moments. We're trying to decipher what happened between that, 3,000 meters to 100 feet mark, because that's where all of it seems to have transpired.
Yeah, Shivani, there are many peculiarities involved with a tabletop runway. As you have rightly brought out, another factor which works in such terrain, which challenges the pilot quite a bit, is updraft or downdraft. Since the terrain is not even, the mountain is coming up towards the runway, what happens, a horizontal wind which is blowing, maybe a speed of 10, 15 or 20 knots per hour, it hits the vertical part of the hill and that gets deflected upward. So there is an upward draft. Similarly, when it crosses the tabletop and goes on the leeward side, it descends down. The wind hits the mountain, climbs up, and then on the leeward side, wind goes down, descending down, so creates a downward draft. Now, any pilot has to be ready in case he is approaching for runway landing. In case there is an updraft, he judges it and then reduces the power and attitude of the aircraft up and down, so as to overcome this effect of updraft and downdraft. It needs a certain amount of practice, but most of the pilots who are cleared to land on tabletop runways
would have had
done
the training.
that. It is in back of their mind. Shivani, what happens, I will tell you, 2 seconds. Once you enter a cloud, there is no visual clue. You are supposed to change over to instrument flying conditions. But when you are down to 400 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, there is no chance of changing over to instruments. You have to, between both the pilots, one looks down at the instrument,
the other has to do
the other pilot looks at the runway and he hopes that now 2 seconds I will see the threshold. In the process, in case he has undershot, we use this jargon. In the process, in case he has gone down below the glide path by 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, then he has quite a high chance of hitting the upcoming part of the tabletop.
Yeah. So, we have this video, which is actually a video from the Baramati airstrip itself. It gives you an idea of what the descent looks like. So that is what a tabletop runway is like. And then these are also conditions. They were seemingly very overcast and all. And this is, exactly the conditions in which the pilot could have been wanting to make that second landing attempt. Possibly when the pilot was very close to the landing strip, there was a miscalculation on whether they were truly at the landing strip and aligned or not, as you are saying, and could have crashed nearby to that strip as well. So these are actually the perspective that the pilot would have had, and you are telling me that you have to depend on your visual sight at that time. But my final question, if this is a strip which is tabletop, it had the conditions that it had, this is a airport or a strip where you have to decide whether it is fit for landing or not. There is no ATC per se or any manual landing, the system. Then what do you think would have made the pilot confident that, okay, I can attempt a second landing? Or do you think the conditions were not conducive to attempt that landing at all? Why not just make another go around or, ask for help?
As far as, because I was just looking at the news today itself, because this pilot has been used and this aircraft has been used by the leader for going to the Baramati previous occasions also. It means the pilot was very well aware about the situation. Conditions and whatever this. Actually, you cannot say it is a tabletop runway. It's slightly elevated from the surrounding ground. It's not table. What Captain Devnath is saying, that when tabletop is 600, 700 feet above the surrounding terrain, then it is a tabletop. And then this wind,
is more like on ground level.
Wind effect is there, and here it's slightly, I think, not more than 100 meters from the, not 60 to 70 meters from the nearby ground. So it is not a tabletop runway, it's a normal runway. Secondly, the pilot was familiar with the runway, because he has this aircraft has been used by the departed leader many times for going to this thing. The question is that when we try to see the runway, the question is that first, the procedure is like that, you have to descend to the circuit altitude, where you can make a circle, and the circuit altitude is around 1000 feet from the runway elevation. So first If you are able to see the runway beforehand, then you align with the runway. Because the pilot was familiar with the runway, so he must have taken some cue from the ground that okay, there I will find the runway. This will be the direction where I can find the runway.
Okay.
I can see the runway. So he has, and on the premises he has, because he was maybe having the ground contact also. So he was descending on the premises. At a point he was not able to see the runway. So he has made a left and right turn.
Even a few minutes or even a few seconds could have played.
He can make a left turn or right turn, and then again made an attempt. As the news is coming that he has seen the runway, but as I earlier mentioned, what point he was, what was the direction of the runway?
No, so even a few seconds could have been enough in creating this fatal situation where the pilot, who was very experienced, had landed on exactly this strip earlier, could not make the assessment, at least as far as preliminary evidence is concerned, close to the runway, and then ended up crashing. Those very few final minutes, final seconds in fact, could have been the issue. Even familiarity, as you are pointing out. Excessive familiarity with the runway.
Familiarity is coming down only.
Yeah.
But when you are coming for the landing, then you should be very clear and aligned with the runway.
We don't know whether familiarity or familiar conditions created an aspect where the pilot felt that he could figure it out as he went down on the ground as well. I do thank both of our guests for joining us and for explaining to us exactly what could have happened. Important to understand from a pilot and from an aviation point of view what could have transpired, because certainly only preliminary information is available right now. On that note, I'm tossing across to my colleague Akansha, joining you to take the news forward.
Many thanks to you, Shivani. As we all know, the big news that has shaken not just Maharashtra politics but all of the entire nation is Maharashtra's long-standing Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's passing away in a tragic plane crash in Baramati during an attempted landing in dense fog. There were no survivors on board. Pawar was en route from Mumbai to Baramati for campaign work when the Learjet 45 went down and caught fire. Footage shows the aircraft in pieces and ablaze at the crash site. Maharashtra, of course, has announced a 3-day state mourning with flags lowered in tribute. Aviation authorities and DGCA have launched a formal investigation into the crash. And Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that preliminary investigation has suggested that visibility was the cause of the crash, but thorough investigation still needs to be done. Now, Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde have reached the crash site as well in Baramati. And before we take this forward, let's also listen in to the eyewitness accounts.
ये हमने देखा कि एयरप्लेन जब नीचे आया था ऐसा लग रहा था उसका क्रैश हो जाएगा ऐसा हम सोच रहे थे, तभी क्रैश हो गया। हम देखे कि हमें लगा नहीं क्रैश हो गया है, लेकिन एयर ट्रैप पे उतरेगा ऐसा लगा, उतर रहा है, लेकिन क्रैप हुआ और उसके बाद स्फोट हो गया उसका ज़बरदस्त। स्फोट होने के बाद वो हम देखने आए, पहले देखा तो उसको आग लगी थी पूरे प्लेन को, और उसके बाद 4-5 स्फोट हो गया विमान में उसका, और उसके बाद बहुत लोग आ गए और उसने निकालने की कोशिश की, लेकिन बड़ी आग लगी, उसके कारण कोई मदद नहीं कर सकता।
ये एयर स्ट्रिप है, जो भी फ्लाइट और जो भी सब इसी जगह पर लैंड होती हैं, और लैंड होने के बाद यहाँ पे ये रनवे खत्म हो जाता है। अब देखिए, ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो ओपन इलाका है, और जहाँ पर आप सामने जो एम्बुलेंस देख रहे हैं वहां पर ये प्लेन जो है वो अजीत पवार का क्रैश हुआ है। मैं अपने कैमरामैन राजेश को बोलूंगा कि अगर आपको नजदीक जाके दिखाए कि किस तरीके से ये पूरा घटना घटी है। जो टीम है वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी है। तमाम जो लोग हैं, जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और एफएसएल की टीम है, वो मौके पर हैं, और लगातार जैसे से सूचना मिलती जा रही है कि ये स्पॉट है, वहां पे एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता बड़ी तादाद में जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। फोन ही कट गया। हेलो।
All right, so as we've been bringing to you all the latest details which have emerged so far, with experts even weighing in on, in fact, what could have led to that entire crash. I'm also joined in by Mr. Chandrakant Patil, who's one of the Maharashtra ministers. Many thanks to you, Mr. Patil. We speak in an hour of grief. It is a deeply tragic day, not just for you all, but for the entire nation today, as we've lost the stalwart Dada of Maharashtra politics, as he was known. I'd like to begin with your thoughts, Mr. Patil, today. Mr. Patil, can you hear me?
हाँ, एक
जी
हम सबके समझ के भी आगे ऐसी घटना हुई है कि जिसके बारे में कोई विश्वास ही नहीं होता, क्योंकि कल ही अजीत दादा के साथ कैबिनेट मीटिंग में भी रहे और बाद में हमारी दोनों की आधा घंटा 1-to-1 मीटिंग हुई। सांगली नाम का एक बड़ा शहर है, वहाँ के मेयरशिप में हमको उनके 16 पार्षद चाहिए थे, तो पॉजिटिव मीटिंग हुई, हंसी मजाक बहुत हुई। और फिर मैं पुणे आकर आज मुंबई निकला तो आधे रास्ते में ये न्यूज मिली। दिस इज वेरी शॉकिंग। और ऐसे पॉलिटिशियन की जो लगातार महाराष्ट्र के पॉलिटिक्स में चुनकर आते रहे, कभी हारे नहीं, और महाराष्ट्र के पॉलिटिक्स में उनके बिना महाराष्ट्र की पॉलिटिक्स कभी चली नहीं, वो सत्ता में हो या न हो। तो ये बड़ा सबको ठेस पहुंची है। वो पहले विरोधी पक्ष में थे, यानी हमारे पार्टी में नहीं थे, अब हमारे अलायंस में है, लेकिन सभी समय में उनका वही सबसे मित्रता का व्यवहार रहा।
आपके लिए कितना दर्दनाक हो सकता है मैं समझ सकती हूँ, क्योंकि आपने अभी अभी बताया कि आपकी आखिरी मुलाकात उनसे कल ही हुई थी। आपने कहा आपके साथ काफ़ी हंसी मजाक भी किया उन्होंने। आपकी उनकी जो लास्ट मेमोरी है, आई एम श्योर यू मस्ट हैव बीन हॉन्टेड बाय हिज फेस इवन टुडे। कैन यू शेयर दैट लास्ट मेमोरी विद अस फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स टुडे?
जैसे कल उन्होंने आखिरी में उठते वक्त कहा कि भाई चुनाव 29 कॉर्पोरेशन के हुए, पुणे में मैं भी एमएलए हूँ और वो पालक मंत्री गार्डियन मिनिस्टर है, तो एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़े तो बहुत एक दूसरे को बोले। तो उन्होंने कहा हाथ पकड़कर, भाई ये चुनाव में चलता है? मैंने कहा कि हाँ, मैं भी जानता हूँ चलता है, हमने कहा दिमाग में रखा है। तो ऐसा उनका स्वभाव था कि प्रशासन में बहुत हार्ड थे, डांटते थे लोगों को, लेकिन प्रशासन को डांटने में भी पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट नहीं रहता था, लोगों के इशू पर डांटते थे। कोई ट्रैफिक वाला मामला हो, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो, कोई गवर्नमेंट डिसीजन का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ठीक तरह से ना हो, बहुत डांटते थे, लोग डरते थे उनको। लेकिन डरने के बाद भी उनके बारे में एक ऐसा रिश्ता था कि सामान्य व्यक्ति भी उनके पास जाकर अपनी समस्या रख सकता था। He was very easily available to all.
You know, that's very interesting that you're saying that he was very easily available to all, something that even Prime Minister Modi has spoken about, which is his grassroots connect. Share with us about that grassroots connect. What were those virtues? उनकी ऐसी क्या qualities थी जो उनको आज भी लोगों के इतना करीब बनाती हैं कि क्रैश साइट के जो विजुअल्स आए हैं पाटिल साहब, वहां तक से लोगों का बिलबिलाकर रोना तक सुनाई दे रहा है।
नहीं, ये तो बारामती के फोटोग्राफ्स आपने लिए हैं, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में अपने घर का आदमी ही गया है, ऐसे मनस्थिति में लोग हैं, क्योंकि कई लोगों को पर्सनल मेमोरी है। कल आए थे, परसों आए थे, घर में आए थे, चाय पिए थे। मुझे याद है, आपने पूछी तो मुझे बहुत पुरानी याद आई कि मैं पॉलिटिक्स में भी नहीं था। इट इज 2006। तो महाराष्ट्र की जो गोल्डन गर्ल कही जाती है, शूटर तेजस्वी सावंत, उसको मेलबर्न में राष्ट्रकुल में 2 गोल्ड मेडल मिले। अजीत दादा की, मैं कोल्हापुर से हूँ, अभी पुणे में एमएलए हूँ, लेकिन मैं आई एम ओरिजिनल फ्रॉम कोल्हापुर। तो उनकी बहन सगी वहां रहती है, आज भी जिंदा है, वो दुर्भाग्य से निकली है, रास्ते में दिक्कत आई तो मैंने अभी उनको एस्कॉर्ट जोड़ा। तो वो संजोग से उस दिन बहन के पास से तो सुबह 6 बजे तेजस्वी सावंत के घर पहुंचे, 6 बजे। तो उनका वैसा ही शेड्यूल था, 6 बजे लोगों को मिलना। और वहां उन्होंने डिक्लेयर किया कि भाई ये लड़की थी मेलबर्न में, बहुत गरीबी उनके घर में, कि हम इनको गवर्नमेंट जॉब देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट जॉब देने का हमारे पास कानून नहीं था, अभी बना कानून। तो ये जो है ना, वो सावंत फैमिली तो उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि तब भी दादा कांग्रेस के गवर्नमेंट में बहुत
पाटिल
सीनियर
साहब,
मिनिस्टर।
अभी तक सब ये कह रहे हैं, मतलब बहुत सारी बातें हो रही हैं कि कैसे वो महाराष्ट्र के सबसे लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे। एक बार उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि क्या मैं अगर शरद पवार का बेटा होता तो क्या मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनने दिया जाता। तो वो एक डिज़ायर उनका अनफुलफिल्ड रह गया। शायद यही सबसे ट्रैजिक बात है आज उनकी पासिंग में भी। लेकिन उनके अगर कैरेक्टर को भी देखें, उन्होंने हमेशा शरद पवार को आदर और सत्कार और सम्मान के साथ ट्रीट किया। ये बात आपके लिए कितना रेजोनेट करती है कि भले ही आज वो दो पॉलिटिकल फैक्शंस में हो पवार परिवार, लेकिन उन्होंने जो शरद पवार या सुप्रिया सूले को जो आदर सम्मान सत्कार देना चाहिए था एज अ फैमिली मेंबर, वो हमेशा दिया।
शरद पवार जी की ये विशेषता ही है जो महाराष्ट्र के लिए देश के सभी लोगों ने उसको फॉलो करना चाहिए कि उन्होंने, पॉलिटिक्स में क्या होता है कि फैमिली में दुर्लक्ष हो जाता है, घर के नाते हम मेंटेन नहीं कर पाते, लेकिन शरद पवार जी ने अपने सारी फैमिली को इस तरह से जोड़ा
जी।
तो कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि अजित पवार बाहर निकले। शुरू में तो कई महीने लोगों को लगा कि भाई ये कोई स्ट्रेटेजी है क्या, लेकिन वो स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं थी। एक स्टेज ऐसे आई कि अजित पवार को ऐसा लगा कि भाई ये हमेशा हमको कोई नया करने नहीं देते। एक डिटेल में वो बड़ा विषय है, लेकिन बड़ी दुखी मन से अजित पवार बाहर निकले, क्योंकि रिश्ते अजित पवार जी ने सबके साथ ऑल फैमिली मेंबर कितने बनाए। और अजित पवार जी भी एक बड़े पॉलिटिशियन होने के बावजूद भी जिसको हम कहते हैं ना सबसे
Mr. Patil, I'm afraid I'll have to end our conversation over here. पर हमसे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत ही दुखद समय है। I'm quickly going to cut across to that walkthrough which is being brought to us from that crash site. Let's listen in over there.
लगातार जैसे से सूचना मिलती जा रही है कि ये स्पॉट है, वहाँ पे एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता बड़ी तादाद में जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं।
All right, so those are the latest visuals we are bringing to you from the crash site. CNN News 18 is bringing you the first live and exclusive visuals from this crash site in Baramati.
देखिए, अगर मैं आपको स्पॉट दिखाना चाहूंगा, यहाँ से आप देख सकते हैं कि जो क्रैश साइट है वो लैंडिंग करते समय जो एयरक्राफ्ट का जो पीछे का हिस्सा होता है वो आप साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं कि जो यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से मलबा पड़ा हुआ है। और यहाँ पर डीजीसीए की जो एआईबी जो एयरपोर्ट जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम आती है वो यहाँ पे मौके पे पहुंची हुई है। पूरा जो इलाका है, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि ये जो टेबल टॉप रनवे है, टेबल टॉप रनवे होने की वजह से आसपास जो इलाके हैं वो नीचे की तरफ होते हैं। अब देखिए, ये जो क्रैश हुआ है वो इस जगह हुआ है और साफ तौर पे आप मलबा देख सकते हैं कि जो एयरक्राफ्ट का मलबा है वो पड़ा हुआ है। अब दूसरी तस्वीर में आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, जहां पर हम मौजूद हैं, ये जो सीधा रास्ता जाता है वो एयर स्ट्रिप है, यानी कि रनवे का हिस्सा है। तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि ये जो पूरा रनवे बना हुआ है वो टेबल टॉप पे बना हुआ है। टेबल टॉप का मतलब होता है इलाकों में अगल बगल के जो इलाके होते हैं वो नीचे की तरफ होते हैं और रनवे ऊपर की तरफ होते हैं। ये देखिए, ये है एयर क्रैश की बड़ी तादाद में जो टीमें हैं वो मौजूद हैं और जो मलबा है एयरक्राफ्ट का वो अभी भी साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं कि अलग अलग हिस्सों में पूरा मलबा गिरा हुआ है। और जहां से जो बॉडीज निकाली गई थी वो स्पॉट अगर मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँ आनंद, तो देखिए ये मेन स्पॉट है। अपने कैमरामैन राजेश को बोलूंगा, देखिए किस तरीके से लैंडिंग करते वक्त ये जो स्पॉट आप सामने देख रहे हैं वहां पर ये पूरा आग लगी थी और पूरा एयरक्राफ्ट जो है वो जलकर खाक हो चुका था। और शुरुआती जांच में ऐसा पता चल रहा है कि जब सुबह ये जब लैंडिंग की कोशिश कर रहा था उस समय फॉग बहुत ज्यादा था, विजिबिलिटी बहुत कम थी। विजिबिलिटी कम होने की वजह से जो पायलट थे उन्हें इस बात का अंदाजा नहीं मिल पा रहा था कि एयर स्ट्रिप कहाँ पर है, क्योंकि देखिए बारामती एक छोटा एयरपोर्ट है, छोटा यहाँ पे एयर स्ट्रिप पे आईएलएस जो लाइटिंग लगी रहती है, जो रनवे पर आईएलएस का इस्तेमाल नहीं होता है क्योंकि छोटे एयर स्ट्रिप पर आईएलएस नहीं लगे होते हैं। इसलिए जो विजिबिलिटी होती है, जो पायलट्स होते हैं, उनको रनवे ठीक से नजर नहीं आ पाता है, तो बड़ा चैलेंज होता है ऐसे में लैंडिंग करना। तो ये देखिए क्रैश साइट पे न्यूज 18 इंडिया की टीम मौजूद है। पूरे एरिया को जो है वो कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और कॉर्डन ऑफ करने के बाद जो मेन जो क्रैश साइट थी जिसमें सारे पैसेंजर्स मौजूद थे, अजीत पवार मौजूद थे, उनके साथ 5 लोग और मौजूद थे जिसमें 2 पायलट्स, वहां पर ये क्रैश साइट से उनकी बॉडीज को यहाँ से निकाला गया। बॉडीज काफी ज्यादा क्षतिग्रस्त थी, उन्हें यहाँ के जो गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल है वहां पे ले जाया गया है और सारे जो पवार फैमिलीज के जो लोग हैं वो अभी हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद हैं। लेकिन अब सबसे बड़ी जो ब्लैक बॉक्स है जो यहाँ से बरामद किया गया है, अब जो इन्वेस्टिगेटिव टीम है वो ब्लैक बॉक्स से पता करेगी कि आखिरकार क्रैश की असली वजह क्या थी, किस वजह से ये पूरा क्रैश हुआ था। और साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं कि अलग अलग पार्ट्स जो हैं वो एयरक्राफ्ट के चारों तरफ बिखरे पड़े हैं, तो अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं आनंद आप।
Alright, Vivek Gupta of News 18 bringing you that report straight from the crash site. More importantly, developments have been happening on a parallel front. On one side, you have the Mourning Pawar Parivar. On the other side, you also have the investigation going on by the AAIB officials. Let's quickly break down all the developments for you that have taken place so far. To begin with, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde have reached the plane crash site in Baramati, as have the Pawar family members. Ajit Pawar's supporters have also gathered in Baramati as the ambulance arrived with the mortal remains of the departed Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And Ajit Pawar's last rites, we are being told, are going to take place tomorrow in Baramati at around 11 a.m. Mortal remains of Ajit Pawar will also be placed at the Vidya Pratishtan School from 5 p.m. onwards to pay the last tributes starting today. The Maharashtra government has declared 3 days of state mourning across the entire state of Maharashtra as a mark of respect to the deceased Deputy Chief Minister. State mourning will be observed starting 28th of January, that is today, up until 30th of January, and during which the national flag will be flown at half-mast on all buildings. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also spoken to the NCP SP Chief Sharad Pawar to express his condolences over the passing of Ajit Pawar in this tragic plane crash. Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar, remember, was in the national capital when this tragic news arrived. She reached Baramati along with her son Parth Pawar and the NCP SP working president Supriya Sule after the tragic demise of the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar has also reached Baramati after the plane crash to reach the plane crash site. In fact, he arrived at the plane crash site shortly, and in fact he is already at the hospital in Baramati where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar were placed, and he should be arriving at the crash site, which we were showing to you as well. And expressing deep grief, the Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said, and let me quote, "We will do the investigation in a transparent and accountable way to determine the exact cause of the crash." Providing preliminary details, Naidu has also explained that teams from the DGCA and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, or the AAIB, have been deployed to the site to conduct a thorough probe into the technical and environmental factors that have been involved. Let's also get you a sense of how the opposition is reacting after Ajit Pawar's untimely death. Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has hinted at foul play. She wants a Supreme Court monitored probe into the plane crash. Now, after Mamata Banerjee seeking court-monitored probe into Ajit Pawar's death, the BJP has now trained its guns at Bengal CM, saying that they are disgusted by her politics of opportunism. Such vulture-like behavior is avoidable in this hour of tragedy. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we bring you all the latest and live details from Baramati.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're getting the first access to some CCTV visuals that have captured the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane and the one that was carrying 4 others. This is seemingly a roadside CCTV that has captured the moment of the crash. Of course, this happened in Baramati. The circumstances in which this aircraft crashed are now a subject of investigation. But you can see that large plume of fire and smoke that is the moment of the crash that has been caught on a nearby roadside CCTV. It has happened close to what looks like a highway. There is not just traffic on that highway, but also seemingly certain other establishments, possibly a petrol pump or something like that. Some shops that are also visible, but clearly this is one of the first CCTV visuals that have come to light after this crash has taken place. A large fire engulfing that area and a cloud of smoke from the ground as well. Let's just play this for our viewers on our big wall here as well. As you can see, the time captured on the CCTV is around 8:46 in the morning. Exact time, at least as far as this CCTV footage is concerned, 8:46. I don't know how accurate that is otherwise. But yes, you can see at the top of your screen, just behind this roadside shack or shop, there is a large smoke, a cloud of smoke and fire that engulfs. And now this is why it gets very, very problematic in aircraft's crashes, because it's not just the crash, it is also the fire that follows that makes it very, very difficult for those on board to survive, because it engulfs you immediately. There is a lot of fuel on any aircraft which is taking a journey, and then of course crashing in these circumstances, it doesn't really leave much room for anyone either to be saved or to walk out of such a situation alive. There was public around clearly, which is why we have accessed very visuals very soon after the crash. In fact, people have managed to capture the wreckage of the plane while it was still engulfed in fire, and that's because it wasn't too far from a major road, a highway of some sort, and also a lot of people nearby, which is why the moments right after the crash have also been captured. But this CCTV captures very prominently the moment of the crash, with the large fire engulfing the crashed aircraft and the plume of smoke as well. Now, what was the reason for this crash is going to be very, very important to watch out for, because this isn't the first of its kind. We've seen certain very tragic crashes take place, whether it's a light aircraft or a chopper, where several prominent personalities, especially politicians, have been lost in India. But Yesha continues to be with us. Yesha, this CCTV captures the moment of the crash. I'm not sure how much clues this CCTV footage would be able to give as far as investigators is concerned, but the moment of the crash and the aftermath being captured very clearly in this one.
Absolutely, and like we've been speaking about, this was in fact a tabletop crash. Now that we've seen the CCTV footage, the initial information spoke about how the aircraft, the helicopter was trying to land first, and then it had to take a turn and come back to exactly the spot where landing took place. I think this was a tabletop. This was a tabletop landing, and considering that Ajit Pawar had been someone who ILS system to be installed at this place, is where preliminary information is coming in about the crash. But now that we've seen the CCTV footage, just a couple of feet before the take place, we've seen the aircraft has in fact crash landed at that very spot, and then you see the entire aircraft going up in flames. This speaks of kind of a damage that has been caused to the aircraft at that very moment. And this is in fact the first CCTV that we see. The timing in the CCTV is shown to be around 8:46. When the crash is taking place. Following which, as far as information from it is concerned.
So questions have already started swirling on what exactly led to the crash in which Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister passed away. 3 years, 2 crashes, the same operator and the same aircraft type. The Learjet 45 now under scrutiny. Investigators are now zeroing in on the final 26 minutes of the Baramati flight. Flight data has indicated a mystery go-around during the first landing attempt, followed by a mayday call from the pilot moments before the impact. The aircraft involved, Learjet 45, is a light business jet widely used for VIP travel. While capable of high-speed operations and short runway landings, experts say it relies heavily on precision systems, especially during approach and poor visibility, even adverse weather conditions. Questions are also resurfacing about the September 2023 Learjet crash in Mumbai. The government investigations are still ongoing, with authorities yet to release the final findings. Now, the Aviation Accident Investigation Panel is currently examining technical data, pilot inputs, aircraft systems and even runway conditions to determine whether there are systemic issues or operational lapses. As the probe continues, the key question remains: are these crashes isolated incidents or signs of a deeper pattern now confronting the Learjet fleet? In September 2023, let's in fact try and break it down for you, that entire contrast of what happened exactly in September of 2023 versus today when Ajit Pawar's plane crashed. In September in 2023, a Learjet in fact crashed while landing in Mumbai. During that entire incident, the aircraft had drifted to the right during touchdown. Reports indicated a failure in the autopilot system and a fire broke out after the crash. The aircraft suffered substantial damage. Fast forward to January of 2026 this year, Ajit Pawar's aircraft crashes while attempting to land in Baramati today. Preliminary information suggests a possible landing gear error during landing. Now, during the approach, the pilot issued a mayday call. This, remember, was just moments before the aircraft was engulfed in flames after the impact. What's important to highlight is that there were 2 attempts made to land, and the mayday call was made only after the first attempt failed. Let's quickly take that forward with Aman Sharma, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Aman, many are also talking about how the Baramati airfield does not have an ILS, which, as we all know, is the instrument landing system. Could that also have had a role to play? Questions are swirling now. Who is to be questioned? Is it the make of the jet, which is the Learjet 45, or VRS, that is the operator?
See, Akanksha, there are 2 clear aspects to this story. The number one aspect, the Learjet, the same company that manufactures this, that has this airplane. In fact, in September 2023, a Learjet 45 operated by the same company crashed at the Mumbai airport. In fact, that time the aircraft was totally destroyed. The details I have from then, that the nose section collapsed, the wings separated, and the fuselage broke open, and both the nose and the main landing gears failed. The interesting part is that in September 2023 this happens. 2.5 years post that, the AAIB, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, is still not come out with a final report. You know, that we still don't know what caused that particular crash 2.5 years back. So in the mystery, that aircraft crash cause is unknown, and now behold, 2.5 years later, a same aircraft of the same company is now crashing in Baramati, claiming the life of Mr. Ajit Pawar. And you know, all questions are being raised that if that particular earlier crash, we had known the causes, could this accident have been averted? That's a very legitimate question being asked now. Second, the circumstances of this particular crash. If you read the Ministry of Civil Aviation statement, it all happens in a period of 26 minutes. The moment the aircraft comes in touch with the Baramati authorities, they are told that there is a 3,000-meter visibility. So clearly, from the ATC or from the Baramati authority, the visibility doesn't seem to be an issue, but the Civil Aviation Minister is saying the visibility was an issue. While 3-kilometer visibility is indicated by the ATC, somehow the crew of this aircraft is not able to see the runway, not once but twice, and comes around, and then it finally says that it can see the runway. It does not, within seconds of that aircraft crashes, and there is no clear, as per the statement, no mayday call issued even by the pilot. So all this, I think, is adding to a number of unanswered questions. I think a lot of mystery around this aircraft. Of course, a detailed investigation will follow. But as I come back to the earlier point, that when an investigation is still not completed in a 2.5-year-old accident involving the same company's aircraft, how fast can this investigation proceed? This also raises questions, I believe, on the AAIB and the speed of its probes, because the corrective measures can only be taken once the final report comes and the cause is known. And this particular incident also, I think one very significant part, Akanksha, is that when another attempt was being made by the aircraft to land at the Baramati airport, when asked to confirm visual contact with the runway, the pilots initially said the runway was not visible, but they later reported the runway was in sight, but notably there was no readback of the landing clearance once it was given by the operators at Baramati airport. So why this readback did not come is also will be a very, very significant part of this probe, because seconds later, without a mayday call, you see this plane crashing and claiming the life of Ajit Pawar and 4 other people on board.
Absolutely. And what's even more shocking is that the air crash site is right at the boundary of that landing strip. Well, we'll have to await a final report. As of now, these details shared by Aman are of the preliminary investigation information shared by the Aviation Ministry itself. Many thanks to you, Aman, for bringing us all those details. Now, the tragic Learjet crash in Baramati has also claimed the lives of all 5 people that were on board. Among the deceased is Maharashtra's Deputy CM Ajit Pawar himself. Also killed were the flight crew. Let's also tell you who all were part of this entire crew. Captain Shambhavi Pathak and First Officer Sumit Kapoor. Flight attendant Pinky Mali and Ajit Pawar's personal security officer Vidip Jadhav all lost their lives. Authorities have confirmed these deaths and families have also been informed. In fact, a detailed investigation into the crash is currently underway. There's also a statement that's been issued by the centre confirming these deaths, most tragic and leaving the entire country in a state of shock. Listen in to the reactions.
उनका फोन आया था लड़की का कि मैं बारामती जा रही हूँ, वहां से अजीत दादा पवार को छोड़ के मैं नांदेड़ जाऊंगी। और उसके बाद आज अजीत दादा के बारे में सुना, हम लोग टीवी में लगाए तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज में पिंकी माली करके अटेंडेंट आया, तब हम लोगों को मालूम पड़ा कि मेरी लड़की भी मैं ये कर दिया।
उनका विवाह हुआ था और वो
शादीशुदा थी।
कहाँ रहते थे
वो थाना रहते थे।
कितने सालों से ये सर्विस करते थे?
5 साल से वो प्राइवेट चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट में काम कर रही है, 5 साल से काम करती है। कलीना में सब वीआईपी लोगों के ही साथ जाना, सीएम हो, डिप्टी सीएम हो, राष्ट्रपति हो, सब बड़े लोगों के ही साथ उनका आना जाना होता।
All right, so that was the father of Pinky Mali, who was a flight attendant on that very plane that crashed in Baramati, taking the life of Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister. But important to also share the details of all those who were on board this Learjet that crashed. The first victim, of course, is the Deputy Chief Minister himself, Ajit Pawar. He also died in this crash. Shambhavi Pathak, the captain of that plane, also died on the spot, is what we are being told. Sumit Kapoor, the captain, again, he lost his life as well, as did Pinky Mali, who is a flight attendant. As a father was sharing information with us that she used to, in fact, accompany all the VVIPs, whether it was the Chief Minister or the Deputy CM. You also have Vidip Jadhav, who is in fact Ajit Pawar's security officer, who was also accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister on that unfaithful flight. On that note, in fact, Ajit Pawar, Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister, his passing is going to leave a void in not just the politics of Maharashtra, but in the entire country. His aircraft met with this accident in Baramati. Let's also explain the flight trajectory with the help of this flight tracker that we are bringing to you. At roughly 8:10 a.m. is when you see that Ajit Pawar's aircraft took off from Mumbai. It was taking off all the way to Baramati. It's not a very long distance. At around 8:46 a.m., the aircraft attempted landing in Baramati. Over here is when you're seeing, and this is when the crash happened during the landing. As per the DGCA sources, at around 9:12 a.m., the air traffic control received an official information about this crash. So how did the events actually unfold? According to the statement that has been issued by the government so far, we are being told that the aircraft first came in contact with Baramati.
विशेष रूप से गांवों के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए उन्होंने हमेशा आगे बढ़कर काम किया। मैं अजीत पवार जी के परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। जिन साथियों को हमने इस हादसे में खोया है, इस पीड़ा की घड़ी में हम सभी उनके परिजनों के साथ हैं। साथियों, दुख और संवेदना के इन पलों के बीच मैं यहां मौजूद आप सभी कैडेट्स का, विभिन्न मित्र देशों से आए कैडेट्स और ऑफिसर्स का अभिनंदन भी करूंगा। इस बार भी यहां
All right, so Prime Minister, in fact, making an address over there, he's conveyed his condolences to the Pawar family, but today also at this event, he's sharing his grief for the tragic passing away of the Deputy CM Ajit Pawar. And remember, in a tweet that Prime Minister had sent out earlier, he had also lauded Ajit Pawar's grassroots connect with the people of not just Baramati but all of Maharashtra. And reactions continue to arrive, but we can also confirm that Prime Minister Modi, accompanied by the Home Minister Shri Amit Shah, will be attending the last rites of the Deputy Chief Minister in Baramati tomorrow at 11 a.m. And there are, of course, several questions that still remain unanswered. There is a detailed probe that is currently being undertaken by the AAIB. At the same time, we are, in fact, what we are showing you are visuals from the crash site, where we are expecting the NCP SP Supremo Sharad Pawar also to be visiting for an inspection, and it's now being cordoned off, as you can see. And on the left side of your screen, we are bringing to you shots from the Baramati hospital, where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar are going to be taken out any time now. Remember, they will be placed in a public school in Baramati, where not just the party cadres, but everyone who wants to pay their last respects, whether it is from the party or the family members of Pawar, will in fact be arriving to pay their last respects to Ajit Pawar. Yesha Kotak joins me with the latest. Yesha, if you can share with us what's happening in Baramati at the moment, in how much time should we expect Ajit Pawar's mortal remains to be taken to the school?
So yes, Ajit Pawar's mortal remains will be kept at Vidya Pratishthan school. This was a school where Ajit Pawar would study, and from 5 p.m. onwards until tomorrow morning 9 a.m. is where the mortal remains would be kept there for people to pay their last tributes. Now here we'd expect all the VVIPs, the big politicians of Maharashtra, be visiting that very spot to pay tributes to Ajit Pawar. After 9 a.m. is where these mortal remains would then there'd be a last funeral procession, and around 11 a.m. is where the last rites of the former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, would take place. Clearly, as of now, that we see after the crash took place, Ajit Pawar's mortal remains were taken to the Baramati Medical College, where they were kept. Now that we speak of, the family members of Ajit Pawar, be it Sharad Pawar, Sunitha Pawar, his wife, for that matter, his cousin Supriya Sule, his son Parth Pawar, all of them have reached Baramati, and the decision has been taken. Clearly, they have to wait for some more members of the Pawar family who are not in the country. So as a result of which, we'd expect the last rites to take place tomorrow around 11 a.m.
Right. And what are you learning in terms of members of the Mahayuti Alliance and also the top brass of the BJP, who all are going to be present at the last rites tomorrow?
So, when we speak of the members of Mahayuti top leaders, we've of course seen the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, both at Devendra Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde. They've already headed to Baramati. Apart from that, several key leaders from BJP, Chandrasekhar Bavanpule, who's the former BJP state chief, they've also headed out from from
I'm so sorry to
Mumbai
interrupt
by
you there. Stay with me, Yesha. We need to also speak to the visuals that are coming in, latest images coming in of Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, expressing his condolences, also accompanied by Jagdambe Kapal and Eknath Shinde in the frame. All of them extremely grim and shocked. They are in fact meeting and conveying their condolences to Sunetra Pawar, wife of Ajit Pawar, also an MP, and she herself arrived in Baramati just a while ago. Remember, she was in the national capital for the first day of the budget session, but the shock is more than visible. The entire alliance is in fact completely devastated, as you can see from the expressions of Devendra Fadnavis and even Eknath Shinde. What we are being told is that the last rites will be performed tomorrow at 11 a.m. as Yesha has been sharing with us. Prime Minister Modi and the Home Minister will also be in attendance. Quickly going back to Yesha, so we can see that Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde have made it to the hospital at the moment.
Absolutely. In fact, the visuals that we can see, these are the visuals of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. In fact, as soon as the information came out, the Chief Minister had himself spoken about this, saying that we are fair and square, and once things are clear, both of them would be heading to Baramati. Speaking of the Chief Minister himself said that he was a ground level, a politician who was connected to the ground, connected to people, and had condoled his death. Apart from that, when you speak of Eknath, the Deputy Chief Minister, he in fact had said that he'd lost an elder brother in Ajit Pawar. In fact, a loss that the entire Maharashtra would see, because clearly in speeches that both Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis gave, they spoke about how just a couple of days back all of them were together on one platform, and then this one information that came in about the demise of Ajit Pawar. Today, this morning, after meeting several people in Mumbai, was where Ajit Pawar had taken the chartered plane to Baramati to address a gathering just ahead of the elections that scheduled, on February 4th. He had a couple of gatherings to be attended, to be addressed at Baramati, and which is where he was headed there. But this untimely demise of Ajit Pawar comes in, and which is where you see kind of situation even at Baramati, be it the leaders, or for that matter, be it even the common man, those of Baramati.
So, Yesha, this is indeed one loss which has not just dealt a huge blow to the Pawar Parivar, but you're also looking at the way it's going to shake up the entire alliance, perhaps in terms of the reliance that Devendra Fadnavis had on two key allies, one of course being Ajit Pawar, the other Eknath Shinde, and you can see in fact both of them in these images.
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak of Ajit Pawar, he held several key portfolios. He was instrumental in, keeping the stock together of the NCP. Several key leaders from the NCP had moved on along with Ajit Pawar, and that's where you saw some of the key portfolios. In fact, when you speak of Ajit Pawar himself, he was holding finance along with him, and one of the leaders who, in fact, had presented the budget for more than 10 times. Of course, Ajit Pawar was always seen as someone who aspired to be the chief minister, and, which is that aspirations end. But for that matter, someone who served the deputy chief minister position for more than 6 times, and that speaks volume of the kind of political contribution that he had. Now that you speak of Ajit Pawar, this of course with his death, this of course would impact the whole equation in the Maharashtra politics, because clearly so far it was seen as a trio over the last two elections, that of Devendra Fadnavis, that of Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. But amidst all of this, now of course, so with how would this really shape up is something that we don't really have an answer to as of now.
So if you look at this image that's coming in right now, Devendra Fadnavis looking deeply shaken, depressed, to say the least. It doesn't seem like he's just lost an ally, he's lost a good friend, because people from within the Mahayuti alliance also talk about how Ajit Pawar was also someone who helped him to keep a check on the other ally, that is Eknath Shinde. So this could in fact change the political dynamics within the alliance as well. If you could weigh in on that aspect.
Absolutely. When it comes to Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, they've clearly been allies, they've clearly been friends, even before they were Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. In fact, something that we've been discussing even before, when the Vidhan Sabha elections were announced. What was important to note is that when the three alliance partners, they were sitting together addressing the media after having that win, the win that showed the might of IUT. There was clearly a joke by Eknath Shinde, wherein he said that Ajit Pawar is known to take oath as Deputy Chief Minister anytime in the day, be it morning or night. That was clearly referring to the earlier oath taking by Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar early in the morning, something that shook the entire Maharashtra politics then. And then again, when NCP split and Ajit Pawar decided to go along with the Mahayuti, that was again a big blow to the Maharashtra politics, because clearly Maharashtra had already seen a lot of political turmoil in the last couple of years. So here, yes, if we speak of Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, Kamaradi, it goes way
Stay with
beyond.
me. In fact, we are also getting in shots coming in of Devendra Fadnavis and the Maharashtra Chief Minister, along with Deputy CM Eknath Shinde exiting the Baramati hospital. Remember, those visuals we brought to you were from inside the hospital, where the mortal remains in fact are now going to be taken out and placed in Vidya Pratishthan, the very school where Ajit Pawar actually studied. And in those visuals, this is in fact shortly after that meeting that's taken place where Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has conveyed his condolences to the wife of Ajit Pawar, Sunetra Pawar, and as you can see, they are now going to be accompanying that entire cavalcade, which will be taking the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar over to Vidya Pratishthan, that school where these mortal remains will be placed, only so that not just the party cadres but friends and family members can pay their last respects to the stalwart that Ajit Pawar was of Maharashtra politics. Ajit Dada, as he was known, will be fondly remembered. With that, we're slipping into a quick break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're getting the first access to some CCTV visuals that have captured the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane and the one that was carrying 4 others. This is seemingly a roadside CCTV that has captured the moment of the crash. Of course, this happened in Baramati. The circumstances in which this aircraft crashed are now a subject of investigation. But you can see that large plume of fire and smoke that is the moment of the crash that has been caught on a nearby roadside CCTV. It has happened close to what looks like a highway. There is not just traffic on that highway, but also seemingly certain other establishments, possibly a petrol pump or something like that. Some shops that are also visible, but clearly this is one of the first CCTV visuals that have come to light after this crash has taken place. A large fire engulfing that area and a cloud of smoke from the ground as well. Let's just play this for our viewers on a big wall here as well. As you can see, the time captured on the CCTV is around 8:46 in the morning. Exact time, at least as far as this CCTV footage is concerned, 8:46. I don't know how accurate that is otherwise. But yes, you can see at the top of your screen, just behind this roadside shack or shop, there is a large smoke, a cloud of smoke and fire that engulfs. And now this is why it gets very, very problematic in aircraft's crashes, because it's not just the crash, it is also the fire that follows that makes it very, very difficult for those on board to survive, because it engulfs you immediately. There is a lot of fuel on any aircraft which is taking a journey, and then of course crashing in these circumstances, it doesn't really leave much room for anyone either to be saved or to walk out of such a situation alive. There was public around clearly, which is why we have accessed very visuals very soon after the crash. In fact, people have managed to capture the wreckage of the plane while it was still engulfed in fire, and that's because it wasn't too far from a major road, a highway of some sort, and also a lot of people nearby, which is why the moments right after the crash have also been captured. But this CCTV captures very prominently the moment of the crash, with the large fire engulfing the crashed aircraft and the plume of smoke as well. Now, what was the reason for this crash is going to be very, very important to watch out for, because this isn't the first of its kind. We've seen certain very tragic crashes take place, whether it's a light aircraft or a chopper, where several prominent personalities, especially politicians, have been lost in India. But Yesha continues to be with us. Yesha, the CCTV captures the moment of the crash. I'm not sure how much clues this CCTV footage would be able to give as far as investigators is concerned, but the moment of the crash and the aftermath being captured very clearly in this one.
Absolutely, and like we've been speaking about, this was in fact a tabletop crash. Now that we see in the CCTV footage, the initial information came in, spoke about how the aircraft, the helicopter was trying to land first, and then it had to take a turn and come back to exactly the spot where landing took place. I think this was a tabletop. This was a tabletop landing, and considering that Ajit Pawar had been someone who ILS system to be installed at this place, is where preliminary information is coming in about the crash. But now that we've seen the CCTV footage, just a couple of feet before the take place, we've seen the aircraft has in fact crash landed at that very spot, and then you see the entire aircraft going up in flames. This speaks of kind of a damage that has been caused to the aircraft at that very moment. And this is in fact the first CCTV that we see. The timing in the CCTV is shown to be around 8:46. When the crash is taking place. Following which, as far as information from ATC is concerned, they got a call at around 9:12 about this incident. So clearly, this speaks of the time limit from when this very crash took place. Initial first visual coming in, it is in fact a visual taken from far from the highway around Baramati, because this very crash, that we speak of, had taken place.
So, Yesha, just stay with me. I've got Dr. Vandana Singh, who's chairperson of Aviation Cargo Federation of the Aviation Industry in India. The flight took off at 8:10. The CCTV captures the flight going down at 8:46. So, roughly 36 minutes later. And a few minutes later, the ATC was informed about the crash. But looking at this footage or the timeline, clearly the plane had reached Baramati. It was set to land. In fact, there are also certain information that it already attempted a landing before this. What your first sense of what could have gone wrong?
Thank you, ma'am, for having me on your show. Firstly, a very, very tragic incident where we have lost 6 lives, including Shri Pawar. Now, Baramati strip is essentially a tabletop runway, which is essentially meaning elevated, right? Now, in this case, very clearly, the pilot attempted a first approach.
Good evening. You're watching this broadcast. This is Nation at 5 on CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. Unfortunate news came in this morning. Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar passed away in a plane crash in Baramati during an attempted landing There were no survivors on board. Ajit Pawar was en route Baramati for campaign work when the Learjet 45 went down and burst into flames. Footage shows the aircraft in pieces and ablaze at the crash site. Maharashtra has now announced a 3-day state mourning. Flags are going to be lowered in tribute. Aviation authorities and DGCA have launched a formal investigation into the crash as well. Aviation Minister has gone on to say that preliminary probes suggest that visibility was the cause of the crash, but thorough investigation will be done to find out what exactly transpired. Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde are also in Baramati. They've met with Ajit Pawar's family there, offering their condolences. The same as Prime Minister Modi too did just a short while ago. Prime Minister Modi too offering condolences. In fact, dialing Sharad Pawar earlier this morning as well to speak with him and sharing his grief at this time. Well, CNN News 18 has been getting you images of where exactly the crash took place, what the runway looked like, the tabletop airstrip in Baramati where the plane went eventually down. And these are visuals that we've accessed for you now, which is the site of the accident. This is the tail end, the rear, which eventually broke away from the particular aircraft after it hit the ground. That was it breaking into two, splitting into two upon impact, which eventually went up in a ball of flame. That is what killed all of those people on board that particular Learjet 45, including Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar. These are visuals coming in from Baramati on that airstrip where this accident took place. This is that airstrip that you see. This is the part where you can see the plane had actually gone down. There are several locals, eyewitnesses who eventually came to the rescue. They were first responders when the plane actually went down and split into two. That is the runway, and this is where the plane went down, right on the side of it. It is a tabletop runway. We're given to understand that the pilot could not see where the runway was, eventually veered off. There was no contact after a point with the ATC as to what exactly transpired. But these visuals go on to show how far away really the aircraft landed from the airstrip where it was supposed to actually land. You can see there are people there around that particular airstrip, around the runway, also gathering, looking at what exactly transpired, trying to help those who probably would have been trapped under the debris. Unfortunately, it was too late to save anyone. Mayresh, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Mayresh, even as we are getting more details of what exactly transpired, getting a sense of what went down at that tabletop airstrip in Baramati, the family, they're still coming to terms with what exactly happened. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, his Deputy Eknath Shinde, all in Baramati now?
And we saw the visuals also that they met the family, and they also basically expressed their grief with the family. But it's a very shocking thing, and what we have been given to understand, even in the visuals also, we can see that a lot of people have gathered outside that Vidya Pratishthan ground where his mortal remains will be kept till 10 p.m. today. Then the mortal remains will be shifted to the Katewadi, which is the native place of Ajit Pawar, where exactly his mother and his family stay. So from 10 p.m. till morning 6 a.m. His mortal remains will be kept at Katewadi, and then again his mortal remains will be brought to the Vidya Pratishthan ground for the final rite. So it's a very emotional moment for the entire family. It's a very emotional thing for the entire family because no one had expected that such kind of a accident or such kind of an incident will take place with Ajit Pawar, because it was unimaginable. And whenever I did try to speak with a lot of close associates of Ajit Pawar who have worked with him, who had basically, Ajit Pawar basically gave them strength and showed them that this is the way that they should work. All of them are not in a basically situation or a condition to speak. Whenever I have called throughout the day, they are still crying and they are saying that it's unbelievable that it has happened. We cannot believe it.
Absolutely. There is no coming to terms to what exactly transpired this morning. It was going to be a routine flight that Ajit Pawar must have taken many a times going from Mumbai to Baramati. Unfortunately, this ended in his tragic death along with 4 others who were on board that particular aircraft. And these visuals coming in from Baramati show where exactly the impact happened, where exactly upon impact the aircraft broke into two. The debris there strewn across right next to a few meters away, in fact, from the airstrip where it was supposed to land. In fact, my colleague Vivek has been reporting from on ground, getting us a sense of what exactly transpired there, what the situation looked like hours later as investigation teams eventually came in to figure out and piece together the mystery of what exactly led to this cause. Take a look at the special ground report.
सबसे पहले मैं आपको ये तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूंगा जिस जगह पे हम मौजूद हैं वो है बारामती एयरपोर्ट का रनवे। ये देखिए ये एयरपोर्ट का ये एयर स्ट्रिप है। जो भी फ्लाइट और जो भी सब इसी जगह पे लैंड होती हैं और लैंड होने के बाद यहाँ पे ये रनवे खत्म हो जाता है। अब देखिए ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो ओपन इलाका है और जहाँ पर आप सामने जो एम्बुलेंस देख रहे हैं वहां पर ये प्लेन जो है वो अजीत पवार का क्रैश हुआ है। जो टीम है वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी है। तमाम जो लोग हैं, जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम है और एफएसएल की टीम है वो मौके पर हैं और लगातार जैसे जैसे सूचना मिलती जा रही है कि ये स्पॉट है वहां पे एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ता बड़ी तादाद में जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं। जो क्रैश साइट है वो लैंडिंग करते समय जो एयरक्राफ्ट का जो पीछे का हिस्सा होता है वो आप साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं कि जो यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से मलबा पड़ा हुआ है और यहाँ पर डीजीसीए की जो एआईबी जो एयरपोर्ट जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम आती है वो यहाँ पे मौके पे पहुंची हुई है। जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि ये जो टेबल टॉप रनवे है, टेबल टॉप रनवे होने की वजह से आसपास जो इलाके हैं वो नीचे की तरफ होते हैं। अब देखिए ये जो क्रैश हुआ है वो इस जगह हुआ है और साथ तौर पे आप मलबा देख सकते हैं कि जो एयरक्राफ्ट का मलबा है वो पड़ा हुआ है। अब दूसरी तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा जहां पर हम मौजूद हैं। ये जो सीधा रास्ता जाता है वो एयर स्ट्रिप है यानी कि रनवे का हिस्सा है। तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि ये जो पूरा रनवे बना हुआ है वो टेबल टॉप पे बना हुआ है। टेबल टॉप का मतलब होता है कि पहाड़ी इलाकों में अगल बगल के जो इलाके होते हैं वो नीचे की तरफ होते हैं और रनवे ऊपर की तरफ होते हैं। ये जो स्पॉट आप सामने देख रहे हैं वहां पर ये पूरा आग लगी थी और पूरा एयरक्राफ्ट जो है वो जलकर खाक हो चुका था। और शुरुआती जांच में से पता चल रहा है कि जब सुबह ये जब लैंडिंग की कोशिश कर रहा था उस समय फॉग बहुत ज्यादा था, विजिबिलिटी बहुत कम थी। विजिबिलिटी कम होने की वजह से जो पायलट थे उन्हें इस बात का अंदाजा नहीं मिल पा रहा था कि एयर स्ट्रिप कहां पर है। 8:50 पर इससे बारामती में उतरना था, लेकिन उससे पहले ही जैसे कि 8:45 या 8:50 के आसपास ये एयर स्ट्रिप के पास आता है और एटीसी से जानकारी मिल रही है कि ये गो अराउंड भी हो गया। यानी गो अराउंड का मतलब है कि जब उसको रनवे नहीं दिख रहा था तो एटीसी से बोला कि आप फिर से घूम के दोबारा कोशिश करें। अभी हम जहाँ पे खड़े हैं वो एयर स्ट्रिप है। एयर स्ट्रिप से मुश्किल से 10 से 20 मीटर की दूरी पर ये क्रैश साइट है। पूरे एरिया को जो है उन्होंने कॉर्डन ऑफ करके रखा हुआ है क्योंकि देखिए पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन का मामला है। इसमें डीजीसी की टीम है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी कि आखिरकार किस वजह से ये पूरा क्रैश हुआ है। इसलिए आसपास के जो जितने भी लोग हैं उन्हें क्रैश साइट पर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है। पुलिस ने पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ किया हुआ है। इंजन की जो टेल है वो मेन पार्ट होता है किसी भी प्राइवेट एयरक्राफ्ट का, वो ज्यादा डैमेज हुआ वहां पर। दूसरी तरफ मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा, अपने कैमरा राजेश कोमल को जूम इन करके दिखाए। दूसरी तरफ देख सकते हैं विंग्स पड़े हुए हैं जो एयरक्राफ्ट के विंग्स हैं। उसके बाद देखिए धीरे धीरे अगर हम लेफ्ट हैंड साइड की तरफ की जाएंगे तो इंजन के जो कवर होते हैं, जो सर्कल्स में आप देख रहे हैं वो इंजन के कवर है और इंजन के कवर के पास एक और साइड में आपको दिखा जो दूर है जहां पे पब्लिक खड़ी हुई है। अगर मैं कैमरे को जूम इन करके दिखाएं तो वहां पर भी आप साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं कि जो कुछ पार्ट्स है वो वहां पर भी पड़े हुए हैं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि जब ये क्रैश हुआ था, क्रैश के बाद बड़ी तादाद में जो यहाँ पे जो एयरक्राफ्ट के जो पार्ट्स हैं वो अलग अलग हिस्सों में गिरे हैं और इस तरीके से पूरा जो एयरक्राफ्ट है वो परखच्चे उड़ते हुए जो डेड एंड है जहां पर ये पूरा एयरक्राफ्ट क्रैश हुआ था, जहां पर मैक्सिमम कैजुअलिटीज हुई हैं, जहां पे अजीत पवार दादा और अपने उनके एक बॉडीगार्ड और जो 2 कैप्टन और एक क्रू मेंबर थी, उन सब की जो मौत है वो इसी जगह स्पॉट पर। इस जगह से प्लेन जो है वो आ रहा था, ये लैंडिंग है और सामने अगर मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा कि जो सामने का जो रोड देख रहे हैं, सामने का जो रोड है वो रनवे है। ये बारामती का एयर स्ट्रिप है। बारामती की एयर स्ट्रिप छोटा रनवे है, इसलिए यहाँ पे आईएलएस नहीं लगी रहती, जिससे जो लाइटिंग लगी रहती है वो नहीं लगी रहती। ये रनवे है, रनवे के ठीक बगल में रनवे के ठीक बगल में ये टेबल टॉप रनवे बनाए गए हैं और देखिए रनवे के ठीक बगल में तकरीबन यहाँ से अगर मैं बोलूँ तो 80 से 90 फीट नीचे ये क्रैश हुआ है। यानी कि जो फ्लाइट है, जो एयरक्राफ्ट है वो सामने है। अगर मैं अपने कैम से बोलूंगा कि इस डायरेक्शन से आ रहा था, उसे रनवे पर लैंड करना था, लेकिन फॉग और जो विजिबिलिटी थी वो काफी कम थी। वो रनवे से हटकर बिल्कुल देखिए सामने जो जहां से रनवे स्टार्ट होता है वहां से हटकर वहां पे वो क्रैश होता है और ये क्रैश साइट है जहां पर मैक्सिमम डैमेज हुआ है, जहां पर एनसीपी के प्रमुख अजीत पवार जी थे, उनके बॉडीगार्ड थे, 5 लोगों की इसमें मृत्यु हो जाती है। और क्रैश इतना भयंकर होता है कि देखिए जितने भी एयरक्राफ्ट के जो परकच्चे हैं वो अलग अलग जगह पर चले जाते हैं। आसपास के इलाके, अगर मैं जूम आउट करके राजेश अपने कैम को बोलूंगा, देखिए आसपास के इलाकों में कोई भी नहीं है, छोटे छोटे घर बने हुए हैं। इसलिए यहाँ पर जो लोग थे, जो लोकल लोग थे, जो किसान लोग थे, जो लोकल लोग थे, वो सबसे पहले फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर थे, पहुंचे। उन्होंने जो आसपास जो पानी था उसे आग बुझाने की कोशिश की और जो पहले विजुअल जो मोबाइल्स पे हमें नजर आ रहे थे कि जो लोग थे, फायर ब्रिगेड, पुलिस प्रशासन से आने से पहले ही जो लोकल लोग थे उन्होंने पूरी मदद की कि जो लोग अंदर इंजर्ड हुए हैं उन्हें किसी हालत में जल्द से जल्द पहुंचाया जा सके। लोकल लोगों ने बताया कि यहाँ पर आग लगी है, धमाका हुआ है, जिसके बाद फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग आए, जो पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम आई, तमाम प्रशासन यहाँ पे आए। यहाँ से हॉस्पिटल तकरीबन 10 से 12 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है। पूरी कोशिश की गई कि जो लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं उन्हें हॉस्पिटल यहाँ से ले जाया जाए। और देखिए पूरा इलाका, अगर मैं अपने कैम को बोलूँ राजेश का, पूरा इलाका आसपास कुछ भी नहीं है आनंद। यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं जो लोग हैं वो भी इक्का दुक्का आपको घर नजर आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि देखिए ये क्रैश साइट के बगल में सिर्फ एक तबेला मुझे दिख रहा है वहां पर जहाँ पे कुछ लोग रहते थे। वो लोग सबसे पहले भाग के यहाँ पे आते हैं और यहाँ पे जो लोगों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं।
So what exactly happened? What was the reason behind this crash? All of that is being investigated, but condolences are coming in from across all political quarters. Prime Minister Modi too, while addressing the annual NCC rally earlier today, expressed his condolences. He had even called Sharad Pawar earlier this morning and spoken to him and offered his condolences to the Pawar family. Prime Minister Modi there also reminiscing about the contributions that Ajit Pawar had made to the development of Maharashtra and the rest of the country as well.
महाराष्ट्र में दुखद विमान दुर्घटना हुई है। इस दुर्घटना ने महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार जी और कुछ साथियों को हमसे छीन लिया है। अजीत दादा ने महाराष्ट्र और देश के विकास में अपना बड़ा योगदान दिया है। विशेष रूप से गांवों के जीवन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए उन्होंने हमेशा आगे बढ़कर काम किया। मैं अजीत पवार जी के परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। जिन साथियों को हमने इस हादसे में खोया है, इस पीड़ा की घड़ी में हम सभी उनके परिजनों के साथ हैं।
The entire country is standing by with the Pawar family, but answers need to be found as to what exactly transpired. What is it that went wrong because of which the plane went down earlier this morning, taking Ajit Pawar with that plane along and 4 others who were on board. There are certain observations that have come out via a report that the government had put out, but some questions still remain unanswered. As per this report, at 8:30 a.m. this morning, the crew was informed that the winds were calm and the visibility was around 3,000 meters and that they could have landed. But what we still don't know is that does this establish the fact that visibility was well within the range of safe landing? And if so, then what exactly happened? Why is it that the aircraft didn't actually land on the airstrip? Then right after 8:30 a.m., the next aircraft, what was reported was that the aircraft was available to finally approach the runway, but the runway was not in sight for them. They were asked to then make a reapproach and try again. With the air traffic team reporting a visibility of 3,000 meters, which is about 3 kilometers, how is it that the pilot could not spot the runway, and why is it that there was no communication about this? Because that's what the government report goes on to say, that eventually it all went silent and there was no answers coming in, no calls coming in from the aircraft at all. Then the aircraft did report about what exactly happened. They were asked to report that the runway was in sight, but they did not come back. They replied to say that the runway is currently not in sight. After a few seconds, they reported that the runway was in sight, and yet they couldn't manage to land on that airstrip. So what exactly changed in a matter of a few seconds that the pilot went from spotting the runway to not spotting the runway? What exactly happened in those few seconds? That's something that we will have to find out. At about 8:43 a.m. is when the aircraft was cleared to land on runway number 11. However, it did not give a read back to the landing clearance. Why is it that that happened? Why is it that the aircraft went silent? Why didn't the flying crew provide a read back on the landing clearance, or whether or not they could see the runway now or not, unlike what happened in the first attempt? At 8:44 a.m. is when the ATC saw the flames around the threshold of runway 11. Then emergency services were rushed to the crash site. So what happened in those matter of a few seconds from 8:43 when it was cleared for landing to 8:44 when it went into a ball of flames? What happened in those 60 seconds that led to this fatal crash? All of this will have to be ascertained. Investigations, of course, will be conducted by the DGCA as well. The state government will also be looking into it, and that's an assurance that has come in from the Union Civil Aviation Minister as well.
ATC बारामती से उनका जो कांटेक्ट हो रहा था फ्लाइट के लिए पायलट से, तो ATC वालों ने पूछा कि क्या रनवे साइट में है, तो उनके तरफ से आया कि रनवे साइट में अभी नहीं है। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने एक गो अराउंड करने के बाद फिर से एक बार कोशिश करी कि हमारे ATC से जो बारामती में जो FTO हैंडल्ड ATC है उनसे वार्तालाप चल रही थी। तो उस समय जब दोबारा लैंड करने आए तब भी उनसे पूछा गया था कि विजिबिलिटी है कि नहीं रनवे का। तो उसके बाद पहले तो उनका समाधान नहीं आया, फिर उसके बाद आया कि विजिबिलिटी है। तो लैंडिंग क्लियरेंस जैसी ATC ने दिया उसके बाद तुरंत देखा गया कि ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। बहुत दुखद घटना है, तो इसके ऊपर और जानकारी हमें मिलनी चाहिए। इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से ट्रांसपेरेंट और अकाउंटेबल वे में हम करेंगे।
Primarily, it appears that the pilot could not see the runway, and that's why he would have carried out.
But
a
he has
misapproach.
already taken 2 loops, sir. How is it possible that he would not see?
The pilot will carry out a missed approach in case if he's not comfortable to land on the runway.
Yeah.
Very experienced pilot, more than 16,000 hours of experience, very seasoned. The co-pilot was also 15,000 hours.
Okay. Yeah.
1,500 hours.
Okay. Yeah.
And the captain was very experienced, instructor, examiner material. He was with Sahara, he was with Jetlight, he was with Jet Airways, and he was very experienced on this type of aeroplane. The aircraft was very well maintained. There was absolutely no problem in the aircraft. There was no technical failure in the aircraft. The DGCA is doing their work. So please give us some time, handle the DGCA, and then we'll get back.
Sir,
My colleague Mayuresh getting us more details of what exactly transpired. Mayuresh, all of these unanswered questions, answers will have to be found for it. The DGCA, of course, is going to be looking at it and an investigation will take place. Will the state government on its part also conduct a separate inquiry?
The state government may announce a separate inquiry into it, but largely this entire incident will be investigated by the central agencies. AAIB is already is about to reach over there, so they will be majorly conducting, and it's all about the technicality. So the state government plays a very little role into it when it comes to the air traffic control or when it comes to the air tragedy. So it will be a central agencies which will be conducting, and we will have to, going by our experience, especially in the Ahmedabad crash we have seen. So going by that experience, we will have to wait for some more days when the agencies will tell us exactly what happened when they opened the black box and the black box recording, what exactly happened and what went wrong. Because we just heard the owner of the airline or the aeroplane, he clearly said that the pilot was having enough hours experience, and also there was no technical problem in the plane. So if the pilot was having enough experience, if there was no technical problem in the aeroplane, then what exactly happened? That we have to wait, and only the black box and the and with the help of the crash wreckage will come to know when the agencies will find out.
The agencies will find all of that, Mayuresh, but condolences are pouring in from across all quarters. We've seen the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, several other politicians also in Baramati. We're given to understand that the last rites will take place tomorrow.
Yes, the last rites will take place tomorrow at 11 o'clock at the ground of Vidya Pratishthan. Vidya Pratishthan is a education institute which started with the Pawar family. Ajit Pawar was looking into it, and after that, Ajit Pawar, his wife was basically looking into all the matters of Vidya Pratishthan. So on that ground, where right now his mortal remains have been kept for people to come and pay the last respect. 11 o'clock, we are expecting that when the PM and Home Minister will arrive. That time, the last rites will happen at Vidya Pratishthan ground in Baramati.
Right, Mayuresh, do stay on with us just to get a sense for our viewers of what exactly transpired. This is a tragedy that took place, that unfolded earlier this morning at about 8:44 when that aircraft carrying Ajit Pawar and 4 others went down. This happened at the Baramati airstrip. This is a tabletop airstrip, and here are some challenges when it comes to landing on tabletop runways is concerned. The fact that there are cliffs around, the overrun makes that particular runway a little difficult to land on. What sometimes happens is that it makes undershoot or overshoot fatal, which is perhaps what happened in this case as well. There is also some amount of misjudgment or room for misjudgment as far as the depth of the runway goes. That blends with the horizon. That makes it difficult for the pilot and the first officer to try and gauge the height and eventually land. Is that something that happened in this case? We don't know just yet. There is no instrument landing system visual or that's available as far as the Baramati airstrip is concerned, which is why they had to rely on manual landing only. Sometimes when there is fog, when the visibility is low, that heightens error risk. But as far as this particular case goes, we know that visibility wasn't an issue, at least initially for the pilots, that the visibility as put forth by the ATC was at least about 3 kilometers. There is also a narrow error window speed, the descent speed, the touchdown, all of that must be very, very precise. Even a 1/10th margin is something that could be fatal. Again, is that something that happened in this particular case or not? Only investigation will tell us. Weather multiplier can also be a concern, can also be a challenge. Fog, like I said, low visibility, or wind and wind speeds, that can destabilize the final approach. That can veer the aircraft away from the runway to another side. Is that what happened in this case? Is that why it ended up a few meters away from the runway and not on the airstrip? That's something that the DGCA and the AAIB will be looking into. My colleagues continue getting us more details of what exactly is transpiring there. Mayuresh, in Baramati is where we're going to be seeing several dignitaries come and pay their respects tomorrow as well. The family is still coming to terms with what exactly transpired. Have you been able to get in any word from the Pawar family?
No, we did try to speak with the Pawar family, but right now they are not basically speaking or not answering the calls. In the visuals also, we can clearly see that what exactly is their condition, and one can understand when you lose this kind of a personality like Ajit Pawar, who is like a kind of after Sharad Pawar, everyone used to consider Ajit Pawar who will be handling the party along with the family also. And if you are losing such kind of a person in such tragic incident, so certainly the families right now, I will say that they are completely shattered right now. But yes, most of the party leaders of Ajit Pawar's faction have reached Baramati. Most of them have met the family. Even Maharashtra CM, Maharashtra Governor, even Deputy CM Deputy CM Eknath Shinde also met Sunetra Pawar at their residence in Baramati. As I told you that right now the mortal remains have been kept at Vidya Pratishthan ground.
Yes.
Late in the night, the mortal remains will be taken to Ajit Pawar's ancestral house, which is Ratewadi, which is a few kilometers away from Baramati. And then again in the morning, they will be brought for the final rites at the same ground, Vidya Pratishthan. Back to you.
Right, Mayuresh, do stay on with us. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates as they're trickling in from Maharashtra. This is a loss and a void that not only Maharashtra is facing, but politics of the entire country is going to face. And that's the kind of sentiment that has come across from politicians cutting across party lines. Ajit Pawar, known as Dada, unfortunately passed away this morning at the age of 66. Condolences pouring in. We've been getting you stories of what exactly transpired, voices of those who are sharing the family's grief in this moment. We'll try and piece together what exactly happened when the plane went down as well, and what these questions really are, which need to be answered before finding out what happened, what the truth of this entire tragedy is. We'll get you all of that and much more, but for now, it's time for a quick break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're getting the first access to some CCTV visuals that have captured the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane and the one that was carrying 4 others. This is seemingly a roadside CCTV that has captured the moment of the crash. Of course, this happened in Baramati. The circumstances in which this aircraft crashed are now a subject of investigation. But you can see that large plume of fire and smoke that is the moment of the crash that has been caught on a nearby roadside CCTV. It has happened close to what looks like a highway. There is not just traffic on that highway, but also seemingly certain other establishments, possibly a petrol pump or something like that. Some shops that are also visible, but clearly this is one of the first CCTV visuals that have come to light after this crash has taken place. A large fire engulfing that area and a cloud of smoke from the ground as well. Let's just play this for our viewers on a big wall here as well. As you can see, the time captured on the CCTV is around 8:46 in the morning. Exact time, at least as far as this CCTV footage is concerned, 8:46. I don't know how accurate that is otherwise, but yes, you can see at the top of your screen, just behind this roadside shack or shop, there is a large smoke, a cloud of smoke and fire that engulfs. And now this is why it gets very, very problematic in aircrafts crashes, because it's not just the crash, it is also the fire that follows that makes it very, very difficult for those on board to survive, because it engulfs you immediately. There is a lot of fuel on any aircraft which is taking a journey, and then of course crashing in these circumstances, it doesn't really leave much room for anyone either to be saved or to walk out of such a situation alive. There was public around clearly, which is why we have accessed very visuals very soon after the crash. In fact, people have managed to capture the wreckage of the plane while it was still engulfed in fire, and that's because it wasn't too far from a major road, a highway of some sort, and also a lot of people nearby, which is why the moments right after the crash have also been captured. But this CCTV captures very prominently the moment of the crash, with the large fire engulfing the crashed aircraft and the plume of smoke as well. Now, what was the reason for this crash is going to be very, very important to watch out for, because this isn't the first of its kind. We've seen certain very tragic crashes take place, whether it's a light aircraft or a chopper, where several prominent personalities, especially politicians, have been lost in India. But Yesha continues to be with us. Yesha, this CCTV captures the moment of the crash. I'm not sure how much clues this CCTV footage would be able to give as far as investigators is concerned, but the moment of the crash and the aftermath being captured very clearly in this one.
Absolutely, and like we've been speaking about, this was in fact a tabletop crash. Now that we've seen the CCTV footage, the initial information spoke about how the aircraft, the helicopter was trying to land first, and then it had to take a turn and come back to exactly the spot where landing took place. I think this was a tabletop. This was a tabletop landing, and considering that Ajit Pawar had been someone who ILS system to be installed at this place, is where preliminary information is coming in about the crash. But now that we've seen the CCTV footage, just a couple of a couple of feet before the landing take place, we've seen the aircraft has in fact crash landed at that very spot, and then you see the entire aircraft going up in flames. This speaks of kind of a damage that has been caused to the aircraft at that very moment. And this is in fact the first CCTV that we see. The timing in the CCTV is shown to be around 8:46. When the crash is taking place. Following which, as far as information from ATC is concerned, they got a call at around 9:12 about this incident. So clearly, this speaks of the bad time limit from when this very crash took place. Initial first visual coming in, it is in fact a visual taken from far from the highway around Baramati, because this very crash, that we speak of, had taken place.
So, just stay with me. I've got Dr. Vandana Singh, who's chairperson of Aviation Cargo Federation of the Aviation Industry in India. The flight took off at 8:10. The CCTV captures the flight going down at 8:46. So, roughly 36 minutes later. And a few minutes later, the ATC was informed about the crash. But looking at this footage or the timeline, clearly the plane had reached Baramati. It was set to land. In fact, there are also certain information that it already attempted a landing before this. What your first sense of what could have gone wrong?
Thank you, ma'am, for having me on your show. Firstly, a very, very tragic incident where we have lost 6 lives, including Shri Pawar. Now, Baramati strip is essentially a tabletop runway, which is essentially meaning elevated, right? Now, in this case, very clearly, the pilot attempted a first approach. And the pilot said negative when it came to visibility. So the first approach, pilot said negative. The captain said negative. Then a second approach was tried. When the second approach was tried, then there was a mayday call. A mayday call only happens when there is a serious, threat or a technical, mechanical, electrical, whatever it may be. But there was a mayday call. So first a negative, which meaning that was the runway visible? The answer was no. The answer was negative. So still there was a cloud, there was a sunburst, and the pilot took another turn and came back. And came back to land, and then there was a mayday call, and then you can see this aircraft now clearly going into a huge ball of flame. Obviously, there was so much fuel there because the equipment had to return back from Baramati to Mumbai. There was no question of, there was no facility for refueling over there. And it burst into flames, and obviously all the bodies got charred. So this is what it is. Of course, we need to see what the wind shear factor was at that time. But then the Learjet 45 is a very stable, very good, very efficient aircraft. This had a life already of 15 or 16 years, if I'm not wrong, and has been known to be flying a lot of dignitaries, VIPs, all sorts of movements here. But unfortunately, all 6 lives gone on this second approach to this tabletop runway.
Can I ask you, Dr. Vandana, can I ask you, if you look at the CCTV footage or you look at the footages that people have managed to shoot right in the aftermath of this crash, the visibility doesn't seem to be too bad. Otherwise, it would be quite obvious in the CCTV as well, if the visibility was so bad that a plane couldn't land. Your thoughts, because the visuals seem to be pretty clear. So is it visibility alone that could have been a factor?
See, there are 2 things to that. So once, if you're looking at the weather, it says hazy with a bit of sunburst here or there. So it was not that bad. You can see it over there. But when the pilot was asked in the first instance by the ATC, the answer was a clear negative. This is what we are hearing. This is what we are being told, that there was a clear negative. Negative means.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nation at 5 on CNN News 18. The crash and the story of the tragic tale that unfolded this morning in Baramati has now raised some questions. Was it the fault of this particular operator, the operator that was flying these aircraft? VSR Aviation is in the dock, and there's a reason for it. In the last 3 years, between 2023 and 2026 now, there have been 2 crashes of this very same aircraft. The same operator, the same aircraft, 26 minutes of this particular flight, and what happened? Flight data indicates a mystery go-around during the first landing attempt. It was followed by complete silence from the other side, despite them being told by the ATC that the runway was in sight and that visibility was about 300 meters. The aircraft involved is a Learjet 45. It's a light business jet that's widely used for VIP travel. It's capable of high-speed operations and short runway landings. Experts say it relies heavily on precision systems, especially during approach in poor visibility and adverse weather. But questions are being now asked around, and the reason why that questions are being asked of today's tragic fatal crash is because around 2023, in September in fact, there was a similar crash in Mumbai. The government investigation is still ongoing in that 3 years later. It's just a preliminary probe as far as the AAIB is concerned. Authorities are yet to release its final findings. The Aviation Accident Investigation Panel is currently examining technical data, pilot inputs, aircraft systems and runway conditions to find out what exactly happened, if there were operational lapses or systemic issues with that particular aircraft back in 2023. As that probe continues, the key question remains that are these crashes isolated incidents, or is there a pattern which could have been avoided had the report of the AAIB been submitted and action would have been taken back from the 2023 crash. So here's what happened between these 3 years. In September 2023, a Learjet crashed while landing in Mumbai. During that incident, the aircraft drifted to the right during touchdown. Reports indicated that there was a failure in the autopilot system. A fire broke out after the crash. The aircraft suffered substantial damage. Cut to today, to what transpired in Baramati. Ajit Pawar's aircraft crashed while attempting to land in Baramati on that tabletop airstrip. Preliminary information suggests that a possible landing gear error occurred during landing. Now, during the approach, the pilot is believed to have gone silent after using a reproach for the second time around, moments before the aircraft eventually landed just meters away from the runway and engulfed completely into flames right on impact. There were multiple explosions that were reported as well, is what many eyewitnesses claim. Unfortunately, all those on board that flight, including Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, passed away in that tragic accident this morning. Yasha, my colleague, now joins us live from the crash site. She's in Baramati now, getting us a sense of what exactly transpired. Yasha, the investigators will now have to piece together what happened, if it was an issue with the aircraft, its landing gear, was it the issue with the weather and low visibility? All of that is going to be investigated. We're given to understand that those investigators, in fact, are at the crash site.
Absolutely. In fact, yes, the preliminary information suggests that there was fog, and as a result of which the pilot was asked to do a reapproach. We're right here at the crash site. I'd show you the visuals. So, when we speak of the tabletop landing, what it really means. So, this very runway is at a height as compared to the other structures right here. And if you see right below, approximately 30 feet to 35 feet down is where you see this very aircraft has crashed. You can also see how it was turned in flames, and that's why the area around has turned to dark. There are several other there are several parts of the aircraft which have fallen away from the aircraft. The particular tail of the aircraft is behind. What we also heard from sources, they indicated that when the aircraft was trying to land is where it crash landed, and that's where it broke into flames. And Ajit Pawar was inside the aircraft. He was thrown away from the aircraft, and he was identified on the basis of his pink jacket and his watch. So those who were still inside, the mortal remains of those have in fact been taken to Baramati Medical Hospital, following which now if you see the area has been cordoned off for further investigation. We also see how there are several parts of the aircraft which have fallen at different places across this entire stretch that we've cordoned off. So approximately, if you go to see, more than 150 feet of stretch has been cleared off, has been cordoned off, and different parts of the aircraft have fallen at different locations. This was because, as we see in the CCTV footage, around 8:45 was when this aircraft crash landed and it fell a little below the actual runway, and which is where this crash landing took place, and as a result of which it went up in flames. I'd ask my Vijay to show you visuals. Now from the crash site, I'll show you where the runway actually is. So this 30 feet below, 30 to 35 feet below is the crash site. Here, right behind me, I take you through these visuals. In fact, you see there are ambulances, there are police officials, and there are other such agencies which have been deployed here so as to ensure that the further investigation could be done. We'd walk a little away from here, approximately say less than 100 meters away from the actual point where the crash site is, and behind me is runway where the aircraft should have landed. In fact, even right now you see there are several helicopter movements that are taking place, and this entire structure in fact explains the tabletop structure of the aircraft. Even right now you see, because there are VIP movements that are taking place in Baramati, there are several helicopters flying just above this aircraft. As far as preliminary information is concerned, it had come to fore that the visibility was around 3,000 when the aircraft landing was to take place. Now this very aircraft that you see, where of course you see right now there are several cops and the other agencies which have been deployed to take a stock of the situation. This is a tabletop because clearly there's just one runway, and towards the end of this runway on the other side is the elevated position, which means it's at a peak. So this entire runway, and when we speak of ELS's issue, the ILS issue is because right here there are absolutely no ILS marks or lights that in fact are required in case of a fog or in case of a late night landing on these runways. So it's a clear just a long stretch along this entire position, and that's where the helicopter was expected to land. So this entire long structure is the runway of Baramati, and several times that we've spoken of, Ajit Pawar had tried to raise this issue of ensuring that there could be some lights at this very runway, as is the case with other runways, but that not really happened, and that in fact is being as a preliminary cause of the reason why this crash landing took place. So ideally, as far as the information is concerned, the landing should have taken place on this runway, and just a little towards the edge of the runway was where the aircraft has crash landed. Because what's important to note at this very point is that as far as the details or sequence of this very event are concerned, it was clearly mentioned that at around 8:50 was when the aircraft should have landed here, but around 8:42 was where a call was received to ATC saying that they could not really see the runway, and that's why they were asked to take a maneuver and come back to this spot. After which, when the ATC tried to reach out to the concerned pilot, they could not reach out to him, and around 8:45, as far as CCTV footages are concerned, is where this crash landing has taken place. Because clearly from that time onwards until next 20 minutes, until 9:12, there was absolutely no communication as to what really went wrong with the aircraft. Now, all of these are crucial pieces. Of course, they all would be in fact corroborated on the basis of AIB report, because clearly we also see that there'll be further investigation that will be done with at this very crash site as well.
Absolutely,
and apart
that
from
investigation
that,
will take place. The state government might initiate an inquiry on its part as well. For the moment though, Yasha, thank you so much for getting us the latest from the crash site in Baramati. Unfortunately, at a time like this, we are still seeing politics and questions that are being raised over what exactly transpired. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee questioned the reliability of the investigation into Ajit Pawar's deadly crash. She insisted that the DGCA inquiry, which is under the BJP control, risks being biased, particularly in the light of what she claims was Pawar's potential reunion into the opposition fold. This after the Pawar family came together during the recently concluded local body elections in Pune. Mamata Banerjee claims that there was an attempt of bringing in Ajit Pawar into the opposition fold, which is why a thorough probe is required as far as this crash goes. She is pushing now for a CBI or an NIA-led review of the incident. She has also demanded full black box forensics review to ensure transparency and credibility in determining the cause of the crash. BJP, meanwhile, has lashed out at TMC and Mamata Banerjee, claiming that the West Bengal CM is indulging in vulture politics.
Message of Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister. He died today morning in a plane crash. I'm really shocked to see the news. There is no safety and security of the people of this country. Even the political leaders, I do not know what is the fate of the opposition political parties, but he was very much with the ruling party. But before few days ago, I came to know that from social network that somebody from other party, they gave a statement that Ajit Pawar is willing to leave the BJP. And now what happened today, I need proper investigation under the supervision of Supreme Court. Only we have the trust on Supreme Court, no other agency. All the agencies are being totally purchased. And really it's a great loss for the country.
अभी उनका जो देहांत हुआ, मैं समझूंगा कि प्रीमैच्योर डेथ है और इससे जो काम करने वाला व्यक्ति था उसको इस तरीके से उसका अंत होना, ये हम सभी को आघात कर दिया है और उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स को भी बड़ा दुख पहुंचा है और वो बड़े इसमें है, दुखी है। सो उनके दुख में हम भी शामिल होते हैं।
Politics, unfortunately, they're unfolding with Mamata Banerjee raising questions against what exactly transpired, if there were any ulterior motives, demanding a thorough investigation, but also casting aspersions on what the DGCA or the AIB, which report or come under the central government, under a BJP government, will actually find out. This, despite several other politicians cutting across party lines, have come out, stood united with the Pawar family in this hour of grief, as they should, which is why the BJP is now lashing out at the TMC for what they claim is vulture politics of this opposition party. Questions, meanwhile, continue to be raised over what exactly transpired during in the lead up to that fatal crash. Those answers, of course, will be coming forth once the investigation is completed by the AIB, by the DGCA, and we'll know more as to what exactly transpired, if there was a operational lapse, if there was a technical glitch with the aircraft, all of which will be answered. But unfortunately, politics on the sidelines continues. Yasha is now back with us, getting us more perspective from Baramati. Yasha, even as we are seeing the likes of Mamata Banerjee raise such questions, cast aspersions on the motive behind it, on how the investigation will go. At least in Maharashtra, politicians are united. Are we expecting to see any opposition leaders at Ajit Pawar's funeral tomorrow?
Absolutely. In fact, so far all the leaders, be it from the MVA, for that matter Mahayuti, they've all gone ahead to, condole the death of the Deputy Chief Minister, former Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. But so far, of course, we've seen Mamata Banerjee speak about this. But as of now, except of a few, activists, frail activists around, no one has raised this very question. When it comes to Ajit Pawar, clearly, because he had worked with parties, he was a tall leader across parties, and people respected him for the ground level work that he was into, which is where we'd expect several leaders from the opposition camp also to be a part of the funeral tomorrow, because here, when it comes to the death of a leader of the stature of Ajit Pawar, it was not, it clearly, a message that is being conveyed is that it is not about party lines, it is not about playing politics at this very point, but in fact giving him the kind of respect that was due to him. And which is where, be it Congress, be it Shiv Sena UBT, be it Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, BJP, NCP factions on both the ends, they've gone ahead to pay tributes, they've gone ahead to speak of the legacy of Ajit Dada, and which is where here we've of course see several leaders across party lines would be coming to pay respects to Ajit Dada tomorrow, as well as tonight, because from now on
some of those leaders have already started arriving in Baramati. The Chief Minister of the state, the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, all of them are already in Baramati, standing with the Pawar family in this hour of grief. For the moment, Yasha, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll keep a track of where the investigation goes and the unfortunate politics on the sidelines of this as well. But for now, time for a quick break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're getting the first access to some CCTV visuals that have captured the crash of Ajit Pawar's plane and the one that was carrying 4 others. This is seemingly a roadside CCTV that has captured the moment of the crash. Of course, this happened in Baramati. The circumstances in which this aircraft crashed are now a subject of investigation. But you can see that large plume of fire and smoke that is the moment of the crash that has been caught on a nearby roadside CCTV. It has happened close to what looks like a highway. There is not just traffic on that highway, but also seemingly certain other establishments, possibly a petrol pump or something like that. Some shops that are also visible. But clearly, this is one of the first CCTV visuals that have come to light after this crash has taken place. A large fire engulfing that area and a cloud of smoke from the ground as well. Let's just play this for our viewers on a big wall here as well. As you can see, the time captured on the CCTV is around 8:46 in the morning. Exact time, at least as far as this CCTV footage is concerned, 8:46. I don't know how accurate that is otherwise. But yes, you can see at the top of your screen, just behind this roadside shack or shop, there is a large smoke, a cloud of smoke and fire that engulfs. And now this is why it gets very, very problematic in aircraft's crashes, because it's not just the crash, it is also the fire that follows that makes it very, very difficult for those on board to survive, because it engulfs you immediately. There is a lot of fuel on any aircraft which is taking a journey, and then of course crashing in these circumstances, it doesn't really leave much room for anyone either to be saved or to walk out of such a situation alive. There was public around clearly, which is why we have accessed very visuals very soon after the crash. In fact, people have managed to capture the wreckage of the plane while it was still engulfed in fire, and that's because it wasn't too far from a major road, a highway of some sort, and also a lot of people nearby, which is why the moments right after the crash have also been captured. But this CCTV captures very prominently the moment of the crash, with the large fire engulfing the crashed aircraft and the plume of smoke as well. Now, what was the reason for this crash is going to be very, very important to watch out for, because this isn't the first of its kind. We've seen certain very tragic crashes take place, whether it's a light aircraft or a chopper, where several prominent personalities, especially politicians, have been lost in India. But Yesha continues to be with us. Yesha, this CCTV captures the moment of the crash. I'm not sure how much clues this CCTV footage would be able to give as far as investigators is concerned, but the moment of the crash and the aftermath being captured very clearly in this one.
Absolutely, and like we've been speaking about, this was in fact a tabletop crash. Now that we've seen the CCTV footage, the initial information spoke about how the aircraft, the helicopter was trying to land first, and then it had to take a turn and come back to exactly the spot where landing took place. I think this was a tabletop. This was a tabletop landing, and considering that Ajit Pawar had been someone who ILS system to be installed at this place, is where preliminary information is coming in about the crash. But now that we've seen the CCTV footage, just a couple of feet before the incident take place, we've seen the aircraft has in fact crash landed at that very spot, and then you see the entire aircraft going up in flames. This speaks of kind of a damage that has been caused to the aircraft at that very moment. And this is in fact the first CCTV that we see. The timing in the CCTV is shown to be around 8:46. When the crash is taking place. Following which, as far as information from ATC is concerned, they got a call at around 9:12 about this incident. So clearly, this speaks of the time limit from when this very crash took place. Initial first visual coming in, it is in fact a visual taken from far from the highway around Baramati, because this very crash, that we speak of, had taken place.
So, just stay with me. I've got Dr. Vandana Singh, who's chairperson of Aviation Cargo Federation of the Aviation Industry in India. The flight took off at 8:10. The CCTV captures the flight going down at 8:46. So, roughly 36 minutes later, and a few minutes later, The nation is in deep mourning following the tragic death of Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. He lost his life today in a private plane crash in Baramati, where he was going for campaign work from Mumbai. This happened early in the morning today. Tributes are pouring in from across all political quarters, not just from the NDA, but opposition leaders too lining up to offer their condolences and stand with the Pawar family in this hour of grief. These visuals that you see on your screens are coming in live from the crash site from Baramati, where investigators are now taking a look as to what exactly transpired, what is behind, what are the circumstances that led to the crash of this private aircraft. How is it that it veered away from the runway? All of that is going to be investigated by the AAIB and the DGCA. The government will be putting out those details shortly as to what exactly transpired, piecing together whether it was a lapse or a technical glitch that led to this kind of crash, which eventually led to the tragic death of Ajit Pawar. But here's a look at the remarkable political journey that Ajit Pawar has had, how he rose to become affectionately known as Dada in Maharashtra.
मी अजित आशाताई अनंतराव पवार मी अजित अनंतराव पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारताच्या संविधान.
And air crash early morning on the 20th of January that didn't just kill 5 people but brought the curtains down on one of the most dynamic politicians of Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister, lost his life in his home turf Baramati as the chartered plane carrying him and 4 others failed to land. 66-year-old Pawar was Dada to the people of Baramati and Maharashtra. Dada, who had blossomed politically under Sahib Sharad Pawar, but chartered his own course since July 2023. In a second political earthquake for the state, Ajit Pawar split the NCP and joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde to come back to power in the state. He had attempted to join government in 2019 as well. In an early morning swearing-in, Ajit Pawar had taken oath as Deputy Chief Minister after Shiv Sena parted ways with the BJP.
अभी शाम तक रुको, अभी कल शपथ ली है ना, उनका समझ में आएगा, मैं तो लेने वाला हूं.
This experiment lasted 80 hours as Ajit Pawar failed to win over enough NCP MLAs. By 2024, however, he had the clock symbol of NCP, the mandate of the voters in Baramati, and a foot firmly in the government of Maharashtra.
क्या है, अभी हमारे सभी विधायकों ने, सभी पार्टी वर्करों ने, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट, तालुका प्रेसिडेंट, ये सबने मेरे ऊपर जिम्मेवारी दी है. तो वो बोलते नहीं, इतने जल्दी नहीं चाहिए, लास्ट में चाहिए, 16 को, 15 को, 17 को, 18 को. ऐसा कैसा चलेगा? अभी ये जिम्मेवारी ली है तो वो निभानी पड़ेगी और लोग रिस्पांस दे रहे हैं. अगर इस पे आप जब काम करते हैं और लोग रिस्पांस देते हैं तो अच्छा लगता है.
Fate cheated Ajit Pawar of perhaps another win at Zilla Parishad. The once right-hand man of Sharad Pawar was known as a political survivor. He had lost his father at just 18 years of age and was swiftly taken under the wings of Sharad Pawar, the then Chanakya of Indian politics. Ajit Pawar started his public life in the cooperative sector, having been elected as the head of a sugar cooperative in 1982. Master strategist Ajit Pawar built his initial base here, having worked with sugar factories, milk unions and local banks. In 1991, he became chairman of the Pune District Cooperative Bank and held the position for 16 years. He was elected to the Lok Sabha from Baramati. He soon shifted to state politics and won Baramati Vidhan Sabha consistently for 3 decades. Amidst a fallout with his uncle, Ajit Pawar won the Baramati seat for the 8th time in November 2024, but also faced a setback when his bid to get his wife Sunetra elected from Lok Sabha from the same seat failed. Up against her was Ajit Pawar's cousin Supriya Sule.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप कुछ मुझे बोल के मैं कुछ डिसीजन दूंगा और लोग बोलें कि यशा जी ने ये घर तोड़ा, ऐसा नहीं है। डिसीजन लेने वाले के बच्चे नहीं है, सालों से काम कर रहे हैं और राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के पूरे विधायकों ने 100% विधायकों ने वो लेटर दिया था, सब कुछ किया था। ये सब अभी पुराना बार बार दोहराना मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। और ये सब होते हैं डेमोक्रेसी में, तो मेजॉरिटी जो डिसीजन लेती है उसको सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, लेकिन नहीं हो वो हुआ। और ये सुप्रिया बोल रही कि घर तोड़ा ऐसा उसको लगता है, तो हम क्या बच्चे नहीं है, हमें समझ में आना चाहिए ना हम क्या कर रहे हैं क्या नहीं कर रहे। तो दूसरों को उसके बारे में दोष देना मुझे बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है।
Ajit Pawar was known for his grassroots outreach, cooperative sector strength and tight organizational control. He was flying back to Baramati after attending a cabinet meeting in Mumbai. His death not only leaves a huge void for the Pawar family, but also opens several questions for Maharashtra politics, where coalitions and changing dynamics within coalition partners has repeatedly thrown up surprises.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Earlier this morning, shock ripples across Maharashtra and the country as a chartered aircraft carrying Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar crashed near Baramati Airport in Pune, killing all 5 on board. The jet, a Bombardier Learjet 45 XR operated by VSR Aviation, was on a short flight from Mumbai to Baramati, where Pawar was scheduled to address 4 public meetings when the calamity struck during its second landing attempt. Now, questions over visibility and challenging conditions remain yet to be answered. The aviation watchdog DGCA has ordered investigation. Its teams from the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau have reached the scene as well. The jet involved had been in service for over a decade and was operated by a charter firm linked to a previous incident involving a Learjet in 2023, now raising fresh concerns about the maintenance and safety oversight. So what really went wrong? Was it weather and visibility as early whispers suggest, or did technical failure or pilot error lead to this tragedy? We'll have experts joining us and breaking down everything that we know, all the big developments and the angles as far as this crash is concerned. But let's first break down the top 6 developments according to the government statement that has been issued earlier this afternoon. The pilot's first attempt to land had failed, following which a second attempt had been made as far as this landing is concerned. The plane was trying to attempt a second landing, but there was no response from the pilot afterwards. As far as the final confirmation is concerned, the plane crashed within 36 minutes of taking off, and this is the CCTV footage of the exact moment when the crash happened. A huge ball of fire and smoke erupting from the ground very close to the highway in Baramati as well. Visuals of smoke engulfing the sky, the debris scattered. As far as the aftermath is concerned, the debris and of course those also caught in fire, they sent ripples across the country. as questions over what really went wrong come up, there is this tabletop landing kind of a situation at the Baramati strip. That is under lens. This video gives you a little bit of a sense on what the pilot's perspective or view could have been from the cockpit. Furthermore, questions over the visibility factor also remain unanswered. We don't quite know whether it was visibility per se that led to this deadly fatal crash that literally gave no opportunity to anyone on board to survive because of the fact that it was pretty harsh, a crash itself, and also that the plane broke down and also engulfed in fire. Ajit Pawar's final journey, as I said, began when this aircraft took off from Mumbai this morning at 8 a.m. He was travelling to address many public gatherings, and he's anyways known to spend a lot of time in his constituency since 1991, Baramati. The plane came crashing down at 8:46 a.m. This is barely 36 minutes after takeoff. A second attempting landing had failed, and that's when the plane also went silent. Soon after, there were these visuals of flames were seen next to the runway, following which a call was also made to the ATC. We know at around 9:12 a.m. that a wreckage has been spotted and a fire has been spotted. What happened after that? As expected, Ajit Pawar's final remains, his mortal remains, were taken to the hospital in Baramati, and as news spread, many distraught supporters started gathering as well. His family members, including Senior Pawar, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, wife Sunetra Pawar, they all were seen rushing to Baramati, and of course condolences that were being given between family members as well. His mortal remains have been now kept at Vidya Pratishthan School for locals and other dignitaries to pay their respect. Chief Minister and the other Deputy Chief Minister of the state will also be making their way. His final rites are expected tomorrow. But here's also how the trajectory played out. Let's look at the final trajectory of the plane as far as the flight radar is concerned. So this is when the plane took off. It was en route Baramati at about 8:10 a.m. It also came in contact in Baramati at 8:18 a.m. That is what the recordings show us, and that is also what the government has now clarified. Moments later, the pilots communicated that they couldn't spot the runway, but they were given an initiation that they could go around. They did take a circle around, and moments later the plane crashed. As far as what the flight radar shows, it takes this entire turnaround after the first landing is attempted, but on the flight radar, at least soon after taking this turnaround, the flight goes off radar. What we do know as far as the government release is concerned, that the pilot tried to make a second attempt landing. There was also communication between the ATC and the pilot about whether the runway was visible or not. But after suggesting that the runway was not visible to them, the plane completely went silent. There was a communication that they could finally see the runway. When they were cleared to land one more time on runway 11, there was no response from the plane. So the big question, of course, continues to be what exactly went wrong as far as this crash is concerned, and whether there will be any quick answers that will come forward, because we've seen multiple such crashes take place where those sitting in government or VVIPs have also succumbed to. Our experts are joining us to decode what went wrong.
ये हमने देखा कि ये प्लेन जब नीचे आया था ऐसा लग रहा था उसका क्रैश हो जाएगा, तभी क्रैश हो गया। हम देखे कि हमें लगा नहीं क्रैश हो गया है, लेकिन एयर ट्रैप पे उतरेगा ऐसा लगा, उतर रहा है, लेकिन क्रैश हुआ और उसके बाद स्फोट हो गया उसका।
उनका फोन आया था लड़की का कि मैं बारामती जा रही हूँ, वहाँ से अजीत दादा पवार को छोड़ के मैं नांदेड़ जाऊंगी। और उसके बाद आज अजीत दादा के बारे में सुना, हम लोग टीवी में लगाए तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज में पिंकी माली करके अटेंडेंट आया।
The aircraft was very well maintained. There was absolutely no problem in the aircraft. There was no technical failure in the aircraft.
उनसे पूछा गया था कि विजिबिलिटी है कि नहीं रनवे का, तो उसके बाद पहले तो उनका समाधान नहीं आया, फिर उसके बाद आया कि विजिबिलिटी है तो लैंडिंग क्लियरेंस जैसी एटीसी ने दिया उसके बाद तुरंत देखा गया कि ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। बहुत दुखद घटना है।
Let's go across to our guest joining us, J.S. Rawat, former Joint Director General of the DGCA with us, Group Captain UK Devnath, formerly with the Indian Air Force, also joining us. But I first also want to go across to our colleagues joining us from on ground. Yesha Kotak is live from Baramati and Anvit Srivastav tracks the Aviation Ministry very closely. He is also joining us to tell us a little bit more of what we know right now. Anvit, what are the different facets of this crash that are currently being investigated? We know that a team of the DGCA or the AIB, one team has definitely landed at this company's office, the company that was running this chartered flight and this aircraft. What else is under investigation as we speak? We also have fresh visuals, of course, of the AIB team, the forensic team and others landing at the spot in Baramati.
Shivani, AIB has officially taken up the investigation of this crash, and we earlier also spoke to senior officials and DGC, and they laid down detailed procedure as to how the AIB teams will be going ahead with the investigation. But before that, important to mention that Learjet have been in service for a long time. Earlier, they were first introduced in the 60s, and since then there have been certain incidents. Even last year, a crash in Philadelphia killed 7 on board, and following that, NTSB had also issued an advisory to the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, asking them to look into the landing gear problems related to these aircraft. This aircraft had also been in service for more than a decade, and we are being told that prima facie low visibility and having the touchdown point quite ahead, and it crashed into the runway on the tip of the runway. But this could also be possibly because it's a tabletop airport, and we have been told this by the senior officials of DGCA that this is a tabletop airport and low visibility could have affected the landing, and that is prima facie the reason. However, mechanical and technical issues have not been ruled out. AIB will look deeply into it, but to detail as to how the investigation will go ahead, starting from the crash site and talking about the wreckage distribution, detailed chart will be prepared as to how the wreckage distribution was, and it will help them understand if there was any external impact and what was the speed and in which direction the aircraft was moving. Other than that, certainly black box retrieval will be done, FDR will be there, flight data recorder. It will tell about the health of the aircraft that was being flown and whether there was any issues with that. Thirdly, there would be cockpit voice recorder, and also it will be looked at not just that what the conversation were the pilots having with each other, because there were 2 pilots flying this plane. Also, what communication they had with the ATC in the last moment, whether they had conveyed of any technical glitch or mechanical glitch. So that is also a part that we'll look into, which will detail and clear the picture as to what it is. Initial report will shortly come out. However, main report will certainly take time, as these investigations go on for months, and we are yet to get the AI-17 report as well. So this investigation is expected to go on for long, but initially DGCA has said that yes, this was a crash prima facie because of the visibility and because it's a tabletop runway. More things are still being looked into.
We have these fresh visuals. Can we just use those visuals, the drone visuals that have now come in, so that our experts can also look at them and give us a sense of what they make now of the exact crash spot? So you see a Group Captain UK Devnath, you see this crash site. It's pretty far away from the runway per se, and now it gives us a very clearer idea of what could have happened, and the terrain as well, or the area in question as well. Your first thoughts when you see these top angle visuals of the crash wreckage itself?
Definitely the runway is located on an undulated ground. The runway itself is flat, but as the pilot comes in for landing, the ground which is just before runway towards the aircraft is undulated. There are small slopes there. Aircraft has impacted on that slope. Not a very tabletop mountain per se, but definitely there is a climb up before one reaches the runway. What happens in such a occasion, as the pilot is coming in for landing and his distance is closing in 5 km, 4 km, 3 km, 2 km and about to land, the ground rushes up towards him. In this instance, since visibility was marginal, in pilot jargon, we normally define visibility in kilometers. So say if visibility is 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer, then we say visibility is very, very good, clear visibility. If visibility is around 4 kilometer or less, we may define it as a mist. And suppose visibility is very less, 2 kilometer or less, we use the word fog. Now what happens, that the pilot does not have a contact with the ground because of fog, mist or haze. So his perspective of the runway is a little different. An experienced pilot knows how to overcome this difficulty. Definitely the pilots both the pilots in this case were highly qualified and they had landed here many more times. They knew about peculiarities of this particular runway. However, it appears that visibility was okay when they were 5 kilometer, 4 kilometer from runway, but became marginal as they closed in 3 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 1 kilometer.
Yeah. Can we just take those visuals, which are the drone visuals per se, precisely those visuals from the top, a little bit more full screen, that gives us an idea of the distance between the crash site itself and the runway, despite the fact that there is a call recording which suggests that the pilots had said that they can see the runway now, which was the last communication during the second attempt. After that, what happened, we don't know. But the distance between the runway and the wreckage site, sir, Mr. Rawat, is pretty substantial.
The distance is as appear from this drone shot, it's around the 300 to 400 feet from the runway actually, that much. And basically, this is a flight which is when it started.
Can we just take the top angle shots only, please? Yes. Yes, go ahead.
This flight basically when it started from Bombay, it's a flight mix of the IFR and VFR. Initially, when it start from the Bombay, it's a IFR flight, and when you start descending, it's a VFR flight. After because the pilot has to see on his own and then descend because there is no instrument available at the Baramati. So when he was descending at Baramati, he was clear to descend to circuit altitude in the normal practice. Circuit altitude is around 1,000 feet, around roughly 1,000 feet from the elevation of the runway. So he has to come to that, and from that he has to try to look at the runway. If he can see the runway much before, he can align with the runway because he was going to land on runway 11. He can align on the runway from the route itself. But if he is not able to see from a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers, then he has to come over it and make a circle and then adjust its approach after seeing the runway. Then make the approach on for the particular runway. In this case, he was not able to see, as appear that he was not able to see the runway during the first approach, and he has gone around he has initiated to go around. He has tried the second attempt also, but in the second attempt, as the information is available, that at some point of time he has said that he is able to sight the runway.
Yes.
After sighting the runway, he has to see what is his position with respect to runway, and then adjust himself to align with the final approach of the runway, whether after taking a round or if he is aware is on the approach path only, he has to adjust himself to align on the final of the approach of the runway. Now, it appears from the visuals that during the second, he has crossed the threshold of the runway and gone towards the left side.
Yes.
He has crashed there. The question is that whether he has struck as it appears from the wreckage that the aircraft was in the level flight at the time of touchdown. It was not nose down, but it appears to be on the level flight. So that's what it appears from the.
Okay. Just stay with me. Our experts will also be breaking down that whole visibility issue, and we'll get you that in just a bit. But Yesha, my colleague, is actually joining us live from Baramati, from that strip and from the crash site itself. Yesha, first of all, just begin by giving me a sense of what's happening around you.
Absolutely. In fact, right behind me, you can see NCP leader Chhagan Bhujbal came in to take a stock of the situation right here. Apart from that, we've also seen how forensic vans, the NDRF team and the local police, they've all been deployed here. This is very close to the runway. I'll show you visuals. If we walk, say, less than 50 meters from here is where the crash site is. I'd ask my Vijay Vijayan to take you through what the crash site really looks like. Right behind us is where the crash site is. When you speak of the tabletop runway, just like we've been speaking about, a slope 30 to 35 feet is where the crash has in fact taken place. So yes, something that we've been discussing for quite some time, that the pilot would have not been able to gauge the runway because of the fog. Then, as a result of which, when you speak of the slope, it is not a clear, it's not a clear land where the landing can take place, and as a result of which, the aircraft would have gone on the side of the runway. If you see this approximately around 100 to 150 feet stretch is where you see different parts of the aircraft which have fallen. The tail is right here behind. You see the external. You see the front part of the aircraft. The nose of the aircraft has fallen a little away from there, and this is exactly the place where the aircraft went up in flames, because as was being seen in the CCTV, around 8:45 was when the aircraft went up in flames, and that's why you see the area all around has been engulfed in that flame along with it. After the crash took place, you also those who were traveling in it, 5 of them, they were rescued. What we also hear from our sources is that Ajit Pawar had fallen out a little away from the crash site, and he was identified on the basis of his pink jacket. You also see right now the forensic team is still very close to the crash site. They're examining the area, and the entire stretch around this has been cordoned off for further investigation to take place. Apart from the forensic investigation team, the NDRF team, the local police are also deployed here. Now I'll show you how far is this very crash site from the actual runway. So this is the crash site. Behind me, where you see the vehicles parked, that's the runway. I'll take you through what the runway really looks like. It's hardly around 100 meters of a difference from the tabletop to the runway right here. The runway is alongside. The reason we speak about the tabletop runway is because it is at an elevated position as compared to the other parts at the other structures in Baramati. And the runway, of course, we speak about ILS system because considering the fact that there was fog which was present, as a result of which the pilot would not have been able to understand the exact structure or the nature of runway, and that
we'll
led
come to the ILS
him,
issue as well with our
that
experts. Just Yesha, just stay with us. But the whole thing is about visibility. Was there enough visibility or not? Because initially the pilot did indicate that they cannot spot the runway. They also made the go around and then again said that they cannot spot the runway before they finally communicated that okay, they can now see the runway inside, and then went silent after that. Now this issue has arisen because initially it was suspected that it was foggy conditions and therefore this happened. But the government has, of course, given out certain details that before the landing was attempted, the pilots and all were told that there is about 3,000 meters of visibility. So is that enough? Is that not enough? What does that really mean when a pilot tries to attempt a landing, particularly on a strip like this? Our experts are breaking it down.
Shivani, what happens whenever an aircraft is approaching for landing in VFR, that is visual met conditions, visual flight conditions, the pilot has to depend upon his eyes. He has to pick up the runway with his eyes and then land. Now what happens, normally it is expected that visibility is good. By this we mean visibility for the runway is visible from a distance of 5 kilometer, 4 kilometer. A runway is visible definitely from a distance of 3 kilometer. Any visibility which is beyond less than 2.5 kilometer is a little challenging issue for the pilot.
In this case, it was 3 kilometers, at least as far as the official confirmation is concerned. So do you think that was sufficient in most conditions?
Shivani, 3 kilometer VFR landings can be made. An experienced pilot who has been cleared to land at that runway can make it. What happens before any pilot is cleared to land at any airfield, Baramati is a classic example, he is also cleared by a senior pilot or by an examiner before that, who sees, explains him the ground features, limitations of that airfield, peculiarities of that runway, and clears him to land. So 3 kilometers is a touch and go figure. when air traffic control reports 3 kilometer, that also we have to understand it may fluctuate. You know,
Yeah.
it improves to 3 kilometers. Next,
may go
drift
down a little bit as well.
Another cloud or patch of fog may drift in. It may become 2.5.
The first of all, that whatever the visibility is given 3,000 meter, because it is a uncontrolled airfield. Uncontrolled airfield, there is no proper ATC. Where Met report is also not taken from the site.
Yeah.
Whatever the visibility is, they say 3,000 meter, it may have been taken from some city point where that's
Met
office.
Really an accurate
it is not
actual
on the ground at the site.
Okay.
So that is one thing. What I have understand and what I got the information also, that visibility was not good.
Not good.
That's why he was not able to sight the runway.
But then what happens if the pilot of the plane keeps going even for the second attempt when they couldn't see the runway? They kept waiting to see maybe it will come into sight, right? What are those moments like?
You know, Shivani, what happens when a pilot is approaching a runway, we call the beginning of the runway as touchdown zone. So he is aiming for touchdown point. In the center point of that touchdown zone is called touchdown point. Now what happens, suppose there is a smog, then there is a phenomena called inversion layer. What happens, from ground up to a height of 100 feet, 200 feet, it may look clear, but a fog or a smog may be there between height of 200, 300, 400 feet, thin layer.
Yeah.
So when the pilot is still at a distance of 4 kilometer, 3 kilometer from touchdown point, his height is still 1000 feet, 800 feet. The slant visibility is okay. He feels that I can see the runway. But as he is coming towards the threshold, he may enter this thin zone, which has thin fog layer, which has been cleared for created by a phenomena sometimes takes place called inversion layer. He may continue for 2-3 seconds. You know, the feeling is that okay, I'll pass through in 2-3 seconds and then runway threshold will be visible. But it may happen that in this case may have happened that he has continued for 5, 6, 7 seconds inside that cloud or fog and couldn't make contact with the runway, and by 5th or 6th second he had descended a little below the glide path. There is a glide path. So in this, by the time he entered the cloud 3rd, 4th, 5th second, he descended a little below the glide path because there was no visual clue, and he impacted this upcoming terrain of the tabletop.
So what are the possible lines of inquiry now? Of course, there will be an examination of the flight data black box. There will be an analysis of the cockpit voice recorder. Some parts of it already has been indicated by the government in their initial review or list. There will be a review of that last communication and if at all any mayday call was made. A study of the wreckage distribution is currently ongoing as well. The AIB and other teams are also there. And study of the topography and the weather conditions that were prevailing at that time will also be done. I want to go across to Mr. Rawat one more time on this. What apart from what we already know, what the government has already indicated, what more will be important to find out from the black box recovery now?
Black box will because when you call up the flight data recorder will give all the parameters of the aircraft, which is engine, power, its altitude, what is the height, and all speed, whatever thing. There is around 300 to 400 parameters in that. So it will give all the parameters which will give the condition of the aircraft, including its engine health and other things. And the second is the cockpit voice recorder. It will give the cockpit voice recorder will the indication that whatever the conversation has been taken place with the ATC and between the pilots, which is most important in this aspect, because both the pilots in such kind of things, in such kind of situation, try to look out for the runway from their windows. So whosoever sees first, he said that I got the runway inside. Then second pilot also confirmed that he has also got the runway inside or not, and then accordingly they have to adjust their approach for the landing. Now, when the investigation report is not that they confined investigation to the one aspect. There are 15-16 points which include the pilot details, aircraft details, runway details, and all those communication and all these. There are 16 parameters on which the investigation is conducted, and it is this thing detailed in the accident report.
Yeah.
So all these things will be all these things will be taken care by the investigation committee, which will carry out the investigation.
Yes.
One thing I want to highlight here,
Yes.
that because there is a provision in the aircraft AIB accident that this accident of a nature which requires the public attention. Rule 10 or something is there. I'm not exact. So on that, in this such kind of thing, that investigation has to be made public, and all those things has to be made public to the public by the AIB.
Yeah.
In the
But it
last
will
case-
take some time, isn't it? Generally, these investigations can take up to 2 years.
No. In the last case of the Air India Express, Air India flight at Ahmedabad, the CVR DFDR was not made public at any point of time. Only portion of it was made public. That have you switched off the engine or not? In this case, I think it will be the need of the hour that the CVR DFDR data is also made public by the AIB.
No, but as part of the final probe report or before that itself?
Before that.
Before that itself, because I think the final report can take up to 2 years. I want to go across very quickly to Yesha, my colleague who continues to be with us. Yesha, we do know that Pawar family, many of the members have already reached Baramati. There were very distraught visuals of them meeting each other as well. The Chief Minister, the other Deputy Chief Minister, both are expected as well. Just give me a sense of who all is there already, has landed in Baramati, and who all else is expected.
So yes, so far Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis have already reached Baramati. In fact, you saw the visuals of them meeting Ajit Pawar's wife Sunita Pawar. These visuals came in from the hospital where the mortal remains of Ajit Pawar were taken. Apart from that, we've also seen the entire Pawar family, son of Ajit Pawar, Parth Pawar, his wife Sunita Pawar, Supriya Sule's cousin Sharad Pawar, all of them. The entire Pawar family has reached here. Apart from that, we also expect several top leaders. In fact, we've seen NCP leader Chhagan Bhujbal already visit this very place. We also expect more NCP leaders, Dhananjay Munde, all of them to be making their way to Baramati. Some have already flown in directly to Baramati. Apart from that, we also expect the Home Minister and the Prime Minister to be visiting and paying tributes to Ajit Pawar because from now until tomorrow 9 a.m. is where the mortal remains have been kept to pay last tributes. We also expect several leaders from the opposition camp, from the Mahavikas Aghadi, to come and pay tributes. So far, top leaders from BJP, be it Chandrasekhar Bawankule, who was a former BJP state chief, several other top leaders from BJP, Pankaja Munde, all of them have already, made it to Baramati. In fact, the entire Pawar family is here. Some members of Pawar family, considering they stay abroad, there was some time that was sought so as to ensure that they return back to Baramati until tomorrow, and that's when around 11 a.m. tomorrow is where the last rites of Ajit Pawar would take place. After the crash took place here, Ajit Pawar was taken to Baramati Medical College, which is close by from here, wherein he was declared dead on arrival. However, following which, until 5 p.m. was where his body was kept. The family members came to the hospital. His body was taken from there to be taken to Vidya Pratishthan, the school where Ajit Pawar studied. Now, from 5 p.m. today until 9 a.m. tomorrow is where the body would be kept at Vidya Pratishthan for people, be it the party cadres, be it top politicians, be it those from Baramati, people of Baramati, because they have a massive respect for Ajit Pawar. So the mortal remains will be kept there for paying the last tributes to Ajit Pawar until tomorrow 9 a.m., following which there would be a procession that will be taken to the Vidya Pratishthan ground, where his last rite will take place around 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Right.
Yes.
Yesha, thanks a lot for joining us. You've brought us a live report from the crash site as well. Final comment I'll give to the former pilot as well. In this case, what everybody wants to know, and the biggest question is whether there was any technical failure, whether it was purely weather related, or whether there was any human error. From everything that we have been able to gather, what is your sense of what went wrong?
Definitely till now there is no indication of any technical failure. Definitely till now there is some indication that weather was either hazy, misty or foggy. This keeps changing. The same runway which 30 seconds ago was visible, after 30 seconds may not be visible. It is a very common occurrence at this time of the year. What was the fault of pilot or whether there was any fault at all, that will be brought out by investigation committee. See, aviation, we always say a pilot is a psychological machine. He takes the decision based upon his professional experience, what has been taught to you, and most importantly, he has to take a judgment at that particular second. Any judgmental error, probably weather, bad visibility contributed to it.
Absolutely. I do thank our experts for joining us, but they were with us earlier when they did look into very deeply as far as this whole critical landing is concerned. What are the conditions in which the pilot may say, okay, I will attempt another landing, or may say, okay, there should be no other landing attempted, and what are the things that play a factor in it? Listen.
If the pilot was coming for the landing, he must have put the landing gears down. He must have got the 3 greens for that, all the 3 landing gears down. After that, he is coming for the final on the landing.
Okay.
Here, in this case, after going making the first go around, the pilot was trying to see the runway, to locate the runway, so that he can align with the runway, because he was not aligned with the runway, because it is visual. He was coming for approach, and then he was trying to look at the runway at first place.
Okay.
Once you see the runway, after that you can align the aircraft in the runway direction. He was not able to align with the runway.
Okay.
And then when at one point of time, as you mentioned, that pilot has said that he is runway inside.
Yeah.
At that point, where he was, whether he was aligned offside, left, right, nobody knows. Nobody knows. So once he sees the runway, after that he tries to align with the runway. But how far it was and how was the weather there, it was not able to, nobody was to say that.
And whether there was enough time to align.
We have got 2-3 days to carry out the speculation on this issue, unless the CVR and DFDR are decoded.
But such is politics that within minutes of confirmation that Ajit Pawar was no more, there were speculations that were rife of what happens to the two factions of the NCP now, given that the two had fought recent local polls together and there was some buzz that they might merge one more time. Speculation also took an ugly turn when Mamata Banerjee, a chief minister herself, linked the recent political developments and speculations to the crash itself, demanding that there should be a thorough probe. Listen into what she said.
Message of Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister. He died today morning in a plane crash. I'm really shocked to see the news. There is no safety and security of the people of this country. Even the political leaders, I do not know what is the fate of the opposition political parties, but he was very much with the ruling party. But before few days ago, I came to know that from social network that somebody from other party, they gave a statement that Ajit Pawar is willing to leave the BJP. And now what happened today, I need proper investigation under the supervision of Supreme Court. Only we have the trust on Supreme Court, no other agency. All the agencies are being totally purchased. And really it's a great loss for the country.
Now, the BJP, of course, hit back at Bengal Chief Minister, alleging that this was disgusting opportunism by Mamata Banerjee, adding that such vulture-like behavior is avoidable in the hour of tragedy. But suspense does indeed grow over what will be the fate of the NCPs and what will happen next. Possible scenario one is that there is that merger with Sharad Pawar's faction as well. While Thor was visible during the recent civic elections, Ajit Pawar too had hinted that a merger like this earlier this month, his untimely death, might just speed up the scenario. Another option is, of course, that there will be somebody from his family who could be chosen for succession, because that is also very important. Sunetra Pawar could be pitched as the custodian of his legacy, with Parth Pawar as the continuity option. This option would keep the faction intact. But there is another possibility that if there is too much time that elapses, there could be fragmentation and defections. Absence of a central authority could split the party forward, and MLAs may drift to the other faction or even to the other parties that are in play in Maharashtra. But this is why there has been such strong speculations of a reunion between the two factions of the NCPs. Following the state assembly elections, the Ajit Pawar-led NCP faction emerged stronger. And in the aftermath of the results, several MLAs and MPs from the Sharad Pawar camp reportedly conveyed their willingness to join his faction. Ajit Pawar himself was not inclined to deepen the split and suggested a former merger proposal. Sharad Pawar, for his part, is learned to have proposed a power-sharing arrangement under a reunified NCP. Sources said the two leaders have continued informal discussions on the sidelines of public engagements, and there were in fact very many frequent public appearances and joint family photographs that had also triggered these speculations. What further cemented these speculations was the comment by Ajit Pawar lately that there are no permanent enemies in politics. And to add on to the speculation, NCP Maharashtra chief also had said that merger discussions are a possibility if arise. So what could be the future of the two factions of the NCP? Certainly the faction that was led by Ajit Pawar. Is there any danger as far as current government is concerned, or could allegiances shift? That's the big question on everybody's mind. I spoke with former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan. Here is what he had to say on this issue.
हम सभी के लिए इस प्रकार के जननेता को खोना एक अपरिमित इस प्रकार की हानि है।
आज महाराष्ट्र के लिए एक काला दिन कहूँ, एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना कहूँ, एक दुखद घटना कहूँ।